I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni boke as a party and when I'm better min garti min gari zude kadi party ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni boke as a party ay tuwa gamne weli focus souvenir film hanki wana hande hanki jammo bale sim min nyalla fije nange jammo lengi mbade tin on sa kuran ala wura men ko jaro find sifti nammo ala chifti ala ind idi now wilde iwi Anamana, Anamana,
dịrị chukwu mma chukwu chụba aja dịrị ndị mmanwụ egwu mmanwụ ego para chụba aja dịrị chukwu mma chukwu chụba aja dịrị ndị mmụọ egwu mmanwụ ego obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
It is everyone. Be free.
Sunu baby subaramia Soko sunu baby subaramia
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ni kapanto mo. Yeah, dia bugame. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So smack bang in the middle of a weekend. So smack bang in the middle of a weekend, a Saturday. So usually Saturday is football day, and my mood is often determined by how well my team performed. I support Newcastle United, of course, and long suffering to suffer no more. My club was about 2 years ago bought by the Saudi state. So from one of the poorest in the Premiership, we've suddenly transmuted into the richest club in the world. And we've gone on to win 4-0 today. So that sets the tone for my mood. So here we go again, and here we are again. But before we do anything else, let me signpost you to something new and innovative that is coming on the platform. So if you're watching now or you're watching in the watch back, I want you to bookmark this. Let me remove this banner first. Let me remove that banner so that you can see the fullness of it. So I'll remove this banner, and then I'll put this on the screen. So this is something that I'd like you to bookmark, something coming up on a new innovation to the platform. So this is it. Hopefully you can see it there. It's called Real Life with Dupsy. So it's Real Life with Dupsy. You all know Dupsy, of course, one of the long-standing stalwarts of this platform. So she has agreed now to take on that space of that human interest, people's lives, relationships, society, all of those kind of stuff. So she's agreed to take on those sort of topics as a standalone session by itself. So she'll be debuting that session. She'll be debuting essentially her show under this banner. So she will come in under Real Life with Dupsy. So it'll be Real Life with Dupsy. And then, of course, the topic of whatever is being discussed would there be in that now famous with that now famous One Man Went to More red backdrop that you are all used to now. So what she's going to be discussing in her debut session is this Augusta Ossedion's narrative. You all know, of course, the backdrop of the Augusta Ossedion's narrative. She was killed by her boyfriend, who unfortunately named Killer Boy, some alleged musician called Killer Boy. So he's gone on and done away with her, and then he's made his escape to a foreign country. But it looks as though the law has now caught up with him. So Dupsy will be talking you through the backdrop of that. She'll be talking you through the backdrop of that particular storyline and how justice seems to have caught up with this guy. So bookmark that. I've not yet put the session out, but just to sound you the warning. Not the warning, no, because it is good news. But just to sound you the announcement that this will be a new innovation to the platform, that light-hearted, society-type human interest strap line will be straddled by the majestic Dupsy. So look out for that. Dupsy to take charge shortly. Dupsy to take charge shortly, but I take charge in this instance. So I take charge in this instance, but what am I taking charge of? So what am I taking charge of? It's going to be a quaint little short session, I suspect. So it's going to be a quaint little short session, I suspect. One, because the news cycle is pattern, and then and also because we're starting a lot later than we usually do. And finally, really, Thomas is not available, so that's really the main reason. Because Thomas usually has church today. But we look into this: South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt. South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt, top list of African countries seeking second citizenship. So it's a curiosity, actually, because those three countries right there is a good 70% of the African economy. But as rich as those countries are, the citizens are not benefiting from the vast wealth that they control. This is what this headline tells you. South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt, top list of African countries seeking second citizenship. So we have a look at that. And then we're back with the article Peter Obi. He says, she said he did not do, because of course that place will never be satiated. So they're still chasing heavily. And it looks as though, actually, let me pick it off. Let me pick it up from here. They're still chasing heavily. So this is Dele Mamadou. Actually, let me just bring you this bit immediately, because let me bring you this bit immediately. So this is Dele Mamadou. Aaron Greenspan just filed a motion in the ongoing FOIA lawsuit requesting the government agencies to commence release of the approved information immediately, since Nigeria Supreme Court is being rushed through the hearing so as to end the run. Let me take that again. Aaron Greenspan just filed a motion in the ongoing FOIA lawsuit requesting the government agencies to commence release of the approved information immediately, since Nigeria Supreme Court is being rushed through the hearing so as to end run the release of the FBI files. So essentially what that is, what they're telling us here essentially is that they're looking to fast track whatever it is that they are claiming that the FBI is going to release on Tinubu. Let me see if I can make this a bit, yes, okay, I think I can. So let's see if we can read through this. Hold on, let me shrink it. Wait. The technology is not my friend, you know. Let me see. Where's the arrow that? Okay, let me take it from here. So let's have a look at that. Yes, let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at this. So yes, this is United States District Court for the District of Columbia, and this is Aaron Greenspan, plaintiff, versus Executive Office of the United States Attorney. It says plaintiff's urgency motion for hearing to compel immediate release of document production. It says this lawsuit concerns a number of Freedom of Information Act requests about Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is recognized by many as the current president of Nigeria. Mr. Tinubu had a role in the early 1990s laundering money for a heroin ring in Chicago. The FOIA request let's do that again. This lawsuit concerns a number of Freedom of Information Act FOIA requests about Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is recognized by many as the current president of Nigeria. Mr. Tinubu had a role in the early 1990s laundering money for a heroin ring in Chicago. The FOIA request at issue in this early case largely involves documents that more fully describe his role in that criminal enterprise. Mr. Tinubu's 2023 election in the Nigerian presidency is hotly contested. According to the New York Times, a judicial tribunal in Nigeria confirmed on Wednesday, September the 6th, 2023, the result of a contested February presidential election that kept Africa's most populous country on edge amidst allegations of voting irregularity and tainted the first months in power of the declared winner, President Bola Tinubu. And Nigerian courts rejects challenges to contested presidential election. So it goes on. So essentially, this is really to pressure the, I think this is really essentially to pressure the FBI to release. It goes on to the next page. So yes, let me go on to the next page. It says, hearing arguments regarding the circumstances of Mr. Tinubu's election on Monday, October the 23rd, 2023. The sudden advance in timing appears intended to front-run the release of responsive FOIA documents from the defendants in this action, and especially the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Those documents would likely be directly relevant to the foreign proceedings in Nigeria. Through Defendants Counsel, plaintiff made defendants aware of the foreign proceedings in Nigeria in September 2023. Defendant acknowledged the unique circumstances in this case and affirmed that documents will be produced as they became available. No documents have been produced thus far. Attached to this motion as Exhibit A is a document that purports to be a scheduling order relevant to these matters issued by the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Pursuant to local civil law, plaintiff attempted to discuss this matter by email and phone to Attorney Littman, but he responded that he was on leave today. In light of the above, plaintiff requests a remote Zoom or similar hearing at the court's earliest convenience, and ideally on Monday, October the 23rd, to discuss even the most remote possibility of documents being produced before the October 31st, 2023 chosen by the defendant for themselves. So the long and short of that is essentially to tell you then that the long and short of that is essentially to tell you then that what they are now doing is they are pressuring the FBI to try and release whatever documentation that they claim. How many volumes did they say the FBI has? But whatever those volumes are, they're essentially pressuring the FBI to release those volumes. If the FBI releases whichever volumes, I'm not quite sure whatever the FBI releases makes its way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court starts its judgment on Monday, and Nigeria knows its fate pretty much by midweek. So this is again for the optics and for the noise. For the optics and for the noise. For the optics and for the noise, but very quickly, of course, we did say that it was not going to be smooth sailing in the same manner that they had it with the Buhari era. That is going to be fire for fire somewhat, and it looks as though that fire. So Ebony Gold TV, do you want to join us? I think you might well be a new person to this space. If you want to join us, click on the link. We don't often get, apart from Zita, I don't think we get that many female inputs. So yes, as we've always said, it's not going to be that easy carry on go, as they say in Nigeria. It's not going to be a carry on go. It's not going to be that smooth sail that they had under Buhari, that they were investing, and the guy did not. He could have, but did not respond. He only responded really with a Python dance, and that went spectacularly awry. But it looks as though now the Tinubu'S space, as you know, the Yoruba people, very quick with the criminal functioning, and they will match you energy for energy. Energy for energy, and the empire strikes back. The empire strikes back via Bayo Ononuga, who is now a special advisor on communications to the presidency. So very quickly, as I said, Dele Momodu, we are on your screen now, and here is Bayo Ononuga clapping back. So it goes ICYMI. I don't quite know what that acronym is, but the Obedient and Articles supporters have begun another round of propaganda and campaign of falsehood over the move Friday by Atiku Obi and David Hundeyin contractor Aaron Greenspan to stampede the Washington, D.C. to change its earlier order on FBI to release documents on President Bola Tinubu's forfeiture case of 1993. Atiku has wasted tons of dollars hiring Angela Liu to check President Tinubu's record in Chicago State University. What he got in the main was a confirmation that President Tinubu attended the school, passed out in flying colors, and did not forge any certificate. The February 2023 election loser Peter Obi and Atiku are now attempting to cling on to another straw, hoping for magic at the Supreme Court. On Thursday, Peter Obi forwarded to Greenspan the Supreme Court notice of hearing for the appeal that will begin on Monday, the 23rd of October. We do not know the brief Obi gave Greenspan, but Greenspan rushed to the district court in the United States capital with an urgency motion asking the court to compel the FBI produce documents on our president immediately. The FBI had earlier agreed to produce the documents at the end of October. His motion may be heard on Monday, the 23rd of October, if all parties agree. To support his motion, the American made some allegations against the judiciary in Nigeria, as fed by Hundeyin, Obi, and Atiku. He claimed the Supreme Court hearing date, which he labeled as sudden, was intended to front-run the release of the FBI documents. To him, the FBI documents are relevant to the case in Nigeria. After reading Greenspan's motion, one is left with the impression that the guy is very ignorant about our laws and our democracy, and he is nothing but an interloper in a matter clearly outside U.S. jurisdiction. Atiku, Obi, and Hundeyin, who are his cheerleaders, have clearly misled this guy, whose account was suspended by Twitter in June. along with that of his plain sight. To the obedient, the easily excitable Hudeyi, and to the obedient, the easily excitable Hudeyi and article followers, I will just implore you to wait until DC District Court decides on the matter rather than rushing to social media space with wild conjectures and extrajudicial trial of Nigeria's elected president. Mr. Greenspan, who is your collaborator in the latest fishing expedition, is not so excitable. In his plainsight.org, he already posted a reply by IRS that it has no FOIA records on Bola Tinubu's 1993 civil case. So there it is right there. And it goes, and it rounds it off. Just like the Chicago case, this one too in DC would lead to nothing. So it puts a link. So let's follow that link and then see what it says. It says, this is a Plain Sight. Plain Sight is the website of this Alan Greenspan, the hatchet man now employed by Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, and the hangers-on. It says IRS Bola Tinubu FOIA record search, email, and unsigned declaration. So what does this give us? It says, Mr. Greenspan, for our call tomorrow, please find attached an unsigned declaration from the IRS describing its search. IRS does not have any record responsive to your FIA request. We can discuss this more during tomorrow's call. So, oh God, it's unbelievable, you know. It said, and then he replies, means you carry whatever her name is. My apologies. And then it goes on. What does this tell us? This doesn't give us anything. It says, Mr. Greenspan, I represent the IRS in the above referenced case. We have some updates about the IRS's search of records in response to your FOIA request. I'd like to discuss this over the phone if possible, if you're free on Friday. And on and on it goes. So it looks as though they've already told him that there's nothing. Is this long and winding? Oh, all right. I'm not sure that this offers us any much more, but we'll keep a tab on that space. Of course, you know, we will keep a tab on that space. So we'll keep a tab on that space. But now we started the readout. Let's just carry on with the readout. South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt top list of African countries seeking second citizenship. And South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt, by far and a clear distance, the richest countries in Africa. According to the Africa Wealth Report 2023, there has been a significant spike in interest in residence and citizenship by investment globally, with 46% increase in inquiries in 2022. Africa is continuing its trajectory as a growth market following a 23% increase in inquiries last year. The report published by Henley and Partners highlights that South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, and Algeria were amongst the top 20 nationalities in terms of inquiries received last year for investment migration. The Henley Global Citizen Report Q3 2022 revealed that South Africa and Nigeria were in the top 10 countries globally in terms of application in 2022, and other African countries generating high levels of application were Algeria, Egypt, Ghana, Kenya, Morocco, and Uganda. So what this essentially tells you, you see, what this is essentially telling you is that even the rich, they want to japa. Do you understand? what this is telling you is that even the rich people, even they want to japa. This is what this is telling you. Let me take it from the top again so that have that as a backdrop, then you have a better understanding. According to the Africa Wealth Report 2023, there has been a significant spike in interest in residence and citizenship by investment globally. So that tells you then that this is for the rich. So citizenship by investment often means that you have to have a certain amount of ready funds to either buy property or invest in some sort of business. Is usually around about $500,000 you're coming with. So that tells you then that even the rich want to japa, so they steal your money and then go and get citizenship somewhere else. According to the Africa Wealth Report 2023, there has been a significant spike in interest in residence and citizenship by investment globally, with 46% increase in inquiries in 2022. Africa is continuing its trajectory as a growth market following 23% increase in inquiries last year. The report published by Henley and Partners highlights that South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, and Algeria were amongst the top 20 nationalities in terms of inquiries received last year for investment migration. The Henley Global Citizen Report Q3 2022 revealed that South Africa and Nigeria were in the top 10 countries globally. So you have to pay attention to this. So not the top 10 countries in Africa, but the top 10 countries globally. The Henley Global Citizen Report Q3 2022 revealed that South Africa and Nigeria were in the top 10 countries globally in terms of application in 2022. And other African countries generating high levels of application were Algeria, Egypt, Ghana, Kenya, Morocco, and Uganda. Speaking with Business Insider Africa, Orisa Jeffo, his first name I won't attempt, a client of advisor Henley and Partners UK, said Africa's wealthiest countries have the highest number of applicants on the continent for residence and citizenships by investment programs. This gives credence to the fact that affluent African investors are looking to protect their wealth, but also significantly enhance their prosperity, enabling them to leave a greater legacy for future generations, she said. According to Henley and Partners, many African investors are driven by the need to secure stronger passports so they can travel with relative ease. But this also enables access to greater proportion of the global economy in terms of the GDP they gain vis-a-vis free access. And then it goes on and on. But I think we've gotten what we need to get from that. We've gotten what we need to get from that. So maybe about 2-3 more readouts, and then we see how it goes. About 2-3 more readouts, and then we see how it goes. Hopefully, there are people in the room. For appointments, Tinubu not in charge, Usman Bugaje. So this one has been making the headlines for the past 2-3 days. A former member of the House of Representatives, so it's not even significant enough to be significant. It's just a House of Reps guy, and that's the totality of it. A former member of the House of Representatives, Usman Bugaje, has said that appointment made so far by President Bola Tinubu shows that he is not in charge of the government. Recall that Mr. Tinubu had nominated Mariam Shetty as a minister, but later withdrew her nomination just as she was about to be screened by the Senate. He also appointed 24-year-old Imam Kashim as the chairman of the board of directors of the Federal Road Maintenance Agency. However, the appointment suffered a similar fate to that of Ms. Shetty. Speaking during an interview on Channels Television on Friday, Mr. Bugaje said all these are evidence that the president was not in charge of his government. So I'm not sure that anybody is low of wit enough to think that Tinubu is sitting at a desk writing all these names down that this person gets this. They simply present him a short list or even already agreed names and tell him that, look, this person is suited for the job. He'll ask why, they'll explain to him, and he signs it off. That's usually how. There's about what 8,000 parastatals to be filled in Nigeria. Is he going to know every single person by name? It's just a ridiculousness, isn't it? It's not an affirmation of anything. It's just how what essentially this tells us is that the Nigerian system is too big and is too unwieldy. This is what this tells us. All that it tells us is that the Nigerian system is too big and is too unwieldy. A former member of the House of Representatives, Usman Bugaje, has said that the appointments made so far by President Bola Tinubu showed that he's not in charge of the government. Recall that Mr. Tinubu had nominated Mariam Shetty as a minister, but later withdrew her nomination just as she was about to be screened by the Senate. He also appointed 24-year-old Imam Kashim as the chairman of the board of directors of the Federal Road Maintenance Agency, FERAM. However, the appointment suffered a similar fate to that of Ms. Shetty. Speaking during an interview on Channels Television on Friday, Mr. Bugaje said that all these are evidence that the president was not in charge of the government. I can tell you one thing clearly. What we have seen is evidence of the fact that the president is not in charge. Someone else is in charge. Now, it is for him to figure out if he wants to really be in charge. How can a name get to the point of getting to the National Assembly for clearing? That is the final stage. And then you do not even know. Anyone who would have been involved in this should leave. He berated the Mr. Tinubu's government for doing things the way you want, irrespective of what Nigerians and the law says. This government does not have any sense of shame. I am afraid to say so. You would feel ashamed to get certain things done, as the elder statesman said on the show. And then clearly, there is an element of contempt for citizens. You just do things the way you want and how you want, irrespective of the rules and regulations, Mr. Bugaje said. So Mr. Bugaje said, and you cannot dismiss out of hand what this guy is saying. There is some veracity to it. The way this Tinubu administration is moving is a bit funky. It's just too amateurish, isn't it? Because of one instance you can file. Water. One instance you can file as a mistake, but a recurring decimal is a fault line. So a recurring decimal is a fault line. So there is a fault line within that administration, and a lot of people feel that that fault line is what's it called, Gbadabe Amila. So fault line Gbadabe Amila. So now let's not go to this now story now. This is somewhat of a good news story, or is it? Bukola Saraki Foundation pays off Mr. Ibu's medical expenses. So at least we start off with the fact that his medical bills has been paid. So that essentially is good news. But embedded within that is Kobokos towards the obedience space. I'm sure Areno Mokri will have a field day with this. The Abubakar Bukola Saraki Foundation says it has fully covered the medical expenses of renowned Nollywood actor John Okafor, popularly known as Mr. Ibu, as of Wednesday, October the 18th, 2023. Announcing this in a statement shared on its Facebook page on Friday, the foundation urged others to come forward and assist the comic actor who is lying sick in an undisclosed hospital in Lagos in any capacity. The foundation said the Abubakar Bukola Saraki Foundation is honored to have extended support to Mr. John Okafor, also known as Mr. Ibu, a renowned comic icon who has graced our screens and brought joy and laughter to countless homes over the past 4 decades. The Abubakar Bukola Saraki Foundation has fully covered the medical expenses of the renowned Nollywood actor John Okafor, popularly known as Mr. Ibu. When we learned of his recent health challenges and the financial burdens associated with his medical treatment, we felt a deep sense of responsibility to assist in any way we could. We promptly paid off his entire medical expenses as of Wednesday. We encourage anyone who can come forward and assist in any capacity, whether through financial contribution, moral support, or prayers, the statement reads. So, I mean, if they've paid up his medical expenses, then what are they asking people to come forward with money for? But this is a political move, of course. Yeah, I mean, this is a poke at Peter Obi, isn't it, essentially? I'm sure you all understand that. This is essentially a poke at Peter Obi because, of course, just barely a couple of days ago, Reno Omokri flashed up the fact that this guy campaigned aggressively and he threw his whole family into the Peter Obi campaign. And when this guy now is public panning for money, Peter Obi could not as simple as a tweet in his direction. And very quickly then Saraki moves into that space, not essentially out of care for Kafor, but to cock a snoop at Peter Obi. Cock a snoop at Peter Obi. Recall that on Wednesday, Mr. Ibu shared a viral video on his verified Instagram account in which from a hospital bed, he solicited for assistance in paying his medical bills and prayers to recover from an undisclosed illness. Mr. Ibu, who said he has been in hospital for some weeks, also said his doctors informed him that if his new ideas don't work, they will be amputating his leg. The Abubakar Bukola Saraki Foundation is a non-governmental organization owned by former Senate President and former Governor of Kwara State, Senator Bukola Saraki. So there it is right there. Cock a snoop at P2B. Cock a snoop at P2B. So cock a snoop at P2B. So let's go now to Reno Omokri. How Buhari destroyed the Naira and hoped to escape to Niger. When the Bank of England, the United States Federal Reserve Bank, or the People's Bank of China print money, it is tied to either a gold reserve in their vault or foreign reserves or backed by production in the economy. Buhari just printed money without gold or reserve backing it or increasing production in Nigeria. What did Buhari do with the trillions he printed? It diluted the Naira, leading to heavy depreciation. Then, when he needed foreign exchange, he mortgaged the country's reserves. Don't be fooled. And by the way, pardon me, water. You know, all this reading, it dries. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that it dries you off. So that's why I drink plenty of water. Anyway, I've forgotten the thought I wanted to share, but let me take you from the top again. It's only 3 paragraphs. It says how Buhari destroyed the Naira and hoped to escape to Niger. When the Bank of England, the United States Federal Reserve Bank, or the People's Bank of China print money, it is tied to either a gold reserve in their vaults or foreign reserves or backed by production in the economy. But Buhari just printed money without gold or reserve backing or increasing production in Nigeria. What did Buhari do with the trillions he printed? It diluted the Naira, leading to heavy depreciation. So now, is this next paragraph that I wanted to pause and reflect with you on. It says, then, when he needed foreign exchange, he mortgaged the country's reserves. So, okay, let me read it first. When he needed foreign exchange, he mortgaged the country's reserves. So, you know, the country's reserves is not necessarily money you have reserved in the bank or anything. You know, your quantified resource wealth is your reserve as well. So the quantifiable amounts of barrels of oil that you can produce over the next 10 years is part of your reserves. And what this guy did was to borrow against it. So even all the oil that we're going to be selling for however long, we're not really getting the fullness of the money because this guy has futured it. He has taken the money from the front end. This is what Buhari did. He stole everything. He stole everything. Then, when he needed foreign exchange, he mortgaged the country's reserves. Don't be fooled. Our reserves are not $36 billion. Buhari borrowed against them. We have less than $4 billion in actual reserves. Then he started collecting money up front for future oil sales in highly controversial crude swap deals. Almost 5 months after he left office, Nigeria is not making money from crude oil sales because Buhari collected the funds up front. Not only did Buhari borrow more than every prime minister, military head of state, and president before him combined, the annoying thing is that he spent much of those borrowed funds in Niger Republic, hoping to retire there. But now, with the coup in Niger, he's stuck in Nigeria. Where is his Minister of Finance? It is said she fled. If another party had won the hashtag Nigeria election 2023, there is no way Buhari would have escaped prison. What he did was outrightly criminal. He came into power poor and met Nigeria, that should be left, and met Nigeria rich. He went out of power rich and left. Oh, okay, yes. He came into power poor and met Nigeria rich. He came out of power rich and left Nigeria destitute. Just as Tinubu is probing the CBN, he ought also probe Buhari and his cabal. So yes, the probe in Nigeria, it can never be complete if Buhari, but especially Abubakar Malami, is not probed. Let's see what people are saying about this. This is Misan Buba. Sir, you made a point there. Where is the finance? Who was even the finance minister under Buhari? I cannot recall. Nigeria don't ask questions. That's one of our problems. This is Obina Joseph. Based on your write-up, I may not be wrong if I support the people saying that Buhari is from Sudan. Buhari is not from Sudan. Don't be silly. Buhari is from Niger Republic. He himself said so. I thought you said Naira devaluation would be best for our country. So I don't think quite this guy gets it. Naira devaluation. Naira devaluation is different from Naira dilution. You know, there's something they call ways and means within the Nigerian space where you just print out money just to cover your domestic spend, hoping then that your earnings in the future will shore it up. But there was no earnings coming in the future because they also mortgaged that. So they mortgaged the future and printed paper money just to destroy the Nigerian Naira. And that was what Buhari did. I thought Naira losing value is a sign of economic restoration. So this is Chukwuemeka, I think, in his spoken form. But Gbogbo Alama Jẹ breakfast, how does that phraseology go? Gbogbo Alama Jẹ breakfast. So this is now the final readout. We play the Kegite music, see if anyone is there. Why INEC chairman should not be appointed by president? This is Jagar. So I'm not quite sure that there's anything that is going to write in this piece that is not just preaching to the choir or stating the obvious. Implicitly, the INEC chairman should not and must not be appointed by a president. If the president is able to appoint an INEC chairman, then he appoints an INEC chairman sympathetic to his cause. And if he appoints an INEC chairman sympathetic to his cause, that already compromises the... Anyway, let's read it, but I'm not quite sure that this needed saying. There's a phrase for it, I can't recall it. It says, why INEC chairman should not be appointed by presidents. This is Atihiro Jigar. Former chairman of the independent... Oh, somebody sent something as well. Did I download that? Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. I'm coming. Was that Diana Ross? Hold on. I'm coming. Oh yeah. Okay, I got it. All right. Somebody sent something in. We'll play that at the end of it all to see. I've not watched it myself, but let's have this readout first, and then we'll play that clip. Play the K guys, and then we'll see what rolls. A former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Atahiru Jega, has justified why chairmen of the electoral body should not be appointed by the president. Jega made the point while speaking at a two-day retreat organized by senators, organized for senators by the National Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies in Okit, something or the other, Akwa Ibom State, on Saturday. The former INEC boss also called for amendment to the Electoral Act 2022. According to him, although Nigeria's current electoral laws could be said to be the best in the country's history, it is not perfect, and there was the need for further amendments to remove ambiguity, clarify, and strengthen some of its sections. The amendments, he said, should make the electronic transmission of results mandatory from the next general election, which are in 2027. On INEC's leadership, Jiga, and by the way, this idea of making it mandatory to transmit election results does the country have the infrastructural architecture to facilitate that? I think that's the first question, isn't it? Do you have the infrastructural architecture to facilitate these lofty ideals? You know, you just talk anyhow in Nigeria. They talk like they're in Monaco or something, or in Provence. You are not in Monaco. You are not in Provence. You are in a shithole country, according to the criminal from America. According to him, although Nigeria's current electoral laws could be said to be the best in the country's history, it is not perfect, and there was the need for further amendments to remove ambiguity, clarify, and strengthen some of its sections. The amendments, he said, should make the electronic transmission of results mandatory from the next general election, which is in 2027. On INEC's leadership, Adiga stressed that the president should be divested of power to appoint the chairman and national commissioners of INEC to free the commission from partisanship. So I agree with that. I'm not even saying I agree with that broadly. I agree with this wholly. But then where do you then vest that decision is the question. Where do you vest the decision and how is it vested? So who appoints the chairman of INEC, and how do you ensure that that appointment is not compromised? So that's the question. So what system replaces? I agree that the president appointing is not, it's self-defeating. It's self-defeating. I am appointing you to facilitate my removal from power. How is that possible? So that's a nonsense. But what replaces it is the bigger question. It said the law should be reviewed to ensure that all cases arising from the conduct of elections are resolved and judgment made before the date of swearing in. Yes, I think we can. But what are the practicalities of that? What are the practicalities of that? Because if we want to go to the sequencing of how our elections are challenged, necessarily it's a lengthy thing. So are you then saying that you have to bridge a 6 to 8 month period between a winner being declared and the victor taking his pause by being sworn in? Because, of course, if somebody is contesting an election, they have to first indicate that contestation. They have to gather the materials to present for that contestation. Then they have to present those materials to, at the very least, the appeal court. Then the appeal court has to go through all of the processes of that in order then to sit in listening and then come to a verdict. Only then for that verdict to be challenged by whoever it doesn't favor to do another round at the Supreme Court space. So how can that possibly be condensed to less than 6 months? So So unless, of course, you get elected 1 year, and then maybe 3 years later you can go into office, you get sworn in. He said the law should be reviewed to ensure that all cases arising from the conduct of elections are resolved and judgment made before the date of swearing in. Many stakeholders have expressed concern that Section 64 of the Electoral Act, which states the process of transmission of election results, is susceptible to manipulation and misinterpretation. Adiga said the section should be clarified by making electronic transmission of election results compulsory, including uploading the polling unit level results and result sheets used at different level of results, different level of results collation. INEC would have enough time to prepare for this. The act is amended early enough. If the act is amended early enough in the ensuing electoral cycle, Jiga also called for the introduction of either early voting for eligible voters on election day, such as INEC staff, observers and their drivers, security personnel and journalists, or special arrangements to enable them vote on the day, especially for presidential election. The former INEC boss advocated diaspora voting. So that diaspora voting, it remains a vexatious space. It remains a space in contention. How does that even work? So the electronic voting will probably work better in diaspora for the same reason that I was saying. They have the infrastructural architecture that supports that, especially advanced countries. But then, of course, when you're talking diaspora, you know that if you are living in Benin Republic, you are living in diaspora. Even people living in God-forsaken spaces like Sudan, etc., they live in diaspora. If you live outside the shores of your country, you live in diaspora. The former INEC boss advocated diaspora voting. So with diaspora voting, we go back then to the Nigerian Republic people voting in Nigerian elections, just claiming that they're Nigerians. And, it's just a nonsense, isn't it? The former INEC boss advocated diaspora voting, at least for presidential elections, to enable citizens to vote, especially those on essential service abroad. There is need to enhance inclusion of women, if necessary, by up to 35% of elective positions in parliament and in all political parties' candidates list. Yes. Is it positive affirmation? What do they call it again? Positive something. Direct action. What is it called again? It's called positive something. Is it positive affirmation? Remind me if you know it. But to discriminate, to correct an anomaly is essentially affirmative action. Yes, affirmative action. Maybe not, but essentially, they have to regulate women into positions of power. It is essentially what I'm saying. Otherwise, they will never get in. If it's left, yes, affirmative action. Thank you, Ike. Yes, they have to regulate women into positions of power, especially in places like Nigeria. Otherwise, they will never ever get in. They will never get in. You have to compel it by law that XYZ, for instance, they have to compel. They should be compelling by law that candidates should be candidates for any position that requires a deputy should have representations from both genders. So the vice president will be a female, or if the president is a female, then it has to be a male. The governor, if she is female, then you know what I mean. So you have to gender legislate if you want women in politics in Nigeria. It's just as simple as that. There is need to enhance inclusion of women, if necessary, by up to 35% of elective positions in parliament and in all political parties' candidates list, he added. Cross-carpeting by elected officials, Jega said, should be proscribed, not only for the member of the National Assembly, but also for elected executives, governors, and chairmen of local governments. Yes, you cannot, of the strength of my work, collect a victory and then take that victory to the other side that I won it from. It's just as simple as that. I can't labor as one man went to more party and then I give you a victory and then you cross over and say you are APC. It's just a nonsense, isn't it? It's a total nonsense. So I agree, and that should be legislated. So the moment you cross carpet, then you lose that position and then a by-election is called. He added that INEC should be empowered to prepare for elections to fill the vacancies once it has evidence of the act of carpet crossing. Jega said, there is need to place stringent conditions for candidates' withdrawal and replacement to prevent abuse. Empower INEC to also screen and, if necessary, disqualify candidates whose credentials show they are unqualified or in respect of whom it has evidence of forgery. So that's a nod to the obedience space, isn't it? Empower INEC to also screen and, if necessary, disqualify candidates whose credentials show they are unqualified or in respect of whom it has evidence of forgery and other forms of criminality. There is need for the legislation to allow even candidates outside. There is need for the legislation to allow even candidates outside the political parties, as well as tax-paying citizens, to file suits against candidates who provide false information to INEC regarding their candidature. So that's the heights of, and this guy claims to be a professor. That's the heights of stupidity. So, you know, they have something they call locus standi in law, and it's precisely to prevent the level of stupidity that this guy from the north, this Jiga guy, is precisely to prevent the level of stupidity being expressed here, that they have something called locus standi. You know, locus standi it essentially means a legal stand or a dog in the fight. So you don't have a dog in the fight. So if you say any and everybody can sue any politician for any anomaly that they have identified, then be a free for all. It's just the heights of stupidity. There is need for the legislation to allow even candidates outside the political parties, as well as tax-paying citizens, to file suits against candidates who provide false information to INEC regarding their candidature. Although Section 132, subsection 2 and 9 have given timelines within which the tribunal and courts of the appellate jurisdiction should issue verdicts, there is need, particularly in respect of elected executive positions, to ensure that all cases are resolved and judgments made before the date of the swearing in, reviewing the process of appointment into INEC, specifically to divest and minimize the involvement of the president in appointments of chairman and national commissioners of INEC, in order to free the commission from the damaging negative perception of he who pays the piper dictates the tune. The Justice Uwayas committee recommended that the responsibility for advertising, screening, shortlisting, and submission of council. Let's do that again. The Justice Wires Committee recommended that the responsibility for advertising, screening, shortlisting, and submission to Council of State for recommendation to Senate for confirmation hearings for this category of officers should be entrusted to the National Judicial Council. So yes. So that is his solution to the question that I was asking earlier. So who carries the burden? The National Judicial Council. So if the National Judicial Council carries the burden, then whoever is in government at the moment parts the National Judicial Council in his favor, and we're back to where we were. On second thought, and for obvious reasons, I will recommend a joint committee of National Assembly to be given this responsibility with a criteria for transparency, non-partisanship, and stakeholder engagement for the process. The applicants/nominees for these appointments should be subjected to public scrutiny with regards to knowledge, skills, good character. Well, if they were subjected to this level of scrutiny, you would never have been, because you are one of the most corrupt people in the history of Nigeria. So if they are subjected to this, you would never have scaled through. The applicants/nominees for these appointments should be subjected to public scrutiny with regards to knowledge, skills, good character, and non-partisanship. Guidelines should be provided for submitting petitions against any nominees during this process. It's just this guy is just making work for lawyers. He wants to keep the lawyers in employment. Essentially, is what our friend from the north is saying. So he wants to keep the lawyers in employment. Is what our friend from the north is saying. So let me play you this little. Let me play you this little vignette. Play you this. I've not seen it. So somebody just sent it in. That is allegedly, apparently, some Ghanaian woman raging and wailing. So let's hear her gnash at the teeth and hear what she has to say. If there's anything too funky, I'll stop it very quickly. But let's have a listen to this.
Say something. You cowards, cowards, cowards. We cannot afford food. We cannot pay rent. Our rents are due. People are overpriced. You know, right now in Ghana, if you do not have dollars, you cannot rent a good place to stay. A bag of rice is 1,000-something fucking cedis. Animals. Water is expensive. We don't even have good water. Enough of the bullshit. If you motherfuckers cannot run the country, then step down. We are tired. We are getting tired of putting incompetent people there. We cannot afford the little things that keep us running. If we can't afford this, then where are we? What has Ghana become? You people are selling everything to people that don't even deserve it. This is not the Nkrumah, Kwame Nkrumah. This is not the Ghana Nkrumah fought for. This is not the Ghana that Nkrumah made me comfortable in. You incompetent leaders better start doing something about this. Because when we rise, you motherfuckers are gonna fucking kill us. When we start rising, we would rise like the fucking sun. I hope somebody can understand what I'm saying. When we start rising up, you people would know that, listen, this is what put you people there. If this was not what put you people there, then you find your fucking ways there. But while we still have this, we would rise. We're gonna rise up against you clueless, corrupt leaders of Africa. We are tired. Enough is enough. Let's call a spade a spade. We cannot be paying for the things we are paying for. Things have become too expensive. We cannot be living in Africa this way. We have things that we are supposed to do. We can no longer afford palm oil. We are tired. You people, fix yourselves. Start fixing our systems. Put things in place to make Ghana a better place.
All right. The first thing I'll say is to thank you to that. I'll say thanks to that random Ajua. So many motherfuckers there that clearly this stream is now going to be demonetized by YouTube. So thank you to that random Ajua that is raging. But that is not a Ghanaian voice. You just I didn't see that, by the way. We're all watching it for the first time together. But that was not a Ghanaian voice that you heard there. That's an African voice. You know, take her from Ghana, put her in Nigeria. What she's saying is relevant and germane to our situation. Take her from Ghana, place her in any African country. It's the same narrative. Our people cannot breathe, is what they are saying. People cannot breathe, is what they're saying. Breathe. Let me signpost you again. Like I said, a new innovation coming to the platform. As I said, being kicked off by the excellent Dupsy. So she's taking it on. All those are softer cell lifestyle sort of human interest storylines. Dupsy will be taking charge of that space and she'll be running standalone sessions. She's titled it Real Life or Keeping It Real with Dupsy. So Keeping It Real with Dupsy, and she'll be debuting with this Augusto Osedion's storyline, which is a storyline that everybody knows. Killer Boy, who took his stage name into real life, did away with his girlfriend, made his escape. It looks as though Nemesis has caught up with him, but Dupsy will be talking us through that storyline in a session to come. So look out for that. Very exciting stuff coming up. So Dupsy takes charge fairly soon. So Dupsy takes charge very soon. We play the Kegite music and then we'll rock in the panelists that have assembled a smattering, but an excellent bunch nevertheless. So it's not the quantity, but the quality, and you'll see why in a moment. Some of the voices that you like to listen to. But where's my Kegite music? I know that's what you all come here for. I try to align these things and I find there it is. The Kegite.
Only water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodame ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniriwa Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Banging our list, of course, when Bishop is around, guaranteed to be an excellent session. It only gets better when King Emeka joins us as well. So there he is right there. Our father of the bride, Ajale Koko, he's in the house. To keep things 100% and cut through the BS to say, show me the money is what he's always asking. Ekene, of course, Eze goes to school, but takes time in the evening to join us. And here he is, full of zeal, but very little knowledge, knows no shame. Pansat, he's here as well. So there it is. That's the list right there. I'm really surprised to see you here, Pansat, after all the abuse all over the space. But there it is. We hold no grudges here. But let's kick it off. Let's actually kick it off with you, Pansat. Pansat, speak to us. Pansat. Pansat, can anyone hear me?
Yes,
All right.
I hear you.
Pansat, there, or should I call you by your proper name? Full of zeal, very little knowledge. Speak to us. Look at that. The guy said one comedian. Kick it off for us, Emeka.
No worries. I wonder why Pansat ran away. Why did he run?
He's there. Yeah, the guy. You know what it's like. But carry on, Emeka.
Yeah, roll the topics for me today, please. Sorry.
Oh yes. So this Freedom of Information Act that Aaron Greenspan, he's now pressuring the United States space to release very quickly into the Supreme Court space, as though that impacts on anything. Dele Momodu told us that this is what they are doing, and Bayo Ononuga bats back. So what are you then making then? Even if they are able to get the FBI to release whatever it is that they feel that the FBI has, and they're especially wanting to form that association, they want an uncovering of that narrative of that money that was forfeited. So whatever comes out of that FBI files, it may be much ado about nothing or an embarrassment to Tinubu, but it certainly in no way impact on the Supreme Court space. Your thoughts on that, Emeka?
I don't understand why. I think they're just out to just eat Atiku's money. You know, this is a losing step. What are you up to? What do you intend to achieve from all this? You want to embarrass the president? Okay, that's fine. But what's the outcome? You know, the pretense about, oh, we want to use it in the Supreme Court. You know, you're all lying. By Monday, you will see the Supreme Court sitting, and I'm hoping maybe they might want to discuss about the ridiculousness of Atiku and his fishing expedition in Chicago with the certificate. And I hope they will want to, but at the same time, they may say, okay, let's not rule on this. Let's go back, you know, gather our thoughts, draft our judgments, and rule on everything all together. Let's not overheat the polity of the nation. You understand, you know. Let's just take it. Okay, we'll just look into your matter and go back and rule on the matter, you know, and come back with our verdict. But I'm thinking the Supreme Court may also just say, no, we are not admitting this. I don't understand what they're trying to, you know, I understand they're trying to want to embarrass the president, you know, going about to see what they can do. I saw you reading out the emails from the DEA to the Alan Spansberg?
Yeah, Greenspan.
Greenspan, right? And they don't have any information, and they want to speak with him. I think they are trying to embarrass themselves too. We know what the verdict is going to look like, and I would say politicians at the same time, they need to be careful. We need see, politics is a game. It's a sport. If you lose, accept you've lost, and you move on. But we have politicians who are very selfish. When I say selfish, I have not seen this kind of selfishness before. What are you up to? What are you trying to do? You've lost the election. You can't prove you won the election. What are you doing? You're trying, like, what level of disqualification are you up to?
If the FBI releases stuff that is damning to Tinubu, would that impact the Supreme Court in any way?
Not at all.
Is that admissible in this process?
They know it's not. You see, that's why I like you. Like I told you, that Bayo Ononuga's job is to come in and fight, and instantly he responded. And not only he was calling names, Dele Momodu, Atiku, Obi, David Honde, as well as their
I was disappointed that he mentioned that guy, because he will not feed off that again. But carry on.
But he's the one that they are funneling the funds to.
Is their foot soldier? Yeah.
He's the foot soldier they are using. He's the conduit pipe, discussing with the Greenspan, right? So it's good that they are calling his name too, so he knows that, oh, they are aware of me. You know, the guy is the cloud chaser. You know, so any little recognition gives him a hard on. But again, with what he's chasing, he will still find out that the government does not take you serious. You will continue to be a refugee in Ghana. That asylum you want to go and get, you will not get it. You know, so once the Supreme Court pronounced the verdict and returned Asiwaju as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, everybody go and bite your nails and focus on your next job. Atiku will abandon him because there's no longer any funds to funnel anymore, except they want to be on an embarrassing expedition this time around. The Supreme Court,
is there a time span for this Supreme Court space? How long are they going to? Because I personally want this thing over just as quick, so that we can actually start attacking. So that we can start attacking.
In 2 weeks' time, it will be over. In 2 weeks' time, because according to the election tribunal, right, 60 days after the verdict of the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court must give their own ruling. So by 60 days, it falls on the Court of Appeal gave their verdict on September 6th. So by 60 days, it falls on November 5th. And November 5th is a Sunday. Then November 4th is also a Saturday. So the likelihood, yes, we are hearing they might extend it to November 6th. They have that leverage. But again, why the hell? It's better to just put it up on November 3rd. Finalize everything by November 3rd and let everybody go their separate ways. And let governance take over the day. So I'm expecting in 2 weeks' time that they would, once they sit on the 23rd, give each council 15 minutes to run their whatever they want to say. Okay, we'll take back your document and let's go study it up. We'll write our verdict. By the next week, they're done. And they're like, hey, everybody, this is what we are concluding on this matter. Go your separate ways.
And the narrative that Greenspan is presenting to the American court is quite cheeky, even fraudulent. Even it's saying that they are hurrying the Supreme Court processes through to front run the FBI releases. But how can you front run something that has been left for so late that the time that is statutorily must be done is so hemmed in that you wonder how they are even able to condense it. What does it mean by they are front running the FBI releases?
I think the Greenspan is also. I would also say maybe Greenspan was commissioned to do a job. He has done his job. Probably he has. They commissioned you to do a job. You have to deliver to who commissioned you. And I would think David Hunde or the Atiku camp or whoever, they've leaked it to the press. So what they are trying to do in all this is just to keep people hopeful. They've lost the election. They know they've lost the election. So it is so sad that you've lost the election and you cannot prove that you've lost the election and you are going for, what can we do? Disqualification. This may not fly, but let's see if we can throw it into the public space. Let's get people talking. Now, if you go to other spaces, you keep hearing some ridiculous discussion. The Supreme Court, let's see if the Supreme Court will disqualify him. Tinubu cannot be president for 4 years. It cannot happen. We will lay up arms. We will cause a revolution. We will do this and that. And you're like wondering, now these people, do they have brains at all? We have a learned colleague here, a lawyer, Ogbeni, brilliant chap, taking us all through the process. And even if you are not satisfied, you can go and do your own independent research. If you don't want to acknowledge Ogbeni's statement or comment, go and do your research. And you will find out that the Supreme Court is not a trial court. It's not where you come and bring evidence. Then you don't at all. It's not a place where you gather your village people as witnesses at all. It's a court. It's not a first instance court. The only people who have the right of first instance is the federal government. And if you are trying to sue the federal government, it's not a place where you go and say you can gather all your village people as well as your community, even the ones from your wife. You can gather them all. No, it's a serious business there. And I don't know if they are going to televise it. I doubt they will. You will find out that if you are close there, you will find out that these Supreme Court judges are serious individuals. They're not there to, like, they want to share palm cake or granite oil. No, you 15 minutes. Everybody. Okay, thank you very much. They gather. They tell the law clerk and their PAs. Oh, yeah, gather. Let's go and finalize in our own respective office. So Atiku is aware. He has done this repeatedly. He knows. So I'm wondering if Atiku is under a spell or what is his end game?
No. Some people actually feel that this is a 2027 play. That they are playing this for 2027.
It cannot work. It can't work. If they're playing it for 2027, then at the time of the election, that is when they should be bringing up this qualification to tell INEC you cannot do this. Then INEC would now be saying, okay, what can we do? Then what they would have done is to go to a high court and go and lay a petition there in the high court. Let the high court judge rule it, and up to the Supreme Court, let them decide. So they know what they are doing. This is not the first time. We've been saying this, we've been discussing this. So it is irritating to continue discussing this matter. That's why I cannot wait for the Supreme Court verdict to be over. So that because it solidifies certain aspect of the law, and those who are more interested in politics, and probably, it's quite unfortunate that we keep allowing the courts to be deciding our political future, would understand, okay, how do I comport myself during an election, and what are the evidences do I need to gather when I'm trying to petition my opponent to see if I can have a chance. So the Supreme Court will solidify everything. And let's be honest, the Supreme Court has ruled on almost all the matters that Obi and Atiku raised. If you listen to the judgment of the Justice of the Court of Appeal, you will find out that they were laying emphasis, citing case laws that the Supreme Court has already discussed about. So now, what is just only on slight matters like probably the forfeiture. I think the forfeiture was a new one that the Court of Appeal decided to look at it, and they said, oh, given the status of limitation, this has even exceeded the status of limitation, which is 10 years. So let's wait for the final verdict of the Supreme Court to find out what is going to happen. I'm more interested in that part, but for some other cases or matters that were raised, the Supreme Court has ruled on most of them. So I don't know what they're up to. What are you? They keep chasing shadows anyway. And you woman, you know clearly that they are chasing shadows.
No, we know now. That's why I'm so keen for that. Because I want us to start attacking Tinubu and hold his feet.
Exactly.
We can't do that until after the Supreme Court.
Exactly. Because there are so much matters that we should be discussing about and holding them to book, holding them to tax, holding them responsible, and telling them you have to address this matter. We've laid so much. We've received insults, threats, abuse, all sort of names. You must come to book. You must deliver for the Nigerian people because you promised. And they are not allowing us to develop that space for proper constructive criticism. I was in the space earlier on and I saw grown men arguing about what they need to discuss. I was just laughing. Grown men. Proper grown men, some up to the age of my dad.
They've cycled and recycled. So even they are fed up with all of this Tinubu every day. It must be wearing on them, surely.
No woman, as I speak, and I was just laughing because it was quite entertaining. Grown men, some 70 years old, arguing about what do we discuss because they've run out of topic, and Kolata, call them to task to say, come discuss about much more important issues. You understand? And it's
but important issues are not sexy now. They are not sexy. When you start to talk about the economy, people start to fall asleep.
Exactly.
They want to hear drug dealer and whatnot. But let me take you to two more talking points, and then I'll circle the conversation round. So this one now, a curiosity. Just an inherent contradiction, even in the headline. South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, top list of African countries are seeking second citizenship. And South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, that is the African economy right there. So where the vastness of wealth
the first thing I didn't like about what this journalist was trying to do was the journalist didn't try to play fair. which country is the number one? Is China, the Chinese. This is not new. Wealthy individuals try to, and again, they try to hold stronger passports so they could travel. Um, that also, when they get a second citizenship, it gives them leverage to, especially when you're a citizen of
It's
the
really for
West.
escape, isn't it? It's for
Yeah,
escape.
yeah, yeah. You because you don't know at some point you don't know who you might offend. You might offend the government. You might become a political refugee, and you probably will want to run out of the country as quick as possible. It's not when you are not in search of visa. I think at some point in my life, I wanted to travel almost immediately, and they were telling me what was available would take me to a different country, and I didn't have the visa, right? And I was like, okay, look at my resident status. Can I still try to pass through and say, no, you don't have the visa for that? So then I had to go back and travel the next day. If I was actually trying to run from my away because somebody or the government is after my life, what would have happened? Is either I would probably sneak into Benin Republic or whatever and do the MFLA stunt. But again, the government is always watchful and they would still catch you. So, but it is usually good to carry a different passport. Luckily, that issue has been resolved, and you get you can taxes, you can move transfer funds because you are now being seen as a citizen, you can spread your wealth. It's not news. The law firm, there are so many law firms in the West that handle these matters. As even to be part of the Pandora's papers, that's part of it. The world, once you are wealthy, you find yourself and legions of bankers coming at you, trying to discuss about products that can help you reduce your tax burden, how you can grow your wealth, what can the investment you can do, as well as countries you can get citizenship for. So it's not new for the wealthy. For the wealthy individuals, they can move their funds to the West, maybe Canada, maybe the United States, maybe UK, maybe the British Virgin Islands, and Panama. That's not a problem. So but you see, our journalists would look for something and try to create sensationalizing. They will sensationalize the whole matter just to sell papers. So I understand, but that South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt, which are the wealthiest country in Africa, the highest for this sort of product, is not new. It's not new. Woman, it's not a new thing.
Oh,
If you
oh,
are in
oh,
the
oh,
financial space, you will know it's not a new thing.
all right. Let me take you to this space. Why INEC chairman should not be appointed by president? So this is Atahiro Jega preaching to the converted. I certainly brook no argument in that direction, but the further body of what he had to say, a totality of a nonsense. But did you hear the readout, and which bits of it did
I
you
did
agree? Yeah.
a few of them, right? But I share a bit of a sentiment. But again, who will now appoint the INEC chairman? That's another thing. Now,
It,
then,
it was it was saying the Judicial Council that was what the Wires report suggested. But then
who appoints the
yeah,
judicial council?
exactly, you know said
so,
exactly.
so then again,
Yeah.
you understand. So that's why, like, okay, how do we do it? I share his sentiment. We want to try as much as possible to ensure that INEC is independent and free from any bias, which is okay, right? An umpire should be free from any bias, so that when they are conducting elections, it's good for them. It's good for their image so that other losers, especially what we are seeing now in our election space, other losers will not be pointing hands at you and poking in your nose and saying, "Oh, you are biased." That's what we have in right. You see the obedience saying, "Oh, INEC has been bought. INEC is corrupt. INEC is this. Why is INEC not releasing election results? Why did INEC not upload the election results to the IRF?" Even though when INEC was saying, "Oh, we experienced technical difficulties," and they also expressed the concerns that there were hackers trying to hack into their server, right? And that also the electoral law allows them to
It
to
was
manually upload.
yeah, it was saying that it should be made a compulsory that results should be transmitted electronically, but the country does not have the architecture
No,
to guarantee that.
we can even the United States. You saw when they were saying Russia interference. We do see our election has not matured to the point where politicians. Our election actually our election is like a do or die affair. So our politicians have not matured to the point where like, oh, I've lost an election. Oh, it's an election. I don't need to go about creating chaos.
It's
So
going to be it's going to be a no signal sort of election, isn't it? That we couldn't get signal. It's just
exactly. Yeah, let's even rule out the technology aspect of it. We have not grown, especially in rural areas where technology is not so strong, right? So if we put everything into perspective and everything together, you find that the INEC must have that leverage to look at things and say, okay, let's still conduct manual uh, compilation of the results, even though we might upload later on. Then again, we still have desperate politicians who go about, your life means nothing to a politician in Nigeria. So when we have a politician who would go to that desperate length, then our politics has not matured that far. So we must give INEC that leverage because politicians are ridiculous. So it's not like in the United States where, oh, okay, everything is tight, everything is locked down, and people that, oh, I've lost an election, let me move on. You see what happened to Trump, even when he was talking between his mouths. So that compulsory upload would not work in terms of technology. Then again, we still have people who would want to sabotage the effort of INEC. So if that is the problem, then our election will not be seamless. In short, the election might not hold. Election might not hold. If that's the case, if we are imposing it on them that you must upload real time on real time basis, election probably might not hold. They might be waiting for internet to come up in certain location, and if the result does not go, they say, okay, let's wait till the internet comes up, and there might be further delays. So I think the electoral law is okay for them to have that leverage on manually collating the results, which is fine, which is okay till we mature, in our electoral process, with our electoral process. I beg your pardon.
all right, brilliant. Stay steady, Emeka.
So sorry, I just want to talk slightly about this killer boy.
Yeah. No,
yeah.
hold on right there. Well done for saying that. You will talk about Killer Boy, but under Dopsy. So if you look at your screen, let me let me remove that. So we're introducing a new sort of format which is going to be straddled by Dopsy. She's titling it "Keeping It Real with Dopsy." And she's going to kick it off with the Killer Boy narrative, and she's got a few juicy storylines to
Awesome, that's good.
Yeah. So she'll come and talk.
I think Pansat is back. So let me pass it on to Pansat.
Yeah.
And relax and enjoy myself while listening to Pansat.
All right, Pansat. I'm surprised to see you here after super chatting crude comments about my mother on your home platform. I thought the shame of that will keep you away from here at least for a good while. But then, of course, shame foreign words to you. Pansat, let's hear from you.
Let me say, your intro music, death never have anything to do with us. And of course, we add into that prayer, oh gracious, gentle spirit of love. Your energy permeates the universe, igniting earth with your goodness, truth, and beauty. Open our minds and hearts to a deeper awareness of our interconnectedness with you, each other, and all creation. May we experience your unique presence within the sacred web of creation. Let me say hello to all the panelists and those who are listening to us. One man, I believe that you were the aggressor. You called me a dumbass or something in your super chat.
I didn't call you a dumbass. Your senior that they brought as a guest, he said you were full of zeal, but very little knowledge, which is all sound and fury signifying nothing, which equals to a dumbass.
That's what he said.
Your senior.
Let me enjoy the time you allot.
called you a dumbass.
You've been going around talking about that guy, Dr. Franklin. He doesn't know me. He wouldn't say that. Nobody who had that. He couldn't stand me in a debate. I would tear him apart in a debate. He knows that. I'm on his side, though. He's a good Nigerian. He's a good person. I believe that he's not into practical solutions in that country. And I made that very clear with him. So don't be stung. It looks like you were stung by what he said. Everywhere you've been complaining about that.
Stung by what?
What he said to you. I mean,
what did he say to me? He dealt with me.
Yeah, he dealt with you.
But he dealt with me.
I don't care because
he called you a fool. He dealt with me.
Let me tell you what I'm saying. What I mean by that. He took back
your
what he
own
said
senior from your own stock in your
doesn't
own
matter.
space.
It doesn't
you a
matter.
Fool.
It doesn't matter. He's an African.
Which is a sentiment we all share with him. But
would you hold your peace? Hold your peace. Let me talk for a minute. The point I'm making is that only you categorize people by tribe. I'm bigger than that.
Oh, right. So when you are raging and railing against the Fulani,
when I encountered him, I disagree with him, and you saw me disagree with him. When these people come from all over, which is one point I want to make before I go into my thing here. Like you heard Chief Emeka, whatever his name is, Emeka, he just spoke right now. He looks at diaspora as diaspora. Diaspora is not diaspora. Emeka is in Canada. Most people around these fairs, they used to ask, what part of the United States is Canada, right? They got about the $2 trillion economy, small country of 38 million people. Vast land, it's true, right? Do you know what kind of democracy? They don't have a democracy, they're a monarchy, parliamentary monarchy. That's what they are. He doesn't know what democracy is all about. It's a small country. People who are in the United States, such as myself, I was making that point earlier, about an hour ago, right? We're here in the United States, we get no respect. You all come on our internet, our YouTube, and you won't let us talk.
Your internet, the internet was discovered in Oxford. Which part of the United States is Oxford?
You know, we could have that debate, but I'm saying that America is in a system of government that is it's a constitutional, what they call constitutional monarchy, even though they're very close to us here. Now, guess who their monarch is? Prince Charles. Prince Charles is his head of state. Not even in his country. Do you see him raising any ruckus over there? No, he doesn't. So he can't tell us anything in Nigeria. Nigeria is a democracy, it's supposed to be a democracy. Now, what I want to do, I believe that one of the reasons why you and I, you don't have any respect for me when I come on this platform.
Do they have any respect for you anywhere? Even so G, who used to come here and cry before we got rid of him, he was telling you to go and take your medication. They laughed you off that space.
Anyway, look, man, those don't matter. That's guys gotta be guys. It's like water of the back of a duck for me. People saying things like that. It doesn't matter, but they appreciate the truth which I bring. So why don't let me adhere to your format like you did with this kid right now. Ask me questions on the topic talking point so I could get to all of them, because you and I will go out of structure and then we start fighting.
All right. Kick it off with the Atehuru Jega, who's the headline on very difficult to quibble against, but the body of what he had to say, subjective.
Yeah. Okay. On this particular one, Atehuru Jega, Atehuru Muhammadu Jega, it's a university professor, some kind of academic. Used to head the ASU, academic staff of Union of Universities in Nigeria. But he's got that same problem we have in the country. He could say whatever he wants. It's not, even if Nigeria is a communist country, it will work. Like a communist country, at least they will have light. Russia is a communist country. China is a communist country. The problem we have in Nigeria is deeper than ideology or trying to say who's going to appoint INEC chairman, of which he was one. Hoodwinking one. chicanery, underhandedness, fraudulence, fraud, knavery. That's what's killing us, because these northerners, that's where the problem is. They have no respect for democracy. Just like I said to you right now, this kid that talked before me, it's in Canada. Those who are home listening to us, and so Canada, well, Canada is a developed country, yes. Next door to us here.
How can you say they have no respect from for democracy when they transited power from their hands to the south?
No, they don't. They were caught like there with headlights on, right? They had to scramble. They were in the process of, you know, who was the Senate president, the fat guy from Northeast. They were in the process of trying to have Buhari himself was trying to have that guy become our president. It's just that these 5 northern governors said, you know, oh no, that would be too much. They know they couldn't pull that off. So because obviously Tinubu will feel that he's been fooled, right? They make a fool out of him, and he has the resources to fight back. So he was there telling them,
correction, our population has increased in Canada.
Okay, please, Emeka.
We are no longer 30 million. We are now 46 million.
Try to have some respect, okay? Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. You're in Canada, I'm in the United States. Don't forget that. So, like I was saying, one man, these people, the problem in Nigeria is their monkey business they're doing. They try to fool even Tinubu, who was instrumental in having Buhari become president. Imagine that. The man, I don't like him, but he was part of that satanic APC, helped Buhari become president, stood there while Buhari put all his people in government. Up to the last minute, he tried to stick it to him. It's just that the 5 northern governors say, no way. They had to fight it out, right? But they were in that process of cunningness. That's all. They're cunning. They're against democracy. They had to be forced into at least doing something right in their party by having Tinubu or the vice president at the time emerge, right? So they're dodging it. They everywhere you find them, they're against democracy. I was in a panel earlier and I was asking the guest, who's the good Yoruba guy that had made a movie. You don't have that many good Yorubas, but this one is one of them. It's a good one. Made a movie about the Israeli-Hamas conflict, right? Palestinian. So
you just say you don't have many good Yoruba, or what?
No, I'm on the hunt for them. I'm searching them out. I know every single.
What did you just say?
Let me learn.
Hold on. What did you just say now? You said you don't have many good Yoruba. Is that what you just said?
That's what I'm saying right now. I mean,
are you crazy?
Hold on. Let me learn.
Are you crazy?
I want to debate you on it.
Are you crazy?
I want you.
You don't have many good Yoruba. Are you crazy?
I want one man to set up a debate between you and I on that topic.
Are you crazy? You said you don't have many good Yoruba. Are you crazy?
Hold your horses.
You don't have many good Yoruba. You see Baba Yadebanjo. You see Baba Yadebanjo championing your candidate. Are you crazy?
He's one of them.
Are you crazy? You said you don't have many good Yoruba. You have Yoruba. You have person like Dede Faroyitimi supporting your useless candidate. You said you don't have many good Yoruba. Are you crazy?
You naming them. You named
you said you don't have many good Yoruba. We have Lagos State deliver vote for your candidate. Are you crazy?
Is that good?
You need to take back what you just said now.
No.
You need to take it back.
One man.
You need to take this guy out of the show right now.
No, Adale Koko, you have to take responsibility.
No. Hold on. One man. Hold on.
You want him
here. But he crossed the line.
This time it's not
he
coming
said,
out my time.
If he's saying that we don't have many good Yoruba, I
Please.
think no. This is the end of the show. This is the end of the show. You are not going to speak tonight. I'm not going to let you speak tonight.
Are you just discovering that Pansat is a lunatic?
No, stay out of this, woman. Stay out of this. Let Aja handle him.
You are not going to speak tonight.
Let Aja handle the madman.
You are not going to speak tonight. I'm not going to let you speak tonight. Except until when you withdraw that statement, if you withdraw that statement, then I will let you speak. If you withdraw that statement, then I will let you speak. If you don't withdraw that statement right now, you are not going to speak tonight. I mean what I'm saying.
Sir, I know you're upset.
What I'm saying.
We know what Pansat is saying is not true.
No.
Are you ready to withdraw that statement?
No, I'm not.
But then you are not going to speak here tonight.
You're not making any sense. Let me make myself clear.
Not going to speak here tonight. I'm not going to let you speak here tonight.
Well, go ahead then. It's okay. We got time. If
you're not going to speak here tonight.
If you want to waste the whole time, go ahead.
A product of evil machination.
If you want this show to continue,
if you give me a second,
you cannot take this guy out of the show.
I think the level of indulgence
of the show, we're not going to have a headway.
It's just an animal like his ancestors. Simple.
It's not going to have.
If you don't mind,
not going to have a headway tonight. If you don't take him out of the show.
All right.
How dare you cannot say that you don't have many good Yoruba?
Can you imagine the insult?
Crazy, man.
No, you're crazy. You are the crazy
one. Motherfucker. You are crazy. You are not. You are a crazy guy, man. I'm just saying that you have a mental problem. And mean what I'm saying. And mean what I'm saying. If you can say that you don't have good Yoruba, it means that you have a real mental problem. You should not be among human beings. You should not be allowed to speak.
It belongs to the jungle where he came from.
You should not be allowed to speak. You are not a civilized human being.
Well,
you are not a civilized human being. You just show it tonight that you are not a. You are not a civilized human being. Man. You should never be among civilized human beings. You should never be allowed to speak
when it's your
among
turn,
civilized human
you can
beings.
make all the noise you want. It's my turn. Shut your mouth.
You are not going to speak tonight.
Well, go ahead.
I'm not going to let you speak tonight. You are not going to speak tonight.
All right.
You will never be allowed to speak tonight. I mean what I've said.
Conquered people who can never take power for 150 years.
You will never speak tonight.
Based on what authority are you doing
You are not going to speak tonight.
All right.
You will never speak tonight.
All right, gentlemen, settle down. Let's go to Solomon to give Pansat a moment to reflect on his words. Solomon, you're up next.
Yeah.
One man.
Hold on.
One man, please.
No.
One man.
Sometimes, Bishop, you just let me direct. Just sometimes, let me direct it. Solomon.
Yeah, one man. Good morning.
But this is not fair.
Guy. No. I'm going to. Don't do this all the time now. Just let me direct it sometimes. Just sometimes, not all the time. Thank you, Solomon.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, those in the comment section. Yeah, one man, I want to say something here, please. See here, I'm not supporting Mr. Pansat in what he did, but at times there are certain things people do here, and I don't blame him for what he just did now, to be honest with you. Even some days back, even the thing made me sometimes I just joke and I just type certain things like as if I'm even trying to indulge in this tribal whatever thing. It's not my thing. It's not something I agree to or something that I want to do, but I just joke with it, even in the comment section. But we trying to make it like carry it up here is really not making sense, to be honest. And like Baba just said something now, conquered people. Yeah, I know that maybe like you see one of the things I get angry about certain way we play politics, but it doesn't mean that other people, like Baba saying conquered people, he's stereotyping. And if Mr. Pansat should do like that, we don't need to blame him. I think Baba and Jali Coco, You don't need to stop Mr. Pansat from talking, because people, Mike come here, he said the same thing. He stereotypes the whole Igbo. Every Igbo person, he stereotypes them, and he say what he wants to say. Not this Mr. Pansat saying what he said now, and we're trying to just, it's not really making sense. If anybody is being honest, you know that it's not, is as in, we don't need to blame him. Other people, it's not a good thing. It's for, and one man needs to just start cautioning everybody. Anybody that tries to go into that way, you just shut the person up and you remove the person. That is just, I think that is the best thing to do. You caution everybody, that anybody who tries to indulge in such act. Yeah. So, but for Mr. Pansat, the way everybody's just coming at him, it's not making sense. This is hypocrisy. Yeah, woman. That is what I want to say about this thing going on
Okay,
now.
one man, may I interject, please? Is it possible?
I don't want to expand that space unnecessarily. I don't want it to, you know. All right. Come in, and then we take the conversation to let's say to Ekene to steady it down.
Well, what I want to say is that you don't take a people and then bastardize them consistently every time. It's like you call blacks a derogatory name. That is what it looks like. If everyone must respect their tribe and other tribe, you don't come here and talk anyhow and expect people to allow you to ride. I'm not a bastard Yoruba, so I have to respond accordingly. And I hail those who responded accordingly, because what they say in the corners of their room is coming to the fore right now. So you can't blame anybody. Who started it? Who started it? When you call me an idiot, I have the right to call you a twat. Simple. Thank you, woman.
All right. That's typical Pansat. Every time he comes here, he just degenerates the session. But let's go to Ekene. Ekene, rescue us. Ekene.
One man.
Now, Gagba.
Well done, sirs. Well, thank you everyone on the show tonight, both on the comment section. But you know, I made some comment last time when Mike spoke. That what Mike spoke, if Pansat was the person that did that, he will not be accommodated on that day, I think a few days ago. So it goes to two different directions. Even though Pansat, I don't like what you said tonight, because for me, we are fighting to keep the country together. But sometimes, most of us, both here, outside the platform, are not keeping a good example of what we want Nigerians to do. But it's quite unfortunate. That's where we find ourselves. I'm still looking towards on how we are going to rescue each other from this type of tribalism going on between Igbos and Yorubas, and especially among the elite. I mentioned that because it seems to be growing among the elite. But one man, the Ajali Koko, you have to, I know Ajali Koko haven't been so upset like this, but you have to calm down, Ajali Koko, and redirect the section and allow him to speak so that we can move things forward. I know we can continue to disagree with each other, but all these things are not my issue now. I really don't like speaking about tribalism, because in terms of Yorubas, there is many reasons why I will never speak against a Yoruba man. There are many reasons why I will not do that. Another person can choose to, just as the way other Yoruba can choose to call Igbo people the names they want to call them, insult them, and also insult their elders. The same thing goes to the other Igbo man that wants to insult the Yoruba man. So if we continue to go towards that direction, we're not going to make progress. But we are to stand on the people that have good intention to unite the nation. I will never speak against Yoruba man, and I have many reasons to that. no matter, I know Pansat wanted to use the word few, that they are few. But I don't really agree with that because I see many of them championing the cause of Igbo presidency in this past election. So that is why I have my reasons why I will not speak against a Yoruba man or a Yoruba nation, whatever that happens.
Sorry, let me just chime in on this matter. Right, I think Pansat does not know how to pick his words properly. What he said today, he said on a different platform, and I don't know why he was not called out. I think it's his lack of, how will I put it? The lack of his ability to empathize or understand certain scenarios. He has used inflammable statements in the past, right? And it connotes his ability not to understand specific situations. In the past, when I think that should be last year, I never knew Pansat has some mental issues. I never knew. I took him seriously, and he was like, let's debate," and I was like, "Yeah, no problem. I'm up for it." But when I found out that I was actually trying to debate with a madman, I was like, "Oh my goodness!" I took this
No,
man seriously.
Emeka, you are trying to ignite the issue the more. Let's forget it there.
No,
I want
Pansat
to
is a
speak on.
madman. No, obviously.
No, I
So
want to speak on issue.
my
I want to
apology,
speak on issue
No,
because
I will
you.
give you.
All right.
I'll give you.
Okay.
Sorry, sorry. I'm sorry to take your space. My apology would be to Baba Ajanil Koko. Pansat is a madman. When a madman
No, leave
speaks,
it there. Leave it there. Leave it there. Leave it there. Let's leave it there.
All right. Ajale Koko, are you happy for him to carry on? So Ajale Koko is your decision. Are you happy for him to carry on?
If he is ready to withdraw that statement, then you can carry on. If it's not ready, then that will tell us that he's doing it intentionally, and that must not be tolerated on this platform. If he's ready to withdraw that statement, he can continue.
All right. Over to you, Pansat. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here. One man. I made a historical comment. I said that I was in another platform earlier, and then I went ahead to say what I said in that platform. What am I supposed to do? That's what I did on that platform. It's a historical. It's a fact about the past.
Are you willing to withdraw the state? Ajale Koko set the condition, so it's up to you what you want to do.
What am I supposed to say? I didn't say that on the other show. I said that. That's what I said here. So a lot of people who condemn it, who are making that noise, who are even guiltier. You saw that Emeka call me a madman. So it's like a water off the back of a duck. It really doesn't matter. We're talking about Tehiru Jega, Yoga there, Ajan Lekoko. We have small respect for one another, but he's here constantly berating the Igbos, insulting Southeasterners one day or the other. But it doesn't matter because what he says doesn't mean anything. If you're trying to pretend like Ajan Lekoko is running your show, go ahead. It's your show, right? I'm not taking anything back because what I said is that I was in another show and I said XYZ. So
one man,
am I lying? Am I lying? I'm only going to take something back if I'm telling you a lie.
Hold on.
I was in another show.
Hold on, Pansat. What did you say, Ajale Koko?
He is telling you that he's not ready to withdraw that statement. And if you're not ready to withdraw that statement, I think
you should quit. If I'm not going to withdraw it, you should get the hell out of the platform. Get out. You don't do anything on this platform.
If he's saying he's not ready to withdraw that statement, then I see that statement as very insultive. As very insulting.
You are going to tell one man how to run his show.
To a person
to give money to the show. You don't make any sense. Right?
Let me tell you this.
What is it that you have to tell me?
If he's not ready to withdraw that statement, I will consider that statement as very insultive to Baba Ayo Adebanjo, who stood firm by Obi and who is still standing firm by Obi today. I see it as insultive to Dele. I mean, what's the name of that guy? That guy, Dele Farotimi. I see it as insultive to.
I've named them all.
Look, let me tell you this.
I've named them all.
I know how much heat I received so much heat standing for Baba Adebanjo on this platform that what Baba Adebanjo did is not wrong. What what do you call this this Yoruba social cultural group? What's the name called? What Afenifere stand for equity, for justice, and fairness.
Exactly.
I stood by them. I defended them when my fellow Yoruba men were saying what they did was treacherous.
You just said
against their son. So if you can say like this, if you can talk like this and say Yoruba people and not good people, then you cannot talk on this platform.
You just said what I said.
So one man, you have to choose between me and Pastor. If he's not ready to, if you're not ready to withdraw that statement, and if you want him to continue, then this will be my last time to come on this show.
All right.
This will be my last time to come on this show.
Settle down, Ajanle Koko. He has been removed for the rest of the day. Let's carry on. Let's carry on with you say, Ajanle Koko, you have to take responsibility for what happened because you insisted that I must always let him on. But there it is. I did warn you that it's not the full, it's not the full complement of anything. Let's carry on. Let's carry on the conversation and take it in the direction of. So let's just close that chapter since now Pansata is no longer here. And let's take it back to the politics. Let's take it to Solomon. So Solomon, speak to us about Atahiro Jega.
Yeah. This guy, what this man is saying, I think is right on this this point, because when these institutions, the various institutions in Nigeria, when they just certain institutions, when they become independent, I think it will curb corruption and it will help in curbing corruption, and it will strengthen things that things will not be going well. Like for instance, when the Emeka was talking, he said something. Is it that I think the president appoints the CJN, and if he appoints him, then something like I've forgotten what he talked about that space. But when the president should not be the one appointing this INEC chairman, because that is what will now make, because it will give the leverage for the president to give the president leverage to tell him what to do, a decision to stand with, to take during the election. And you see, it will bring about this election rigging and all that. So when this body is just on their own and they have a way, we constitute assuming our judiciary system was working well, because it's not working well, let's not deceive ourselves. They should be the ones to know how they will organize this thing. But because they've been compromised and all that, like it should bring about, if I give it to them, there will still be corruption. There will still be the same kind of problems we've been seeing. So we need to just try and, as a country, structure the country well, that in various institutions or certain institutions should just be independent. One, this INEC, they should just have total power by them to themselves, that they can be able to make positive impacts in the country. So I agree with this Jega, even though himself during his own time, I don't know, but I don't see him as somebody who is really transparent.
He was a very corrupt guy during his. He wasn't not the one that rigged Buhari in, and is now telling us how elections should be run.
Yeah. So this is the double standard now. That is just the thing. But we really need to have an independent institution or independent institutions that the government will not have you can't interfere into anything they are doing. You cannot tell them what to do and what not to do. So I agree with him, even though it's coming from him. Yeah, woman. I would like to talk about this guy's interview. What is his name? Bugaji.
Yeah, go on. Yes. We played snippets of it yesterday. It was quite an explosive interview. Yes. Go to that space.
Yeah. It's just that all we need in Nigeria
Did you
now is
see it? It was about 1 hour something. Yes.
yeah. The thing about Nigeria now, if not for the way things, if we just can remove sentiment and remove hate from our mind and just look at this decision Tinubu is taking and himself, the way he took the decision, he did not do his consultation well. He did not make them well. Like he's supposed to look into certain things before taking the decision. Because when I look at the tweet of Reno Mokri and I see some sense in it, but I be like, no, but this man he did not approach this situation where he's supposed to just do it in a way that even
Let me pause you for a moment. It must be a full moon. Ajale Koko, I think you might well rage again because unbelievably, Morris, do you remember Morris? Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Well, Morris rejoins us. So Morris, it's been a while.
Hey, how are you?
How are you doing? Are you still in Scandinavia somewhere?
I mean, I've been in Nigeria for the last 5 months.
Oh, they let you in the country?
Yeah, I'm in Nigeria now. For the last
good.
5 months, I've been here.
All right. So how go?
I'll be returning back maybe in a month's time.
All right, brilliant. Good to see you. You look well.
Yeah, been busy. Came to do a lot of work, so that's why I'm here. The sun don't beat me small.
All right, stay steady. We'll come to you. As people don't know your history on this platform, but you know when this platform started, I don't think we were 4 or 5 shows in when Morris joined us, and that was the direction that this platform has followed is in no less responsibility. This man on your screen right there, all the kung fu fighting, he kicked it off. But Morris, we'll come to you in a moment. Stay steady. So back to you, Solomon.
Yeah, so this guy, what he was saying there, he was right, but just that they kind of they need to be understanding in Nigeria now, so that certain people will not just come out and just be saying things that will just
I watched quite a bit of that interview, the one with Sheung, and there was a lot. What party is he, by the way?
I don't think he's in any. Okay, he was in PDP. Should be
yes,
PDP
yes. So it was very much the tone of an opposition party, which of course you expect the opposition party to always rubbish what a sitting. Well, how will an opposition party be saying what a sitting government is doing is good? That's not their job. Their job is to rubbish it. But I thought it was a bit excessive. But there's some of the things that he did say that I agreed with, like this lack of if our poor decision making that is coming through, and these are some of the things we're going to start attacking after the Supreme Court we just need to start attacking this Tinubu space, but we need that Supreme Court judgment. The poor decision making, putting a 24-year-old boy in charge of road maintenance federally, and then telling somebody she was going to be a minister, that one would have, just. I'm sure that lady would be seeing some psychiatrist, but imagine the mental chasm. So yes, he was right on that, but a lot of it he was wrong on.
Yeah, woman, let me tell you something about this Bugaji. The man is not. I don't think he's been is just supporting or talking from the point of supporting his party or anything. He's an elder. This is one of the northern elders. I don't know if you saw the northern elders forum meeting. He's one of the voices there that one of the persons there that his voice was really loud, and he was saying things, reasonable things, especially for the development of the north. So I don't he's not really talking up from the point of supporting a party, but he's talking as a Nigerian or as an elder statesman that wants the country. And because he has seen certain things, these people they have information about this country, so he knows what he has seen in
Solomon,
this administration.
Solomon,
Yeah.
you said I don't see him speaking for PDP because I even said
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm
PDP
saying. He's not
cannot.
speaking from the
He said
point
that
of
PDP
supporting a
cannot
party.
even exonerate themselves from what is going on in the country.
Yeah, that's
So
what I'm saying. That's why we're saying the same thing. He's not talking from the point of
It
party.
described the political parties as criminal cartels, and you cannot really argue against that. They are criminal cartels.
If you want to know this man well, apart from going to read his profile and all that, just watch that Northern Elders meeting video, and you see how this man was just talking. And you know that this one is not. I don't think he's a corrupt man. To be honest with you, he's a very upright man that. Even he was just talking about the moral standards in the especially in the north, that it has
Sorry, I
really
forgot I
gone.
had my camera on. I was so sorry. Carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, that it has even gone down and all that. It's just about morals, as in for the betterment of the country and all that. And I know these are the kind of people that will be very frontal to confront this Tinubu's administration, to talk them to order. And he's a very powerful man in the north, that he's not just there to he's
Do,
not
do,
just there
do, do,
to
you- do you do you think the North are somewhat resentful of the Tinubu administration?
one man. I think they are even like day by day, even with Wike's the things Wiki is doing in Abuja here, is thing is really provoking them. And if care is not taken, see, let me tell you one man, Tinubu might be the first president in Nigeria that after 4 years he might not come back again.
There's a good chance that he might not, but he has a lot of magic tricks anyway. But the way things are, yeah. But then of course he's going to appoint the next INEC chairman. So I mean, who is going to get him out of
Well,
office? Yeah.
the next INEC chairman will come from somewhere, and it will definitely be from the north. But let's not go down there. Let's not talk
No,
about that. But
I suspect that it might not, because the last two were from the north. I suspect it might come from the south.
well, and anywhere it comes from, but this time around, I don't think because the magic he performed in this election was the North backing him. The Northerners were the magic he performed. The support from the Northerners was the magic this man performed. So if not for the Northerners, even the Yoruba people did not vote him. Is it other southern states? So it was just the North, especially the Northwest. So, but let's see how it goes. And to be honest, the North are not really happy with this whole thing going on, especially those, I don't want to use the word conservative northern elders. No, it's not them, but the how do I put it, like the old northern elders, those ones, they are really seeing what is going on, and they are not happy about
What
this whole thing.
what is going on that they are not happy about?
One man, the way at which Tinubu is the approach or the manner at which Tinubu is introducing, or even though those things he's talking about, they are for the betterment of the country, but there are other things you should do, like removing subsidy. There should be a scheme, or there should be a program, or there should be something that would cater for the people as you're removing subsidy. Then look at gas now. Do you know how much gas cost and all that? And these are the things you're supposed to look into them properly first before implementing all those policies and all that. So it's really affecting. And these people, they are majorly, they are not just there for themselves, they are there for their people, or whoever they are there, they are that person for their people, and they know now the workload that they are having. So that is why you see them, they are not coming out here just to talk because they want to talk, because they are feeling, they know what they are seeing and what they are experiencing now. So that is why you see them coming out to talk. Yeah, the things Tinubu may be doing or Tinubu is doing may be good, but there are some other way approach he would have done them better, and people will not feel it as they are feeling it now. I don't know if you get my point. So that is why you see these people and some other things going on. Imagine we heard that they were selling all these slots for DGs and all that. Can you imagine that certain persons were selling? So all these things are the things
No,
that
but that's always been that was the case under Buhari now. That was the case under Goodluck Jonathan. There was never a time that money doesn't change hands for positions.
Yeah, of course.
woman, I think this time around is if you look at now, okay, to the extent of that guy that just passed out from NYSC last year, and they are giving him that kind of appointment. Those things. I think this man has talked about that stuff too. So because of how definitely what they've done already, that is why that kind of thing will come out. It's not like there are other persons that would have merited that job, but because of the certain things that has already happened, these men are seeing, they know what is going on in Nigeria, so that is why when they come out. And my happiness is that um the thing there is just that as a northern and coming out to talk all those things, people cannot really backlash or just come and be talking anyhow. But if it's somebody from the east now, they'll just roast that person. I'm not going tribal here, but I'm just trying to make a point here. But I'm happy that it's somebody from the north that is saying this thing. So
You know, I cannot really see what the real criticism of the Tinubu administration is. The fuel subsidy had to be removed simply because the country could not even pay for it anymore. And when it's removed, there was always going to be a pain period because the country didn't even have the money to insulate the pain. So the country just had to go through that pain. There's an inevitability to it, and the white chasm in the exchange rate that needed to be tackled as well. And those are the two big decisions that he has made. And those two big decisions, there is nobody of any criminal functioning that can really reasonably argue against it. Could he have handled it better? Anybody could have handled anything better, but was it something that necessarily had to be done? I don't think there's anybody of any IQ that argues that it should not be done. So what exactly has he done that's riling people up so much?
well, man, like I said earlier, the approach, that is the manner at which he's doing it, the method he's doing it. Like, see, okay, for instance, now you say there is no money in the country, but there is money to go and purchase 160 million each Lexus worth 160 million naira. There should have been a way they could that using that money at this point that the people the country is like this. There would have been a way to use this money to do all that to even support the people the way they live. So these are the things. If he's really serious, but it might. I don't really see how serious he is about. He can use that money. He can channel that money to another way that would help the people to live well. Than this way, the people are already everybody just really suffering, and the hardship is too much in Nigeria. So if he's talking about these things, he should provide good this thing good schemes to help people just live well. People are not living well in Nigeria, to be honest. People are not, for real. The price of everything is just going up day by day, and all that is really
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, but the price will go up. The price will go up. Do you know what? Let me read you this. Let me read you this. I'll be very quick. It says how Buhari destroyed the Naira and hoped to escape to the Niger Republic. This is Reno Mokri. It says, sorry, mute yourself. I'm hearing feedback. It says, when the Bank of England, the United States Federal Reserve Bank, and the People's Bank of China print money, it is tied to either a gold reserve in their vaults or foreign reserve or backed by production in the economy. Buhari just printed money without gold or reserve backing or increase production in Nigeria. What did Buhari do with the trillions he printed? It diluted the naira, leading to heavy depreciation. Then, when he needed foreign exchange, he mortgaged the country's reserve. the reserves. Don't be fooled. Our reserves are not 36 billion. Buhari borrowed against it. We have less than 4 billion in actual reserves. Then he started collecting money up front for future oil sales in a highly controversial crude swap deal. Almost 5 months after he left office, Nigeria is not making money from crude oil sales because Buhari collected the funds up front. Not only did Buhari borrow more than every prime minister, military head of state, and president before him combined. The annoying thing is that he spent most of the money he borrowed on Niger Republic, hoping to retire there, etc. So, I mean, what options does he have? He doesn't have the option to insulate the suffering, and he doesn't have the money to back the fuel subsidy, and the country is hemorrhaging from the multiplicity of exchange rate. I mean, what options does he have? Oh, I think we lost Solomon. Oh, Solomon.
No. I'm here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're asking me what option?
What option does he have?
Well, I'm not an economist, but they will definitely be, like, I just gave you one instance now. Like, this money they are using to purchase cars for these people, they would have used it. It's still a good they would have still used it to. Is somebody saying anything?
I wanted to come in to answer one man's question, but continue.
Yeah, Solomon, let me say something real quick. Just before you continue, so that you will be guided in your conversation, because people are listening. If you understand the tiers of government, you understand that there is executive, there's the legislative part, and there's the judiciary, and they do have their different budgets, and they do have their different leadership. So if you have problem with what is happening within the legislative part of the the governmental tiers, then you take it to those people who are spearheading that. The number one person in that is Akpabio. And then we have for the first time in Nigeria, right? For the first time in Nigeria, we do have a collective portion of almost 50% of opposition who can do a very good job for an average Nigerian. Just like you are saying now, we have PDP in their numbers, we have Labour parties, PF folks in their number, and then we have a splinter group of opposition political parties in the National Assembly. Why are they siding? Why are they kowtowing? Why are they staying on the same page with the incumbent party? I believe there was an instruction 2 days ago or 3 days ago from Labour Party that they shouldn't take those vehicles. They should get them back. Why are they taking the vehicles? They have $70 billion in naira. Where are they taking them? What are the opposition parties doing? Because we really need to demarcate this structure. And I asked somebody earlier, what are those governors doing? Oh man, we should be look at the performance metrics of all the states and look at what actually happened in those states. Number one and number two, Delta State and Bayelsa State. Go and look at their performance metrics and go and look at what they generated, not from FARC, but from oil producing revenues, being member of OSOPADEC, being member of Niger Delta, right? In trillions. Go and look at their debt burden. But people will not really see that, but they want to talk about the federal government every time. So folks now going forward should factor all these, all these indices into their conversation, so that they will have a robust, conversation when they are discussing this situation. Hold Labour Party and other opposition parties in the National Assembly to get.
But to be fair, people globally, they always really look to the central government for direction, and if because the fish rots from the head, doesn't it? And there are emerging fault lines within the Tinubu administration, which we can all see. And as soon as the Supreme Court is over, we will have to address
absolutely
it.
one man. Just because probably you said we should wait, because personally I have some reservation already. Especially, I was on a space which I was invited to address a couple of folks, right? When that 25-year-old guy was appointed, and I spoke, derisively against that appointment, and I said specifically that there is a game going on from within the Aso Rock, because when you look at the job duty, right, the job description of a chief of staff, it should be the clearinghouse and the gatekeeper for the president. If somebody has entrusted you with certain trust, or probably up to certain capacity, then it behooves you, right, to do the right thing. So definitely somebody is dropping the ball constantly and it's already getting embarrassing. So when you see that, it's just like you are picking Solomon. We know Solomon just finished his NYSC. The only probably cognate experience he had was the 12 months of NYSC. And you want to make Solomon all of a sudden the chairman of an agency, not just another agency, FEMA. Go and look at the budget of FEMA, one man. Go and look at go and look at what FEMA is. FEMA is one of the biggest MDAs or parastatals under any government, at least. So it's just like, imagine Solomon is now appointed the chairman of FEMA with only NYSC cognate experience. So of course, a couple of us will see that. When we see the truth, we say the truth. But when we are speaking of what has this guy done wrong, because people keep talking about this subsidy, even, are you aware of the fact that even, let's quote and unquote, even if Tinubu had decided, right, to say he want to vitiate the process of subsidy, that would have been an illegality on its own, because his action will be ultra virus to the act of parliament. Subsidy now is an act of parliament that is already embedded and enshrined in the Petroleum Industry Act. So there was no way we could have done anything except if you had to find a way to lobby the National Assembly, right, to get it done. So people should understand that subsidy. How does he want to cure what is a legislative process already? So people should have all those understandings.
Can I come in, Egni Martins?
Come in, and then after you, Solomon regained the floor. After Solomon, I want to hear from Ribado, and then I want to hear from Morris after him, only because it's been a long time since we heard from Morris. But Zita, yes, let's hear from you.
Solomon, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can I take a few minutes of your time?
Okay, go on.
Okay. For me, I'm not saying that I'm not a fan of subsidy. But one thing we should understand is that the market reacts to policies. And sometimes those policies are not known to the citizens of the country unless a government official or the president makes some pronunciations. When you make that pronunciation as a president, the market will react. In this case now, I cannot lay my hands that is subsidy, because although I heard that somehow from the back they're still doing that subsidy. But it's the pronouncement that is causing this catastrophe. As a president, you should be careful what you say, because the market, the eyes of the market is open, looking at your mouth every minute of every second. There is something I want to say. Until it gets to my turn, I will say what I want to say. But one thing I have to tell everybody who cares to hear is that Nigerians are suffering. You cannot remove something without having something.
Is it a necessary suffering? Let's address that space. Nigerians are suffering, so
yes,
we universally agree on that. But is it a necessary suffering that Nigerians are suffering?
Listen,
is there an inevitability to it?
Yes, of course. For every problem, there is a solution. That's why I said the pronunciation, the pronouncement. There are things you carefully remove. They call it poverty alleviation. That's the word. But actually, what it means is that you try as much as possible to do certain things to make the common man in the streets of Nigeria not to concern themselves with things like that. That way, when you sell fuel for 2,000 naira a liter, it wouldn't really actually matter. But you cannot just remove something, make pronunciations without a little thing removed from here and there to quench the hurting. It's bad.
But the country does not have the money. It's the thing.
No. I think I tried to discuss it yesterday, but let me give Solomon his time. When it gets to my time, I will talk about it.
All right, back to you.
Nobody
Solomon.
can tell me that people who are employed, or rather who Nigerians employ to work for them, cannot find a solution to calm down what is going on in the country. I won't accept that.
No, the solution has been found, but the chasm between the solution coming into effect and the period and the suffering that is ongoing at the moment, it is a period that the country has to ride through.
No.
Let me tell you some of the solutions that they have already put in place. They've released strategic grain reserves to flood all of the farmers, but then of course that takes a process, doesn't it? They've removed the embargo on 43 items of importation, rice and staple food, and economic driving things like cement. Well, of course, that takes a period of time to come into effect. And then they are harnessing all of this money from the subsidy to repoint it, but all of that takes, so for the period between this thing and then coming to fruition is a period that the country has to ride through.
No, one man, maybe you are not understanding what I said. Why didn't he do this before the pronouncement?
Why could he have done it? Did
Why didn't he do this?
Do what?
Before coming publicly to say subsidy is gone.
Hold on. Just hold on. Do what?
What you just read out.
Yeah, but the subsidy, Tinubu did not end the subsidy. I hope you know that.
That is what I am saying.
Can you hold on? Just hold steady. Tinubu did not end the subsidy. Buhari ended the subsidy. The subsidy ended a month after Tinubu came into office, legislatively and budgetarily. So for the subsidy to continue, Tinubu would have needed to have enacted another legal footing for it, and then gone and found the money for it to carry on. And the whole of the subsidy is a scam anyway. So him saying the subsidy is has ended, it's a tautology. He didn't end it, Buhari ended it. So if Buhari had put things to alleviate
you are not understanding what I said.
Can I say
let me
something?
just leave it. You don't understand where I'm going to.
No, you are saying why didn't he put measure in? No, I did understand. You said why didn't he put? Hold on.
How many Nigerians?
Hold on. You said why didn't he put measures in place before he said subsidy has ended?
First of all,
and
when I took over the interjection, I made a comment. I don't usually forget what I said. I said that the market reacts to policies. Most times that those policies are not known until a government official make a pronouncement publicly. Then the whole nation will hear about it. And then the market will react from top to bottom. That is what I said when I came in here. And I now said, why didn't he put these things in place? Then by now, he can come up, maybe probably when the market has started agitating that they have not been paid, he can come out and say, well, but you people know the subsidy is gone. So why say subsidy is gone, get the market reacting, people suffering before doing this? That's just my question. But if you people don't want to see either way, that's fine.
No, that way it's somewhat back to front anyway. But
one man, can I say something?
Yeah, of course, yeah. And then we go back to Solomon after that.
Yeah, what Madam Zita is asking is just a clear question, because it seems like what I just said before. You don't act before you start to think. You think before you act. What is happening in the present day government is that they act before they start to think, and we can see it happen in many of their policies. Talk about even the fuel subsidy you say they have removed. You can still argue they're still paying subsidy. It's a fact. Even the fuel price is gradually going up in Nigeria today, because I don't think they can manage it anymore. The fuel price is going up today as I'm talking to you today. So what Madam Zita is asking is just a clear question. Why didn't they put their strategies together before coming out to announce that policy? Is it that the government are not well prepared?
Did you hear what I said? Buhari ended the subsidy, not Tinubu. You know that, do you?
Even if Buhari ended it, they would have had their plans together. Buhari ended it. He came and announced it. We cannot dispute it. It's a clear fact, whether Buhari ended it or not. And at the same time, this is the same government. I don't want to say that this is a different government. This government is the same, APC to APC. And the current government cannot tell me that.
Why are they arresting Emefiele and Bawa if it's the same?
Whether they want to arrest anyone they want to arrest, but this is the same government, because many of the top officials in the government today knows the policies of the former administration before they came in.
Such as they are all new people.
Even the printing of money and all of them. Nobody in this government today will not say that they didn't know that this government is printing money. So, and then campaigning that they will be able to fix it.
Yeah, is that not what they are doing?
It's trying to take up a challenge to do things differently. But when they came in and they are not doing it differently, I feel so much disappointed. Because when you talk about a lot of things going on in the economy today, see, the issue of dollar, I'm not even discussing it anymore, because it's a daily issue. It continues to rise every day by day, every hour, every minute. I don't even know the rate it will end at the end of this year.
I'm not getting what you guys are saying. Are you saying that Tinubu is wrong to release the dollar to market forces? Is it wrong? Just
I'm saying that they are not properly organized in rolling out their policies. They just like we are talking about production today. You come out and release 43 items that can be imported today. Then where is the roadmap?
What do you mean roadmap?
What are we doing in terms of production to be able to save some dollars in the country? You release about 43 items, which have not even have any effect in our economy. Things are still going on badly.
Do you know why they did that? Do you want me to explain to you why they did that, and then we go on to
even
Solomon?
Even toothpaste.
Let me explain this to you. You see, those items that they said could now access dollars, hard currency, foreign currency at the CBN. Those items, they are not banned from importation. So that's the first thing you have to understand. They are only restricted from accessing foreign exchange from the central bank. So that's very important to understand that. They are not banned from importation. They are only restricted from accessing foreign exchange from the central bank. So if they are not able to access foreign exchange from the central bank, then they will access foreign exchange from the parallel market. And if those items are competing for foreign exchange in the parallel market, that's one of the things that drives that devalues the naira, because then you have a multiplicity of big monies chasing foreign exchange in the parallel market, because they cannot access at the official space. So by them being able to access the official space, that will in some ways go towards the stabilization of the naira, because then they can go to both markets, go and harvest from the CBN, and then get the leftovers from the parallel market. So you will see the naira now trying to converge to one value, and that is the purpose of that. But the secondary purpose are things like rice. If they are able to now import that, having now access to cheaper currency, that will flood the market with food, which will address all of these things that you talk about. So it's a multi-pronged solution.
One man, my problem is this. Whether you want to, anything you want to explain it to be, but my problem is this. When you're talking about, we are talking about to be a productive nation. And I want every one of us are expecting to see our country moving towards that direction. But it seems that all that hope is dashed.
How is it dashed?
Because even the common items we are supposed to be encouraging, putting in money instead of buying 160 million vehicles, are not being encouraged. We are saying that you get $4 to import it.
How do you encourage production?
How you encourage production?
Yes.
All this palliative you are giving and all that, is it not enough to put into processing materials and all that?
No.
Set up processing factories and all that.
It's not
in
the
our
business.
country.
No. You see that this is the thing. It's not the business of government to set up production factories. What the business of the government is to create an enabling environment. And what does that mean? It's electricity, infrastructure, and security. So that's what the government.
It's still the same thing. It's still the same thing. Even that
If you don't want
electricity.
to listen, it's just you just want to add. Oh, okay. Have your say, and then we go back to Solomon.
Even that electricity is still the same thing. Electricity. I had you people arguing the other day that the electricity has increased. Increased where? It's even getting worse than I expected. So even that electricity, how much has been invested there? What I don't the man that is appointed in that area, I've not even seen his roadmap. These are the things we are talking about. I've not seen his clear plan on how he's going to increase the electricity supply of this nation. I don't know his capacity. Just like the other guy that is handling the interior and all that has come up to lay out his plan. The first person that I was expecting to do that was the guy that was given that ministerial post in the electricity sector. I don't know his plan.
There's already a plan in place. There's Siemens in Nigeria. They are telling you that they are now able to generate megawatts higher than Nigeria has ever generated, and they have been able to model is it transition that can handle the load to. What are you expecting? Do you expect that? I don't know, man.
Let's move on.
Can I interject?
I wanted to go on to Solomon so we can move the conversation on. But
can I interject for a minute, please?
Yeah, but only a minute. Who's that?
It's Morris. Can I interject?
Yeah, Morris. Yeah, let's hear from you.
By the way, Ajele Kuku, my man, is he still there?
Of course, he's here.
Ajele Kuku.
Yeah.
I agree with my man. You know,
is that more?
Yeah, it's me, Morris. You know, I've been I'm okay. I've been here for like 5 months now. And at least I'm talking out of personal experience. Okay. Now, electricity, that's why I wanted to interject. Electricity increased. I remember I usually come home often, like every 8 months. I remember during Buhari time, sometimes this area we stay like 2 months. It has nothing to do with transformer. In that 2 months, maybe if you're lucky, you get light like maybe like maximum 10, 20 times. And it's not like a whole day, it comes like 2 hours or something like that. But now, you can see now everywhere is bright. Electricity actually increased, but on the contrary, you cannot judge that electricity improved because every
rainy season, the electricity naturally increases because there's more water flow in, and the hydro system produces more energy. But we will know if it's well sustained in the dry season. That's when you know if electricity really improved or not. But judging by compared to other rainy seasons years back, even last year, it really improved. Even I'm impressed. And another thing I wanted to say, please, I didn't mean to take your time, is that my stand. I'm Obi guy, 100%. But I have to say something. When somebody does something that is right, I will say it. For instance, I like that the subsidy was removed. It was just a crime something. But the problem there is that the subsidy was removed a month before, because by the time when Buhari said the subsidy was going to end, that was in June, and it was removed in May or something like that. So what happened to the money already made available for June subsidy? What happened to that money? That is number one. Number two, I like the fact that Tinubu appointed a Southerner to be the minister of FCT, and that's the first one. So all these Muslims claiming not Abuja is their own, this and that. But let's face it, first of all, Abuja natives are not Muslims, they are Christians. Natives of Abuja, they are Christians. But because Abuja is not even northwest or not this thing, it's not central. But these people like Gumi, they're trying to claim Abuja. I think if all the time Buhari was there making appointments, only Fulani is he appointed. Even when it comes to cleaning job, he will appoint a Fulani to be the head of that department, even to clean toilets. All these Northerners, they were not saying, they were cool with it. They didn't say anything wrong with it. Though I'm 100% Obi guy, and I'm not a fan of Tinubu. You know that one, one man from beginning, you know that one. But in this case, I don't really care if it's they will accuse him of chauvinism or they accuse him of nepotism. Even if it means he has to appoint only Southerners, let him appoint, because Buhari did the same thing. So if it was cool for them that when Buhari appointed only Northerners and Fulani, and the Fulani headsmen were rampaging everywhere, they didn't say nothing, and now they have to complain. So on that case, I support Tinubu based on that. You understand? But when it comes to economy, I'm a businessman. By the way, last time I spoke with you, that was when I was in Oslo, right? So in the last 2 years, I've been running a business in Dublin. I've been in Dublin since last 2 years. Actually, I came from Dublin to this place, but when I'm going home traveling back, I will be flying back in a fortnight, and I'll be flying to Oslo. I'm going back to Oslo. So, and I can tell you that all this while that I followed all these things, I've been following you when you guys talk. I'll be following in the background. Anytime I have time, I follow. You understand? So I agree in certain things. I don't agree in certain things. But the only thing as a businessman in economy, one man, you know this, in economy, there's something they call scale of preference. That means arranging things in order of importance. What sustains your foreign reserve is production. We are not producing anything. I'm here. The only thing everybody now wants to do is to get involved to be a civil servant. Being a civil servant, to work for government, because that's the only avenue of looting. That's the only thing they do. And I do not expect, and it will be, I think it will be pedestrian and only a low-minded, a small-minded person will expect the government to set up factories and this and that. No, that's not the job of government. Only the job of government is to create that enabling environment, like electricity, even if it's not 100% 24 hours, at least 18 hours a day. Electricity, good road, security, and then remove a lot of bottlenecks. Like if you want to go and do a registration, I'm running into, remember one time I told you I'll be doing Airbnb. By the way, it's almost done now. So
you said you were building
yes, I have, yes, that's why I came. Yes, I have 2 Airbnbs, very luxury ones. And it's a very luxury.
Were you not building them in the east?
Yes, now I'm in Owerri now. I'm in my house. I'm in one of my houses here now. That's where I am. No, now they are almost ready. Maybe by end of next month they will be ready. I'm doing two at the same time, and it's very, very luxurious. So you can, I'll put them, I'll register them on booking.com, Travelers, all those places. You understand? For any guy who's coming this way, or family or whatever. But that's that aside. So they have to remove all these bottlenecks. Like now, if you go to council now, if you go to, let's say, Nottingham Council there, go to town hall, you want to register a business, you just go into one office. Everything is done there. And then they sent you, everything is approved. They sent you everything home, right? But here, they will take you from this office. Only you want to get, let's say, a stamp. Then the person you will go and collect the paper, you have to pay there. The person that will direct you where you submit the paper, you must pay there. And the person who is supposed to stamp it, you must pay there. Do you understand what I'm saying? So all those things are very, very discouraging. And it's not helping because people are really, really suffering here. As of today, $1 today is 1,220 naira today. So that is what it is. That's a fact. Just $1 as of today. So for us, for you guys, and for everybody abroad,
Maurice, is that not the true value of the naira anyway?
No.
If it's left to find its true value, is whatever value it is not its true value?
Yeah, because but you can't float your money.
They released it to willing buyer, willing seller. And
okay, let me tell you now. They say Rochefort, but subsidy is back now because check now. Gasoline. We used to run a lister. Gasoline is about 1,000 something. Fuel is still about. It's just like a few days now increased to 630. Before it was 5 something, and then 600. And now why is fuel not increasing? Because they brought in a subsidy through the back door. They're subsidizing fuel again, but they are too ashamed to announce it because it's very shameful something to say. What we announced proudly, where subsidy is gone, and now we have to bring it back. So it's very shameful. Now you can float your money. Not even a developed economy. They don't. Before you float your money, you have to have at least be in charge of your economy, and your foreign reserve. You have to have a very stable foreign reserve. And how do you sustain your foreign reserve? It's through production. But we're not producing anything. So how are you going to float your money? So your money will become as good as just like the Turkish lira. Do you understand me? Even now, today, we are crying it's 1,002. If care is not taken, maybe by this time, next 2 months, we'll be wishing that it's 1,002. Maybe that time it's already 2,000. For you guys there and for me, it's no problem because with your £1, you know how much it's going to be, but it still affects you because you have family that depends on you. Now I have so many people here. I pay school fees for help. I do this more than my brother. I will tell you, it's more than even now. I'm here for the last 5 months. They don't even care that I have something to do. They increase by 10 times food. You understand me? Both old and young. So it's also affecting me. And imagine somebody now. Do you know that they still pay people here? They still pay people 20,000 naira. Can you believe that? So that's why even when I go to a barber shop, the barber shops there, they charge 700 with shaving. Okay, but I check it. 700 is not even up to €1. But in Oslo, just one haircut is 400, 500 krona, which is 50 euros. You understand what I'm saying? So you don't even know how much you will tip. I feel sorry for people. I tip and I tip and I tip because, and you see, not even that they are paying them 20,000. Even that 20,000, they are paying them. Sometimes 3 months, they haven't even paid them that money. But they have monies to go and buy SUVs of 160. They say it's for oversight. Scale of preference, arranging things in order of importance. So the problem is that the whole system now, Nigerian system here, which I'm here and I can tell you, believe me, before God in heaven and man on earth, has nothing to do with the president or not. It has to do with the corruption is embedded in our gene. Even if you bring, even if you bring Jesus Christ himself, they will still find a way to corrupt him.
Maurice.
This man no be obedient. He just a lie. No be obedient.
No, no Maurice now. Maurice is
You don't know me, my brother. Listen, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, 100%.
Under Nnamdi Kanu, so
100%. I'm obedient, 100%. But we are going to court. You understand me? We are going to court. I want Tinubu to be kicked out. I want him because to me he's a satisfied, a career criminal and a certificate forger. So people can twist it anyhow they like, that he attended that school. That is not the issue. The point is that what he submitted was fake. But that is not what we are discussing now.
Now, my brother. Now wait, I won't hear with that as an
opinion. I don't listen. One man will tell you, I don't know how to cut corners. I wear my hat on my sleeves. You understand? But this is not what we are discussing today.
You know this Maurice here. It makes Pansat look like a choir boy. So just bear that in mind. Maurice, he can make Pansat look like a choir boy.
So what I'm trying to say is that even if you bring Jesus Christ here, they will find a way to corrupt him. And I'm not sure because Buhari is very Tinubu is very, very old. So I'm not sure that he's fully aware of everything that is happening around him. To be honest, I am not sure.
All right, Maurice, stay there. We'll still hear from you some more. But let's go back to the structure. Let's go back to Solomon. Solomon, bring it home. We want to get Ribado before he drops because I think he's joining us from Maiduguri and the connection not often as it should be. But back to you, Solomon.
Yeah. Well, for that Bugaje's this thing interview, why he was one of the things that even led to that outburst, him just talking about the president the way he was, just because just because of the fact that he does, like, I agree with what Mr. Murray just said. Now he doesn't know certain things going on. You know, this is where the word hijack will just come in. They've hijacked his tenor. People are doing anyhow they like. Imagine selling slots and all that. How we going to get the right people to these institutions or to the various parastatals? It's just for people to go there and go and embezzle money. And this, like, to be honest with you, truly the major problem of Nigeria is corruption. Most people, like let me say 80% of Nigerians, if not more than, they are very corrupt. I'm not going to it's really not making sense. So this Tinubu's administration is already hijacked, and that is why you see these northern people coming out to, especially people that are not in support of his still coming out to just say all these things they are saying, and it's the truth. So if we can do better, and I don't know how we can do better now because he's already with the power and all that. And like I was saying here, that FEMA guy, that boy that they first appointed, thank God Edmatic pointed it out here, that that guy's father, you don't know who he is. So, and because of the things that they were doing, the money, the exchanging hands and all that brought that boy to that, they gave him that position. And thank God now, because of the way people were just talking about it, he had to withdraw his that appointment. These are the things. It's not really making sense. And Tinubu were just rushing to go into that to become the president without even having experience. He's not experienced. The people around him they are the worst people. They are not those ones that are just even, except maybe like those them Cardoso and all that. But the people around him, like Femi and even that new
Tinubu is not experienced.
He's not experienced for do you
know that
in the federal level he's not.
But nobody is experienced at the federal level unless they occupy that position. It's one
well,
of those
man,
positions.
You can't tell me Atiku is not experienced.
Atiku,
you can't tell me that.
Forget Atiku.
Atiku was the most prepared.
Prepared. He's been prepared since 1980.
Well, man, he was the most prepared among these three people. And if Obi had a good coach, or if he, assuming he got in there and he has good coach around him, he will even do better. But Tinubu is just
better than what?
He will do better. I believe that Azumi Obi became the president. Let me tell you
Hold
something.
on, hold
One
on.
wait. Let me just say something.
Wait. Let me say this, and then you say.
Okay.
You see, in terms of the Nigerian presidency, whoever governs Lagos is the best prepared person to govern Nigeria, because Lagos is a microcosm of Nigeria. Every Nigerian is in Lagos, so you are already governing diversity. Lagos is a very complex place, so you are already governing complexity. Lagos is one of the top 10 economies in Nigeria, so you are already governing a country-sized economy. Nothing prepares you to be Nigerian president outside of being Lagos governor. And you're talking about Obi. Obi governed a mono-ethnic, mono-religion space. How does that prepare him? It was predominantly an Igbo state, predominantly Christian. How does that prepare him for governing a space as complex as Nigeria? And you are saying Tinubu is not prepared?
One man, just take this thing I just told you. This man is not prepared. You just,
All right.
even from that first day of him coming out to just say, I know he wanted to impress the obedience, but there's nothing that he will do that will impress them. They will always come at him. They will always want him to go out. You see, Mr. Morris here saying that they are still going to court, but I know that the court is already, it has gone. There's nothing they will do about the court. Tinubu will stay for the 4 years, but I know that there is probability of him not coming back after this. He's going. It might make history.
My man, we are not going to court because we expect anything from the court. After all, Tinubu appointed most of the judges there. These are his people. You understand? So it's not that we are just going there so that the Supreme Court will affirm, we put a stamp on criminality and forgery, so that they can never accuse anybody of forging certificate again. They have no ground. You understand? So we're not going there because is there any justice system here? There is nothing here. Is there any justice here? Let's be honest now. No, this place is take care of yourself. Anything way if you do, the country is gone. I'm telling you, to be honest. So we're not going to court because we expect any justice. No. So we're only going there so that the Supreme Court can confirm criminality and put a stamp, make it official, so that when people are robbing, forging, doing everything, you can never, because the Supreme Court already said the law. When the person goes to court, they will be making reference with Tinubu's case. You understand me? So
I will encourage you, nobody to do that, or otherwise you will end up in but I round it up.
One man. So this forgery thing of it, this forgery issue of it, the thing has really led to lots of most. It's like even embassies, they're already putting up this kind of laws that now, as in, they are just upping their games in terms of scrutinizing Nigerians when they want to cross. Even, I don't know, but like NYSC now, there's one they just brought in that you have to have your original result, like your original university certificate too, before you can even go and camp in any NYSC camp. So, and just because of this forgery thing, but I don't want to talk about it because this whole Tinubu's
that's okay
certificate.
now, Solomon. Don't
all right. Let's go on to Ribado. Let's go on to Ribado. Ribado. Let's go on to Ribado. Ribado, you're up next.
Yeah. Hello. Good evening, or will I say good morning?
How are you? It's been a while. You abandoned us.
It's not. It's not. It's just that now they say condition make crayfish bend. So no mind. So good evening, the entire platform, and I hope that Elder is around. Ajale Coco. It's been a while.
Ajale Coco is there.
How are you, Borobado?
I'm fine, sir. Fine. I'm doing very well, sir. And thank you. I don't know, one man. I don't want to talk much today because it's just like it's good to be on the platform, but it's the country, man. The country is just something else. I'm telling you. And I just want to speak on just three specific areas. You see, one, what if you come to Nigeria this 2 3 months? It's especially in the north here, just like the way the young gentleman is saying. The northerners are speaking not because they are against Tinubu or something, because the size of our population and the level of the poverty in the north, we felt, I think we are the one feeling it the more, as in the degree here, I think is uncomparable to any other region, and that is it. And then I think the corruption, the guy from Oslo was saying the Nigeria is totally corrupt. I think the corruption is the problem, quite sure, but corruption will only remain a problem when it is being allowed to be the problem. So, from my own personal angle of view, is that I think the number one problem we are having in this country is we don't have the political will to bring about the change in this country, from the elite class down to the ordinary Nigerian. You know, I think the types of leaders we are getting is the reflection of our own character as a nation. That is what I have. I'm assessing now, and that is what I'm arriving at. And
Now,
before I explain,
let me ask you this, Ribadu. Why are Nigerians not reacting against the conditions that they are being forced to live under? Why is there no organic reaction from the masses? Why are they not reacting against all this?
you see, the society is too fractured in along so many lines. As you can see, just on this platform, if you notice, you know, now imagine me as a Fulani man. If I begin to rally and say, let me protest, the other side will say, oh, when his brother was there, they were even giving cleaner appointments from A to Z. They were dominating this. So these are one of the factors that are kind of not allowing national cohesion. The same thing will happen tomorrow if is a Igbo man is on the seat, you know, the other, it's just vice versa. You know, there is Nigeria is too complex. You understand, and unfortunately, we have allowed those division, we have allowed those crack to take roots within the society. That is the cardinal problem that is allowed, that is like is making us to lack that national cohesion. One, and then secondly, you see, no matter how we also lack this, we lack vision. We lack vision in a sense that, technically speaking, we lack we lack the direction to kind of propel that vision for the country, because we are not even explaining our problems. We are not even understanding. We are not even willing to understand the problems we have as a country. Okay. You see, Nigeria, essentially, we are just a service-based economy. We don't produce nothing apart from the crude oil that we are producing, that our life is hanging on. You understand? And then, instead of us to calm down, I don't know, maybe perhaps next Nigerian president, if he want to do well, he shouldn't go and live in that Asorok, because it seems all of them, when they get into that Asorok, they lose their heads. I mean, when Tinubu said he is within 40 days, he was able to save over 1 trillion naira. That is something. But as I think I made it very clear that I did not voted for Tinubu because I'm a PDP guy, but still I wasn't. I was happy that he was there, because the combination of Tinubu and Shetima, I was kind of hopeful. But the moment I saw him distributing five billion to the state governors, I said that's all. He has he has taken the wrong turn. What I was expecting from the presidency was okay. Yeah, removing the oil subsidy is a good idea. It's a good thing. You understand? Because a lot of money is going west through that subsidy. But Nigeria, the way we are now, we are we need a positive shock therapy, shock therapy to the economy. What I mean by that is that five billion that he shares to the governors. I'm telling you, one in fact, to 10 of it has not been utilized. Maybe in some few exceptions, some other states. You understand? If you want to stimulate the economy of a country, there is shortcuts that you will follow. That immediate shortcuts. For instance, you say, okay, today as a president, I'm giving a presidential directive or order. Okay, because bulk of Nigerians now are civil servants. Bulk of them, especially here in the north. I cannot speak of the south, especially the Igbo land. I know that those ones are very industrial. They don't care more about government employments, unlike the Yorubas and the Northerners. You understand? What you do is okay. Any civil servant that retires within 12 months, make it mandatory. You understand? For him to get his benefits, its gratuity and his pension, it's going on. The money will go around. It will stimulate. Let the state governors mirror that decision. One, and then this social welfare program that he is talking of. I once said it on this platform. I said since 1999, no any other government has invested in social welfare like Baba Buhari, but it fell woefully. People stole the money like madness. There is so many data we have here, the BVN, the national identity. We have so many ways to kind of filter people that have really in bad shape, people that have, shrinking poverty, shrinking people in this country that has some account. You can monitor. So we have people that millions of Nigerians that accounts are active. You see them removing 5,000, 10,000. The account is not dormant, but they have within a year they have never made a transaction that exceeded 100,000. There is monitoring instrument that you can work with. But the problem is there is no political will. There is no will at all. And everybody in Nigeria believes now I can steal as much as I like and there is nothing will happen. Especially if they get visa to get out of this country and go to UK and sleep. So these are the major fundamental things that the government are not even looking at on that direction. And then, I mean, look at what, okay, let me give you an example. Pakistan, our population now is more than Pakistan. Pakistan now, the only thing that is holding Pakistan together is because of their nuclear arsenal. If not, they would have become a failed state for maybe for 10 years back. It was only their nuclear weapon that is making America to keep subsidizing them with. I think last 2 to 3 months, United States has to strong IMF to give them loans. Because US is afraid of their weapon. If something happened to that country, their weapon may go into wrong hands. But what do we have? Despite that, Pakistan is still no matter how elementary it is, they still produce a lot of our machineries and export it. They even I think we even acquire one of their jets, fighter jets. But look at what their economy is. But we are blessed with all those natural resources. If you cannot do it, invite China in. This is because we are not technology-based countries. all those countries that you see are self-sufficient, they are technology-based. They have technical skills that is marketable, that is producing, or that is industrialized. We are not technology-based country. Then we should admit it. Yeah, you want to say something?
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to ask you about Wiki. I want your assessment of Wiki in Abuja, who seems to be ruffling a few feathers. But barely 3 months in, but he seems to be the talk of the town and not often instances in good light. So what's your assessment of what Wiki is up to in Abuja?
One man, I was trying to talk the real thing that matters, but
Oh, okay,
because
carry
for
on.
me,
Carry on with what you
yeah,
wanted to talk about. Yeah.
it's fine because for me now, whoever sit in any position in federal government is eventually the same. If it's Wike, if it's another Malam, if it's another Yoruba, if it's another Igbo, whatever it is, this is still the same thing. Those guys are not seeing the bigger picture. Of course, I mean, FCT minister seat is not meant for one tribe or one culture or one religion. You understand? So, if Wike has as a Nigerian, he has any right to be there as any other Nigerians, and it's his own personality and style of management that he will come with. He cannot copy somebody. Then definitely he's going to go against the uh, as in he's going to go against what people are used to. You understand? There is a lot of people, especially from the north. We have a lot of people that have a lot of connection with that office and they have a lot of investment. So it's not going to be business as usual for them. And certainly they are going to make noise. And that is just what we are seeing. You know, like for me, I have not been, I think for the past 3 months, I've been going around. Even tomorrow, I'm going to one local government that is bordering Cameroon. It's called Goza. So look, one man, in this situation that we are in, Nigeria is only the grace of God. God forgive me. That is, if it's even possible, it's only the grace of God that is going to save this country from what it's happening. I don't know if you guys really understand what we are going through in this country. People are no longer eating even 2 square meal a day. You seeing people as in somebody that is sane, somebody that is well dressed, somebody that is educated.
Roberto,
They
I understand.
cannot do anything
I
with
can
your
assure
education.
you, I do. I understand.
You, un-
I do.
your degree certificate is no longer relevant in this country now, unless if your father is somebody or your uncle or somebody. Where are we going? We got this wrong. This is the aftermath of 20, 30 years back when we abandoned technical education. Our degrees are virtually useless. Sorry to say that. You cannot do anything. Even the roads that we will travel in here, you cannot have good paved main road of 15 kilometer. It is all potholes. All these Dangote trucks and other things have destroyed. There is nothing in this country now. So when I hear people sitting down saying, no, 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 Wike is that, or maybe, no, this Yoruba man is, I mean, we are not, because let me tell you, we did not finish seeing the real effect of this subsidy removal. We still have some certain change in our pockets. By the time it is 1 year, when Mr. A has finished eating his own savings, he will go to Mr. B and borrow that Mr. B is bigger than him and Mr. B have.
Ribado, is it not the case that that Nigerians necessarily have to make a lifestyle adjustment to the reality of their circumstances? We've had it too easy in that country for too long. Do you know that in most countries people just don't hop it? Maybe in America they do, but in most countries people just don't hop into the car and go for a drive like they do in Nigeria. You ride a bike. People go on scooters in most countries. not because they don't like cars, but because of the cost of petrol. We have one of the cheapest petrols for decades on end. You know, everything is subsidized. Coca-Cola is half the price, a quarter the price of what it is in Ghana. You know, we've lived for too long a heavily subsidized life, and now we're all spent. So now we have to make a lifestyle adjustment to our economic realities.
But the problem, yes, I agree with you. You understand? I agree with you, but there is another aspect, there is another negative of that changing of lifestyle that we don't understand. You see, when you have over 30 million or 25 million graduates that are unemployed, these are people that can read, write, have ability to do critical thinking. You know, it's a bombshell you have. What I'm trying to say is this: the government is not even, I think, I don't know, I may be wrong. Okay, this is my personal opinion, I may be wrong. But what I'm saying is the government is not even aware of this reality. Do you understand what I'm saying is? Because today, all these youths that are sitting down full of depression and anger, you understand? If you did not give them that enabling environment for them to readjust, okay, and arm them with some certain skills to start something, no matter how bad or no matter how scratch it is, you know, to at least earn a living. To at least earn a living. That is what I'm saying. Even the federal government today doesn't know what to do. And it's not because of Bola Tinubu is not capable. Bring another 100 people. If they are going to follow the same system, this is what is going to happen. I'm not criticizing Tinubu as a person. I'm criticizing the policies we are having and the policy makers we are having, because we have all been brainwashed. We look. Let me tell you something. We have these governments. What they call it, Nigerian Governors Forum. When I did some little preliminary research, that Nigerian Governors Forum are being funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation with MacArthur Foundation. These are people that are writing our economic policies. These are people that are writing our agendas as a country, as a nation. I mean, we are just blind.
Okay, Ribado, do you see any light at the end of the tunnel at all? Ribado? Can anyone still hear me?
Yeah. One man.
We are hearing
you.
I think Ribado is joining us from Maiduguri, as I said, so the connection will, in fact, this is the best we've heard him so far.
Yeah, one man.
Yeah, Maurice.
Look, please, there's something I wanted to say shortly. I wanted to address what Ribado said. You know, me, I'm a very straightforward person. In Nigeria, we have about between 20 and 22 million out of school children, okay? And then that between 20 and 22 million out of school children, 90% of them are from the north. You understand? Now, let's face this. I'm not an optimist by nature. I'm a realist. Now, if you check since the history of Nigeria, since independence, the most people who have always been in government are the Northerners in top position, being from presidency to minister of this, minister of that. And you find out that they have this system. I discuss it. I have a very good friend from Fulani here. He's a businessman here. So me and him, we discuss this. So you find out that what they do not invest in education. Even a lot of them protest when you want to introduce a formal Western education there. That Amajiri system, even they don't even like the modern part of it. So the problem is that their elites are not creating enabling environment, because if they make those people to become wise, those people will realize they're being used. Do you understand?
No,
So
that's a rudimentary outlook, Maurice. It's a bit more nuanced and sophisticated than that.
no, to be honest, they don't want to. They have a circle because they believe
but you
in
can't say that now. You're not from the north. Are you from the north?
I'm telling you, people from the north are telling me this. That is their problem. That's what they, according to the people from the north, I know a lot of northerners are here, and I interact with them. They are telling me this. I didn't know all this before, but they made it like most times they do not. They keep a particular circle. That is why when you see most of the time somebody who is famous, his only descendants or generation will remain relevant. So most of the other ones are kept out. You understand? That is the problem. Because if you check, go and Google it, don't take my word for it. 90% of the out of school children are from the north. So this poverty,
I'm not sure about that. I think we did. I don't know, Coco. I think we did something on that statistic.
You know, you are a very wise man. You are a very intelligent man.
And we found that people in
check it if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I will apologize.
All right. That's somewhat of a sweeping statement there by Maurice, but all right, Maurice, hold steady. Let me get the conversation round. I think we lost Ribadu. Like I said, imagine I'm in Kent and I'm speaking to a guy in Maiduguri. This is technology, but you know.
Woman, can I say something about the northern leadership real quick? Just correct one misconception. Yeah.
All
You
right,
see, when people say the northern leaders have been the one ruling Nigeria the longest, that's not true. It's not those that have became head of state are not part of the northern ethnic or spiritual leadership, or those guys were just soldiers, mere soldiers. They're not relevant in terms of northern society. You can't tell me someone like Gowon is a kind of relevant ethnic leader or spiritual or religious leader of northern leadership. When you talk about northern leadership, you're talking about the emirs or the sultans and stuff. Someone like Gowon is not in that category. Babangida is just a Nupe man as a soldier. Abacha is one Kanuri guy from the Kanuri area. So when people keep saying the northern leaders rule Nigeria and they kept their people in that state, they against this and that, it's not true, man. It's not true. It's not really northern leaders that rule Nigeria. It's just soldiers. They look grasping for power among themselves, scrambling for power among themselves, got to the top, just don't know how to govern, and they then with their fellow soldiers they looted the country. That's what it was. So it wasn't northern leaders that ruled country and they purposely kept their people in that position. It's not true.
What happened to every school, all the schools Jonathan built? Jonathan did more there, for education-wise. What happened to it?
All right, Maurice, let's try and bring other voices in. I want to bring Zita's voice in. She's the only female on the platform, so that she can actually put a different inflection to the conversation. So, Zita, you're up next. So you were pushing hard against a particular narrative then. I think it was how the transition from the life of excess to a more Spartan lifestyle. So we were having a bit of a back and forth on that, Zita. Zita.
One man. I'm here.
Yeah, how far?
I did.
Woman.
Somebody wanted to say something.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, I just want to say one statement real quick. The only thing close to northern leadership ruling Nigeria was Ahmadu Bello and what's his name, and the Tafa Balewa. And those guys were actually the only leaders they've ever had in the north, where they, as far as development or anything great in the north. So everybody else are not northern leaders. Those are just soldiers. All right, thank you.
What about Yaradua?
What about Buhari?
You can't call Buhari northern. He doesn't have any tie to the northern socio-cultural group like leadership. Buhari doesn't have any ties to the emirs and all those people now. It's just a soldier that became politician. Doesn't have any connection. When during his entire tenure, do you see him go visit the emirs or all those people, or rally the northern ethnic or religious leaders to discuss development of the north or anything like that? It's not. It does
But
not relevant.
EMT allies supporting him.
No. I think you are conflating oligarchs with leadership. I think a senior member of that society is a leader, is it not? I think what you're talking about is oligarchs.
No, that's what people always say now. They're saying they are the northern leadership. When we're talking about ethnic leadership, we're talking about the sultans, the societal, kind of like in the south where we said the obas or the people that are relevant in terms that they are in terms of speaking to the societal issues and things like that. So these soldiers they're not connected to any kind of socio-cultural, religious. The North is more religious, kind of like that. It's more like the people in charge of the northern affairs are more like, in terms of societal affairs, are more like the emirs, the sultans, those people, and they are all interconnected. Well, none of these leaders have any kind of connection with these people except Ahmadu Bello and maybe Tafa Balewa. But these other guys are just soldiers. They are not connected. They don't have any relevance in that aspect.
All right, I'm going to push you on that a little bit in a while, but I want Zita to take the floor just to pivot the conversation a little bit. Zita.
So, woman, what I was saying when we went back and forth is that, look, the situation in Nigeria now is it's not funny. Someone asking me if it would have been averted, my answer would be yes. Because, why am I saying that? When Buhari removed the subsidy, it wasn't public. We knew. Because we monitor. Mama that is selling ugu in the market, uncle that is selling meat in the market, probably the taxi drivers, they didn't know. The fuel was going up. As usual, fuel usually go up some time of the year in Nigeria. It fluctuates. But when a leader come publicly, but by the way, before I say this, I want to give a typical example first. I don't know how many Americans today that knew that Joe Biden put a pause in DACA. He campaigned that he's going to let it run. But he put a pause in it. It's not running. Only the people affected that knew that you cannot. But there is nobody in the street demonstrating. During the time of Donald Trump, the yellowhead, he announced it. And people went to the street. They were all in the Supreme Court shouting, contributing money, going to court. DACA must stand. But this man did it from the back door. What am I saying in essence? As a leader, more especially as a president of a country, the eyes of the market is watching your mouth. There are things you say, it rattles the market instantly. And it might be very devastating. The man said two things. And those two things have rattled the market. Take it or leave it, believe it or not, that's just the fact. And one thing, you asked a question, you said, why is Nigerians not reacting to it? I will explain. Nigerians have decided to use the comfort of their emotions to wage their problem. Let me repeat this again. Nigerians most times use the comfort of their emotions to wage their problem, their hurt, their pain. I give you an example. Nigerians are more interested in chasing Tinubu'S certificate around the whole world. They read it. They feel comfortable. Some get angry. Some ask questions. It became the main discussion on their table. Some of them are even hurting because of that, instead of being hurting because they went to market to buy 3 tomatoes for 1,000 naira. So that's who we are. I accept that. But that will not overrule the fact that the people in my country today are struggling because of one pronouncement or the other. Now you said he has put some certain things. When did he say subsidy was removed? I'm not a fan of subsidy. I will tell anybody who cares to hear. From the one, even if you do it very well, I am not a fan of subsidy. There is one thing Buhari said when he became president, although he did not achieve it, but he said it. And it was a very good thing for a president of a nation to say. When they were talking about the airports, he said something. He said, I will not concentrate on the airports because the average Nigerian doesn't fly. I will concentrate on the rail lines. Because almost every Nigerian will use it. More especially the people that are supposed to be alleviated. What am I saying in essence? These things are things he would have done. Then let the fuel market react. And then he will come out and say, oh, well, then you people know that thing is gone. By then, a lot of things have been calmed down. I remember during the time of Obasanjo, somebody was asking me yesterday, it's not all about saying problems, what are the solutions? I remember during the time of Obasanjo, I had a very funny encounter in Madrid. When I came home, I began to ask questions because I'm somebody who asks questions. I said, how come mackerel is so cheap in Nigeria? Because that bluefish is one of my favorite fishes. Either I buy bluefish or I buy mackerel. And they said, Obasanjo remove tariff. Those who bring a mackerel into Nigeria is free. Go buy as many as you can buy, bring in and sell. That's why you can get a whole, they can cut 3, 4 for you, a whole bowl for just cheap. You can't get it like that anywhere else in the world. These are things Tinubu would have sat down to arrange before making those his pronouncements. Why am I saying this? In as much as he's sitting down there, people are comforting themselves with his certificate and getting angry about his certificate. I don't even know how somebody, maybe I don't understand English language. I have not seen where somebody forged what he has, but that is what it is. Nigerians are running with that. They're angry with that. Some are excited about that. They're talking about Atiku's own. They're talking about the other person's own. They're talking about the other person's own. It's all looking nyach syndrome. But the main thing that is eating them deep, nobody. I would imagine what Nigerians will do if they run around the internet talking about the high price, the suffer, the darkness in their country, the way they run around the internet talking about Tinubu's certificate. The government would have done something. But would they do that? No, they won't. Because there are people who like using their emotions to quench their heart, their anger and their hunger.
Madam, I don't agree with you. Then he shouldn't have forged the certificate in the first place. Then nobody would have been talking about it.
If that is the problem, talk about it. I am not talking about Tinubu's certificate. I'm talking about the problem. If his problem is the hunger, if the problem is the high cost of living, if the problem is the struggle Nigerians are passing through today, if that is the certificate, then I don't think they have a problem. I shouldn't be talking on this platform, complaining with my emotions running wild. Whether he forged certificate, he didn't forge certificate. The important thing is that he's sitting in Art Rock and he's putting his pen in policies. He's making decisions that affect them. So I should talk about that decisions. And that's what is important to me. I don't know about you. But next time you want to interject me, please take a permission. Thank you. Thank you, one man.
All right. Do you want to speak on I wanted you to speak on Atahiru Jega, who was running commentaries on that the president should not be the person picking the INEC chairman. So do you want to make a brief commentary on that, and then I'll move the conversation on.
Atahiru Jega was appointed by a president. So why did he accept that?
Yeah, because that's the prevailing system, but he's saying it's not fit for purpose.
No, it's not fit for purpose. We should have started with him. What did the Constitution say about appointing the electoral chairman? Is he going to rewrite the Constitution because he's no longer there? I mean, man, when they say all these things, they talk as if Nigeria is Banana Republic. This is a man that a president was appointed. He accepted it. He went in there, he served his time, he walked away. When he appointed him, why didn't he say, look, man, presidents are not supposed to be appointing EFCC, whichever one, chairman. He accepted it. He did his time. And today, presidents are not supposed to, did the president go out of the Constitution? Is it unconstitutional for the president to appoint the EFCC chairman or the INEC chairman? He should be talking about how to sit down and put some commas and some dots, take out some things in our Constitution, not to come out and to make a broad statement as if it's not part of the madness. I beg God, woman, I will just do interjection.
All right, stay in situation. There's still other topics I want to come to you on, but for the benefit of people still waiting, let's go to Ekene, who joins us from Ojo. Hopefully that if his battery never holds up, he's always using his battery to hurry me to him quickly. So Ekene, you're up next.
Oh, man, it's a reality now. You know, my brother said that electricity has improved, but I've not been experiencing it. So I'm sorry about that. Maybe I'll be happy to experience it.
Go and live in more expensive places. Now you know that Morris is a multi-millionaire, so he will be living in the Victoria Island equivalent of wherever. You know.
Maybe that's where I do my business now. I'm still an upcoming, so I've not been experiencing the electricity increase.
Now from your local government income from Morris.
Yes. I'm in Owerri. Concord area edge.
You sabi that one again?
No, you know me. I'm not from Imo State. I'm from Anambra State. I'm from Oba.
But you never come Owerri before.
I used to come to Owerri now.
You know Concord Hotel now. You know Concord Hotel.
We'll have a lot of hotel. So I cannot mention anyone.
Concord is the oldest one now. It's a state-owned something, but I think
yes.
I gave it to yes. Where you have all seasons hotel and all those things, you know.
Yes. I can remember. Yes, I can remember. But Owerri now, you know, we in Lagos now to come to Owerri now is a problem because the state is deserted. I don't know. Very sweet area that we used to come and enjoy ourselves.
Man, that's a lie, you know. That's a lie. I don't know why people will tell you where insecurity. My brother, I go around everywhere. That's nothing. Everywhere is quiet. I know where. Even you have more people. I mean, Owerri City now, Concord is the most expensive area in Owerri.
Yeah.
It's not GRA now, where You understand? Owerri city, everywhere, Owerri. Crowd, even the crowd I'm seeing now in Owerri is unbelievable. Everywhere is quiet, nothing is happening. Don't forget about distance where they talk. Oh, don't go kidnappers. That's a lie. They sensationalize too much sensation. Everything people talk about. I'm here 5 months now.
Okay, no problem.
Yes.
No problem.
Anybody
So
will tell you
everything.
that. What you go say? Everybody, even from Enugu, Port Harcourt, Calabar, everybody who wear it. If you want to book, you have more hotels in Owerri than Lagos. Believe me.
I
It's
know
only
now. It's
hotels
not. Nobody can dispute
Than
that. They would have
Lagos.
the most hotels.
Are you joking? Than Lagos?
One man is telling you the fact. We have more hotels
100%.
in Owerri than Lagos.
I mean,
100% fact.
when I say
There is
hotels,
no money. There is no money in Owerri now. So
who tell you that? Who tell you that? Listen, one man, do you know one thing? You see over there, the type of hotels they build here, it's not like cheap. Now, luxury, when I say super luxury, 4, 5, 7, 8 stories, massive. You can't build rubbish here. And you have, even, I was reading, listening news the other day, 5-star hotels that are, or 4.5-star hotels that are still under construction, very nice, more than 1,000. The one that is under construction.
But who are they servicing is the thing.
The whole eastern region and south, like Rivers, Calabar, even Abuja. If you want to book a hotel room in Owerri, you have to book on a weekday, like a Tuesday or Wednesday.
But there's no economy there. So why would there be hotels there? What
No,
economy?
There's too much money here. It's a very expensive. There's a lot of money here. Trust me.
One man, what he's telling is 100% fact. What he's telling is 100% fact.
My one man, if you want to book hotel in Owerri now, you must book on a Wednesday. You can't come in here. 2 of my friends came in from Cyprus. They flew in from Cyprus. They came in on a Friday night. We drove around because they carry women, 2 Cyprus girls. Now they carry us. So I told them to stay in my house. I said, okay, I'm staying upstairs. I have some guest rooms down and everything up. They no agree. They said they won't go stay because my yawo day here. They said they won't go hotel. We drove round. Do you know the cheapest room you find a hotel? Like let me say just 3.5 star alone. The cheapest room hotel here you see is 30,000 naira. That's the cheapest. They have even a room of 128,000. They have some hotels. Their cheapest room is 60,000. Like rent. There are so many hotels here, more than 2,000 hotels, and it's fully packed. If you see crowd where they here, you ask yourself what they have, and that is why Owerri, the layout of Owerri, even the roads are very, very wide. They don't have all these tiny. We don't have like all these tiny roads. It's super wide. You understand me? So in the whole south is Owerri, scatters for Port Harcourt. People from River State, upon everything Wicked did there, everybody come to Owerri. But and another thing that made it possible for Owerri to be like that is that all the Ashawo in Nigeria moved to Owerri. Do you understand me?
They knew you were coming, Abi. They knew you were coming.
No,
back
all
home,
the Ashawo are in Owerri. So everybody, whether Abuja, whether be senator, this weekend they fully booked. The airport is super busy, especially Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's super busy. It's coming in. Flight is coming. It's going. You understand? Rivers, Calabar, because of women. There's too many women. The kind of prostitutes you see here, you speak English, they'll be correcting you. Of course, now. You go to speak English, they go to correct you. They are shower they here.
They say one man. They say energy lega for Owerri. It's an old age. If you don't have money, you don't eat Owerri soup. It's an old age. So he's speaking to the fact.
Now, before I come to you, let me do a bit of advertising. We're starting a new section, a new segment, a new sort of show, which is going to be hosted by Dupsy. Everybody knows Dupsy, and so there it is right there on the screen. Let me remove this banner. So she's going to do the piloting of it tomorrow. So I'll put the link in the comment section now. So bookmark it so you can come and support her, Dupsy. She's going to be talking about more human interest sort of storylines and she's going to this Augusta Osedion storyline, Killer Boy and all that. So she'll be looking into that. It'll be round about 9:30 p.m. UK time, but probably 9 a.m. wherever you are in the Americas, around about 3:30 for you in Nigeria. So everybody rally around, go to encourage her.
3:30 a.m. or p.m.
No, 3:30 p.m. for you, but in the Americans it will be around because she's worried that nobody will turn up. But I told her how popular she is. So that's Dupsy right there. So the link there, go and bookmark it, put your notifications on. She's only piloting it just to see if she enjoys it and see how it goes. So let's give her the encouragement so that she's able to straddle that space. So that's Dupsy. So that is Dupsy. Back to you, Ekene.
Okay, thank you, one man. I don't have much to say, but to speak on the issue that have been said, especially on that Bugaje interview, I listened to the man very well. And I thank God the man is not coming in from the angle of supporting any political party. He just made some valid point concerning our national issues, because they were speaking on national issues. And the man spoke very well how he's just disappointed at the current administration, because he said he knew Tinubu to be a magician, a strategy, but he's very well disappointed that all that magic is gone. So, and depending on the appointment that he see that he's not seeing any future in this administration. But for me, the man made a clear submission. And I thank God he's coming from the north. He's not coming from the east. So anybody cannot attack him anyhow. So even in Obi, he still made a very clear submission on Obi, which I always made here. He made it very clear that Obi is not an Igbo candidate, or the way people are trying to paint it. It's a matter of people that are tired of bad governance, both from APC and PDP. And will be speaking to them in the language that they understand, and they're not rally around him to know if they can get a better Nigerian. So, and that gladdens my heart so much that commendation is coming from the north. So, speaking on our economy, all that, from what the man said, I'm not seeing any clear direction that this government is going on. I have to say my mind, no matter how anybody wants to see it, I'm not seeing any clear, because this government came on with a manifesto. Where is all that manifesto? Hitting the ground running and from day one, all that. Doesn't mean that they didn't know the current situation of this country before preparing those manifestos and all that. A lot of promises being made towards the campaign, because if you want to judge a government from what he's doing, you judge them by what they are put on ground before they come in as a government. Where is their manifesto? Where are all those written documents that they want to follow to pilot the affairs of this government? I'm not seeing it. They have abandoned it, coming out with try and lock policies. They announce this one tomorrow. They found out that it's not suitable. They come out and announce another one. Well, see, one man, I'm not trying to castigate Tinubu anything, but I'm saying it how I feel, because I'm living in Nigeria. I know how everybody around me and in the country is feeling. Things are getting worse, and it's not only that. Me as a businessman, it's affecting business, because once price is going up, I know the people the patronage will be less. So it's affecting business, it's affecting everything. And at the same time, you have to spend a lot of money to feed your family. Nobody is disputing Tinubu on the issue of removing fuel subsidy. It's well accepted from every angle of this country. But what are the promises that he made to make Nigeria better even after removing those subsidy and all that, I'm not seeing a clear cut. I'm not seeing a good plan. I'm not seeing a good strategy. I'm not seeing a organized economic strategy. I'm not seeing it. I'm only seeing announcing policies and removing it back and replacing it with another. That's what I'm seeing, and that's not how to run a government. Even a private life, you don't run your private life like that. You must plan very well. In your own private life, you must plan it very well, following it one after the other to be able to achieve a goal. But it seems there is no plan on ground. So maybe he will still get it better, but for now he's not getting it right, and I'm not going to eulogize him on that.
Sorry, can I interject?
Yeah.
When the government said they've removed fuel subsidy, they've actually removed fuel subsidy. It's not been budgeted for. The Tinubu administration is not paying for fuel subsidy at any point. Yes, fuel is being sold at a rate that is not commensurate with the actual price that it should be going for in the world market. And that's as a result of the operations of the NNPC. Now, may I remind you that the NNPC is now a private corporation and does not have the direct interference from the government. So, when the president said, I have removed fuel subsidy, yes, 100% he has. There is no budget, there is no allocation, they are not paying anybody for it. Now, currently, it is only the NNPC that can afford to import fuel into the country. No independent marketer can do that. So now the NNPC has actually said that they have 30 days supply in their inventory. So the news you're hearing that fuel subsidy has been sneaked in is wrong. It's not correct. It's not the right word. It is a misused stem by rogue journalists. Yes, if you import fuel on your own, the landing price would be at 720, if not more, based on the FX rate. But the NMPC, I don't know whatever operations or marketing devices they are using currently, but they've been able to hold it at the current rate that is going. And like you've rightly said, the price for fuel has increased at subsequent locations like Abuja and other places. It shows you that the government itself has taken its hands off from controlling the prices of fuel through subsidizing it, and the NNPC is directly in charge. So now let me also remind you again that the NNPC. Let me say something first. Let me complete. It's not my space. Then you
No,
can
I just
say what
want
you
to say
want
one
to say.
thing, please.
Okay.
Just once, I will not take maybe 30 seconds. Please, don't be, there is, the fuel subsidy is back.
It's not back.
Even they say it always here on TV. Even some, they interviewed some of the ministers. They didn't deny it. They brought it in. Look, the official rate now, if you want to buy dollar, official rate is about 700 and something. Okay. Now, gas, no, diesel was around 700 and something when fuel was like 500 and something. Diesel now increased. The subsidy is back only on fuel, not on diesel. Because if you're not going to exchange $1 for 700 naira official rate, and then go and import something and sell it for 600 naira.
What I will ask you is, do you know how the fuel subsidy
they already
was
interviewed them on
Do you
that.
know how?
Do
you know how fuel subsidy
you
was
are 100%
operating
wrong
in
on
the
that.
past? No, I'll ask you, do you know how fuel subsidy operates in the past? It was being budgeted for, right? And funds were being allocated to independent marketers. Not everybody, most people were coming in, but currently now the government is not budgeting for it. Till I see a supplementary budget to say that fuel
But
subsidy
the
is being,
official,
fuel
if you're
subsidy is
importing,
that.
you have to import,
You
you have
see,
to get the
people are
FX.
hold on, sir.
And the official is
People are
700.
Sir, hold on. I understand the concern, and I've said it on this space that I don't know what the NMPC is doing, but if you go by the current rate, and if you go by what is happening in the world market for fuel prices, things are not adding up. Now, the NMPC is currently the only organization or corporation that brings in fuel. No independent marketer can do it. It's not sustainable. And guess what?
Yes.
What it means in the past, the government were subsidizing independent marketers and was paying for them. But the government is not doing that anymore. That operation is gone, done and dusted. So if you are saying it is sneak back, no, it is wrong. Fuel subsidy is no more. Sir,
fuel
listen to
subsidy.
me and sir,
Go
please
on
listen to
channel
me.
TV. Go even
Sir,
go
listen,
everywhere. Go and read it.
forget
You're not
about what the
following.
media is saying. Forget what the media is saying. And I'm
Do you
telling
work
you
with the
now,
government? Why are you
sir,
telling me forget what
listen
the
to
government is saying?
me.
Do you work
Listen
with
to
the
me.
Do you
Listen
work
to
with the
me.
government?
Forget.
I'm telling you
Listen to
something.
me.
You're arguing. I'm here.
Listen to
You're
me.
not here.
Forget what Channels is saying or Arise. I'm telling you that
Forget
the
about
government is not
channels.
taking
Even government officials.
funds. Now, the government is not taking funds and giving to independent marketers to go
Not
import.
independent.
The
NNPC are the only one now importing, but they're
Now,
subsidizing. If they don't do it, if they leave it at market for, it will be more than
listen now.
1,000
Now
naira now.
listen. So now between the both of us, till I see a supplementary budget and I see the budget here to say that fuel subsidy is back, now I will say for now, fuel subsidy is not back. NNPC is a large corporation. Actually, NNPC is a conglomerate of corporations. There are about 11 or 12 corporations under the NNPC operating that can stand on their own. NNPC can go into any market in Europe and can actually negotiate for a reduced price based on volume. It happens anywhere.
If you do your research, please, if you do your own research, if I'm right, I hope you'll be man enough to tell me that you're wrong, that I'm right.
I am not saying you're right or wrong. What I'm saying, I have said it on this place. I said whatever NNPC is doing, I don't know, but I know based on trade that you can negotiate for reduced price based on terms, and you tell them, okay, I can come to you. Please give me at a discount. Whatever NNPC is doing, I don't know, but with time we will know. If they will bring a supplementary budget,
they can't sustain it
sir,
anymore.
listen, now let me explain.
Price is going
If
up
they are
now
going
again.
to bring in a supplementary budget, that budget will come through the House of Representatives, and we will find out. But currently, now the ways they were doing it in the past is gone, is done, is not happening
Yeah, but
anymore.
May I interject? I know it's a Kene's place, but may I interject? May I interject, please? Look, what we don't understand, I think I've tried to explain it a couple of times on this platform in the past months. NMPC PLC is a business model akin to what we have in Petronas, that is Malaysia Oil Company, and Petrobras in Brazil. It's supposed to harness the Nigeria's oil wealth, sell it, and keep all the profits. And at the end of maybe each quarter or each month, they remit money to the federal coffers. That money has never been remitted. They always give an account to say that, well, we are importing petroleum products with the money. So we can't really say that this is the amount that has been expended.
You're right,
on
Baba.
oil importation.
Right. You're right, Baba. But don't forget that NNPC just became a corporation last year.
But that's what we are talking about right now. I don't want to talk of 5 years ago.
So now exactly. So let's throw away what they've been doing, but now they're on their own. It's now a problem. Sir, please, let me just land this point. Let me land this point because it's vital.
They are still owing them money.
This point is vital. Sir, please, can I hold on? Now, NNPC is a for-profit corporation. It is no longer a government institution anymore. It is now for profit. So they are supposed to fund themselves, operate on their own without the assistance of the government, without funding of the government. The government will never give NNPC any money anymore. So when we say fuel subsidy is gone and done, 100% fuel subsidy is gone and done. Whatever the NNPC is doing is the NNPC on its own. The NNPC can operate on its own and pay their salaries on their own. If the NNPC goes to the market to go and import fuel and they say that we want to sell it for 620 or we want to sell it for 120, that's their business.
That's a business.
It has nothing to do with the government. So when media houses are coming to say that the government is subsidizing, so they are lying.
They don't understand. It's not that they're lying. They don't understand.
Yeah, that's what I want to explain now to Ekene and to, I don't know who the gentleman is, that the government, what was happening in the past is gone. So if NNPC comes out tomorrow and say, we want to sell fuel for 80 naira, that's their business. At the end of the day, NNPC should balance their book, provide their financial statement, and pay royalties to the federal government.
Why do you think they are keeping Mele Kyari? It's because he's a man who knows where the bodies are buried. If they remove him today, there'll be confusion.
Exactly.
So his own time will come. It will be dealt with.
Even at this point, NNPC is supposed to go public. They are supposed to go and sell their shares to the public. That's what constituted
you and me will buy the shares.
CIB. Exactly. NNPC should have gone public now. Who are the major shareholders of NNPC? The federal Ministry of Petroleum and Ministry of Finance. Those are the people. That's how they structure it. Nobody is funding NNPC on whatever operations they are doing. They are self-funded. They are doing their own thing. Even the refineries that are supposed to be operating, NNPC is funding it on their own. And they are not under any budget headline in the government. So government is not doing anything for NNPC. NNPC is self-sufficient. NNPC is on their own. They will operate on their own. So, Sir Maurice Ekene, fuel subsidy is gone. So if
that's a lie.
NNPC is
that's a lie.
Okay, that is your opinion.
It's not
one man. If you notice, it's only obedience that will put information out there.
Sorry, I'm interjecting.
Hold on, Maurice.
Sorry, I'm interjecting.
Hold on one second.
One man, you know what you do? One man, do a research on this on your own. Do an honest research on this.
Maurice, Maurice, I understand you. Now, in the international market for crude, I want to correct that impression. In the international market for crude, if you import fuel, you will land it at 720, right? I understand you. What the government was doing in the past with the subsidy, the government is not doing it anymore. NNPC is just like Total now. NNPC is just like Shell. NNPC is just like Shoprite.
Hold on. Let one person land one point. So let him land that point, and then let Mike come in, and then you round off that space because we're looking around.
NNPC is like Shoprite. NNPC is like Access Bank. NNPC is like UPA. So what it means, NNPC, with the funds they generate for themselves as revenue, they would also operate on that funds. If they are going around to go and import fuel,
right? This is my space. I want to ask Emeka something because I want to go. Emeka, you said when they import, it land at 720, then they sell at 600. Does that make sense to you?
Wait. Let me say something. Why is it that it's only wait, let me say this. Let me say something. Allow me, I beg.
Everybody stop. Mike, come in.
Why is it that obedience are the only people that create one fallacy, but they're the only one that know it, and they will put it out there. And whenever government doesn't respond, they will say government is not denying it. I mean, just like you guys came up with, he didn't attend university. When he didn't respond, you guys came and say, oh, he didn't deny it. So because government is not responding to you now, we have to accept that they're not denying it and believe you. I mean, you got to present facts to us now. You can't just tell us, this is it, this is that.
Are you talking about
Mike, you never change, yo. Mike, you still never change. At least say you don't change, sir.
Government does not need to answer.
Change I'm telling you the truth, the obvious.
Government does not need to answer everything, right? The government has said fuel subsidy is gone. Fuel subsidy is gone. If NNPC wants to run at a loss, it is up to them. If NNPC wants to run at a profit, it is up to them. Same thing with if Access Bank wants to run at a loss, it is up to them. If NNPC wants, Access Bank wants to run at a profit, it is up to the management. Now, the shareholders of that company will come and say, no, we want you to increase our wealth. If you are running at a loss, then we will remove you. What we are saying now is the government is not bringing funds. Nigerians are not the one paying for subsidy. Government is not subsidizing it. Whatever NNPC is doing to keep the price at 620 is up to them. When they release their financial statement for next year, we will review it to find out what operations they are doing. How are they buying their fuel? How are they exporting fuel? How are they generating revenue? What royalties are they paying to the Nigerian government? We will review all that. But for now, Ekene, whether you like it or not, Maurice, whether you like it or not, whether you
So
accept
that
or
means
not, the federal government
NNPC is
is not
subsidizing. Landing price 700 and they
now,
sell
thank
600.
you. You have
That
used
means
the right
NNPC is
word.
subsiding. At the end
Now
of the
you are
day,
not
there is
using
subsidy involved.
now you are not using the right word. NNPC is
Hold on.
subsidizing.
Who owns NNPC belongs to the government.
Hold on, Maurice. Hold on, Najale Koko. We are getting the wording wrong because in the course of removing that fuel subsidy, Tinubu did say that there will be government interventions if there is if there's a need for correction as and when. So I think we're conflating intervention with subsidizing, but Ajale Koko come in.
Yeah, thank you, Mama. NNPC is still under the control of federal government. NNPC is not fully a private company. He has not sold his share to anybody. And we can, if we recently, NNPC borrow, is it not 1.5 million on behalf of federal government?
1.5 billion.
Sir?
Billion.
Yes.
No, it is the federal government that went to borrow from the World Bank. It's a concessionary loan.
No, it's AfriBank. NNPC went to borrow.
Let me check.
AfriBank for federal government. So NNPC is not a PLC yet. It has not sold a share to anybody. It's still under the control, and that's why you see Abba Kyari there, a government appointee, as the MD of NNPC. So don't let us deceive ourselves. It's still under the full control of federal government, and federal government still direct NNPC affair. So that is it. Thank you, Woman.
Okay, Jenny Koko, thank you very much.
How did you arrive at it that the federal government still control? Are they the one appointed to the board? Who controls the board? So what are the facts that states that the federal government still controls?
The MD is an appointee of federal government. And NNPC.
No, it's possible because the two shareholders in NNPC is the Federal Ministry of Finance and the Federal Ministry.
And they're the biggest shareholder.
So no, they are the only two. They are the only two shareholders. So with that nexus, right? Those ministries still report to the presidency, and the presidency has an indirect control over them as the ultimate beneficial owner. Right, and so it's true. I'm just going through that crude repayment loan. Let me find out what it's all about.
And that question of that crude repayment we are talking about, why don't we look at it that since some of these dealing in the crude oil used to be forward dealing, that it's not as if, oh, I want to deal in petrol now and I buy today and I import tomorrow. So why are you not seeing the current price now as a reflection of the old stock on ground, and coupled with the fact that the federal government no longer pays subsidy, so the smuggling of those products across the border is no longer lucrative. So they will have enough stock, you understand, to now give back to the economy. So why are you not looking at it from that? So
is this Bishop?
This is not Bishop. This is Ola.
Ola, so Ola, you are right? The federal government would have probably, I mean, the NNPC would have probably done a forward purchase, right? That they will probably buy fuel for this amount in 90 days, or they will buy fuel for this amount in 180 days. So that's what I'm
it can go
thinking.
as far as a
And
year.
exactly. And also, my other opinion is they might have done a crude oil swap. Okay, let me give you crude oil. Now give me refined fuel for it at this amount, at this volume. And that will settle off the balance of trade. So for them to keep it at that rate, Ola, you have a point. I was thinking about it, but you seem to understand what I was trying to think about. That they would have probably done a forward purchase for a year or 6 months or 3 months and say, okay, we will be buying fuel for you for this amount. We will buy fuel for you for $500 for 1 year at this volume. And then it is being secured, it is signed as a contract, and they go back. So at each interval, they just collect the volume and they make the payment. So that is how they would have kept that amount for that price. But like I keep saying, the federal government is not paying any form of subsidy. And if they were, you will see the influx of independent oil marketers coming into the space. But currently, it is the NNPC doing it, doing the import, and God so kind, they've been importing huge volumes of fuel that is keeping the country going for as long as, and they say they can do that for as long as they can. So if they were paying fuel subsidy, you will see the illegal people coming around to come and take a huge share of it. But independent oil marketers are saying, no, this business is not good for us. I can't buy fuel, I can't import fuel for 720 and sell at the rate NNPC is selling. It's a loss.
What
Okay,
people
Maka,
don't
thank
understand,
you for
what
your
people don't
thank you.
understand about this thing is that is the law of the land now. It's not just a policy. It's not just a policy. It's a serious law that even for Tinubu to say he wants to go back on it, it can lead to his impeachment because that's when you are violating the law of the land. So people should understand that. And I see people trying to blame the way Tinubu managed that sector 2 and made that, oh, you shouldn't have finance. See, there's a big difference between you masses and those people in the business world. It could be some information that you will not normally not hear, even if Tinubu decided not to announce. If he decided not to announce it, the marketers will still know, and this problem we are still seeing will still be there. So saying because Tinubu said it is the reason for why there was a crisis. No, it's a very wrong information to pass, because the business world that are dealing in that sector, they will know exactly the position of the government around fuel subsidy, whether Tinubu said it or he didn't say it. So I think we should not just be stirring Nigerians up by saying, oh, it was just because of Tinubu pronouncement. No, it was not because of the pronouncement. Those people, they knew, and it's only that you don't know that you think that's the reason thing went up. So to me, the government, as far as I'm concerned, except otherwise proven, the government is not paying subsidy. It could be
Okay, you people agree that the government is not paying subsidy, but they are paying intervention. But I don't know the word to use. I don't know the difference between subsidy and intervention. So are they not the same word?
That intervention is just a suggestion. It's not something that is evident.
I don't know. Anyway, that's your argument here, but I don't believe in that. The only thing I know is that with my common knowledge, whether you mean intervention, whether you mean subsidy, all of them are the same words to me.
No,
They
let
mean
me
the same
break
thing.
it down. Let me break it down for you.
You cannot tell me that
one voice.
You cannot tell me that you go and import a product that is costing you about 720, then you come into the country and sell it for 580 or 600 naira. You don't like money. You don't like to make profit. Even to cover your capital self, you don't even want to cover your capital. You just want to dash the thing to the society because you are Father Christmas. So you import something at the rate of
720.
You should be happy that you are buying it for a cheaper amount.
My brother,
Why are you not happy
I
that you're
wonder.
buying it for a cheaper amount?
They have made adjustments. Please let us discuss this intelligently.
So, gentlemen, let's have one voice. Yeah.
Let's discuss this intelligently. You see, in the last few months, they've been paying cash.
Emeka, let's have one voice.
NMPC has been paying cash, buying PMS. They are no more even doing oil swap anymore. You understand? They are not doing it. They have the money. They have the crude oil. Even let me shock you. If they choose this today, NMPC, if not for our neighboring countries, they can even go back to 245 per liters. All they have to do is, out of our quota of 1.8 million, they take 200,000 barrels out of it and refine it locally in their own refinery and only export 1.6.
Let me say this, Baba. There is nothing you can explain here that will make me to believe anything that you guys are saying. My own is that they are paying subsidy. No matter how you want to paint it. Because the only thing I know is that government cannot come out boldly to say it. If they cannot, they know the consequences of doing that now.
Everybody in Nigeria
but you have to present the fact to us now. You can't tell us
they know the consequences of coming out to say that
it is in contravention of the law. Can I understand something that it is in contravention of the law for the government to do that? Whatever is not on the budget and the government goes ahead to spend, the government is actually going out, that it is criminal for the government to spend money that is not on the budget. And the only way the government can do that is to pass a supplementary budget. And so far, so good. This year is about to end. They have not passed any supplementary budget yet. I am yet to see any supplementary budget.
Whether they pass the budget or not. Let me conclude. I want to go.
Yes. Everybody.
One man.
No, hold.
One man.
Hold. Can you hold, please? Everybody hold. So two things. We can only hear one voice at a time. So if somebody is speaking and they're not yielding, then let them land. Then you come in after them. And the second thing is, if you are not speaking, try and be muted, because otherwise your background noise will come into the feed. So yeah, Maurice.
Yeah. Please, one man. Look. I don't know the gentleman that said except there's a supplementary budget. Yeah. Okay, good. But there's no supplementary budget when they went out to buy a 160 million SUV for it. They borrowed that money to buy that.
That was budgeted for. That was budgeted for. That was budgeted for.
Okay, now look. Let me tell you something, one man. You know, if there's something about me, if I'm not sure about something, I don't like to, I would say I'm suspecting or I think, but this is something that is very, very clear here. I've been here for 5 months. I know when it started. Listen, when what actually happened was that announcement effect, what they call it, when Tinubu said fuel subsidy is gone. The day, I remember before God in heaven and man on earth, a day before that day, the announcement, the day he was sworn in, I told my boys that work for me, I said, I let them buy a lot of fuel. I told them to go and buy a lot of fuel. We had jerry cans, we bought a lot of fuel. And you know how much I bought it for? I bought it for 210. You understand? And the following day, it went straight to 515 naira. After the announcement, it went straight to 515 naira. Because we use a lot of gen on site because of heavy things. We have machines that will lift a lot of things upstairs because it's a high rise, 3 floors. Some of them, the other one is 4 floors. So we use a lot of fuel. And I know what I'm telling you. Now, as of yesterday, fuel here is 615, 620. Some places they say 630. But that time it went to 500. Diesel went to 700. That's 700. Today, diesel is 1,000 something. And the fuel is static, stays steady. Even when they started. So I was like, oh, fuel, no, they go up. So when they found out that the government, because of complaints, and if you know the kind of hardship what people are going through here, this free subsidy, bread, they sold for 50 naira before. Now it's 300 naira. Everything became like times 10. You understand me? So people are suffering. Even your salary, even if they pay you 100,000, it will not. A bag of rice now, foreign rice, is 70,000 naira. My wife just bought one bag 2 days ago. 70,000 naira.
53,000. It's 53,000.
No, foreign rice here, foreign
No,
rice.
in the east,
Nigeria,
is 70,000 foreign rice. In the east is
70,000
70,000.
foreign
What
rice.
are you doing with foreign rice? We have local
You told
manufacturers
us
now.
yourself that is 53,000.
No,
Yeah.
no, in the east.
So
Here is, I told you 56,000 naira here. In the east, the foreign rice is
one man,
70,000.
But
yeah, one
Mr.
man.
Morris, what are
Anybody
you
that
doing
tells
with
you that
foreign rice? There's
one man,
local
anybody that
rice
tells
now
you
that you can buy.
foreign rice is 53,000. That's a lie. Not today. It's 70,000. And the Nigerian rice, the one that is stone free or what they call it, I don't know what they call it. That one is 50,000. Or no, that one about 50 or 55,000. The one that have stone is about 45 or 50. You understand? So, but what I'm
Then
telling
buy
you is
the
that
one with
when
stone
I
now.
came
What
here,
are you doing with foreign
when
rice?
I arrived here 5 months ago, the first bag of rice we bought was not even up to 40,000. It was about 38,000. 5 months ago was at 38,000 we bought it. Foreign rice. You understand me, my brother? So things here is like, even if they pay you 200,000, things here is so expensive that everything was increasing. People were complaining. People cannot feed. So, but fuel, and because of this is because anything you buy, they say, hey, fuel don't add money now. Cost of production, cost of this, cost of transportation. You understand me? Now, but fuel never go up. It stayed at the same price. Today is 615. Some filling station will say 630, some will say 620. You understand, my brother? So the point I'm trying to make is that the only thing that is static is fuel, and diesel is going up 1,000 something. Then they found out since last month that they brought the fuel subsidy back. Every
Even
channel
cooking gas.
carried it. They interviewed a lot
Even
of
cooking gas
government
is
officials.
also
They
adding up.
accepted. Yeah, they accepted.
Maurice, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
I wanted Ekene to land so that we can move on, but I'll ask you a question. But Maurice, be very brief with your response so that Ekene can land.
Okay.
Baba,
Okay.
Ajanle Koko, even yourself, Maurice, Mike, very few people, a lot of people still yet to talk. So yeah, ask the question, short answer, Ekene round up, and then we go to Ajanle Koko. We come to you, Maurice, and then we go to Baba.
The question for you, Maurice, is this: when you suggest that the fuel subsidy is back, do you have the offer, the evidence? That's the question one. Then, if you don't have the fact, is it suffice? Is it okay to just suggest or to just speculate?
Yes, one man said I should make my answer very brief, so someone else will take the floor. So I will expect you also to make your question short and direct, so I can make my own also short and direct. Are you done with your question, please?
Okay, my question is this: do you have evidence to your assertion that the fuel subsidy has come back? And then, if not, then do you think it is right to make suggestion without evidence? So that's my question. Those are my questions.
Okay, good. There are two ways people usually get information, in my own understanding. Number one is through the right source of information, number one, and also personal experience, number two. Now, personal experience, everything is going up, like diesel, but fuel, cooking, even cooking gas, you know how much we refuel. When I came here, I know how much, but I know how much we refueled like a few days ago too. Cooking gas. Now, everything is going up. The only thing that stays steady is fuel. Now, it wasn't because, oh, the God of fuel is taking care of us. No, it's because they are still subsidizing it, because if they allow it to go, it will affect more people use fuel than diesel. Most businesses are running on fuel than diesel. Transportation is mostly fuel than diesel. You understand? So that one that is affecting the rising cost of living, they have to subsidize it again. And secondly, how I got my information, if something that 100 people, for instance, 100 people are saying, one person cannot be right. Every single channel here are confirming it. It's become a topic. It was a daily topic one time. Both channels, this and that. They were interviewing government officials, everything, people from the NMPC. They accepted, but they say it's not like that. But yes,
No,
they
NNPC
have
has
a
not said
measure they're
anything.
using. You understand me? So
NNPC has not said
from
anything.
personal experience and from the general news here, you know that it's back. And they are not, government never came out also to debunk it. Rather, they confirmed it. You understand me? They confirmed it, but not like it was like before. I'm not saying that fuel subsidy is back fully like the way they were doing it before, but they are before they subsidized everything, both diesel, but they are concentrating on fuel so that it can help in cutting down the cost of living. That is it.
Thank you, sir. I like the word you use. I like the word you use that they concentrated. I like what you use that they've concentrated on fuel. Now,
Hold on.
may I now say,
Emeka, no, just hold. You don't have to take everything on. But let Military come in. Let's bring Military in. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have seen very few states, pockets of very low queues, not only connected with the road situation that we are seeing. There are a number of blockages on our road, crossing products from the southern depots into the northern part of the country. And it takes a much longer time than they do now. They have to reroute the trucks around many, many locations for them to be able to reach. And that created delays, and that created some supply gap, but that has been filled, and we do not see any of such problems again. And secondly, because of the full deregulation that we have in this sector, marketers are now competing amongst themselves. So one, you must have noticed some fuel stations will reduce price by 2 naira and 3 naira. So customers will naturally run to the places where you have that reduction in prices. And that creates panic, because for those who don't know why they are doing it, they will think that there's something wrong happening, or there's an ominous sign of scarcity, and people start queuing up in the fuel. Otherwise, there is no challenge. Supply is robust. We have over 1.4 billion liters of product in our hands, both marine and land. And also that there are no issues around delivery of those products into the land. So there's no fear, nothing to bother about. But we're also happy that the market forces are now playing out and marketers are competing. And of course, there are a few issues we're engaging them to resolve alongside other agencies of government. And there are critical issues around access to foreign exchange. And we, as you all know, government is doing so much to ensure supply of FX into the market. We know that these FX markets will stabilize. Current A&E window is around 770. And we know that those inputs that's already happening, the inputs of government today will crystallize, and also they will come to an equilibrium position in the FX market. And this is the dream of this country, so that we'll have a stable FX market, stable product market, where the product prices of product would also speak to prices of other commodities. And this is already manifesting. And we think this is the economic revolution that this country needs. I told you there is no subsidy whatsoever. We are recovering our full cost from the products that we import. We sell to the market. We understand why the marketers are unable to.
All right, so that's where I was hoping they would land on. No subsidy whatsoever. We are recovering our full cost. So that's military at the NMPCs are.
Yeah.
NNPC generates FX.
I think that is well said. Look, the suspicion that people believe because price of diesel is going up and this is not coming down. People should know that there's a monopoly in the diesel market. And this guy now just said something now that the marketers, they are competing. And people should not forget too that the fact that the crude oil price is rising, apart from forward purchase, that's one thing. It depends on what the marketer are now doing with the other product of crude oil they have, because don't forget that crude oil is not limited to gasoline alone. You never even know whether part of the crude oil these people are buying, you never even know whether it gets its way to $10 to get it. So what I'm saying basically is that we don't have that information. When there's an information asymmetric, it is dangerous to come out and boldly mislead the public. That's exactly where I'm going to. Because if the government is paying subsidy, then there should be provision for it. If you cannot see the provision in the budget, then indirectly you are accusing the federal government of fraud and illegality. That is where I just want us to be very careful until we just have that evidence. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, yeah.
Wrap up that space and then we'll move on.
Okay, my point is, all these things we are talking about, I'm in Lagos. I know what is happening. Like a few days ago, many fuel stations were closed up. Many people that were able to buy bought on through black market. Many people bought fuel around 850 and all that. About just 3 days ago, this week that this dollar was rising. So but few days later, those fuel stations opened up and they start selling at around 680 and all that. Now, so fuel subsidy, there are fuel subsidy there. You cannot because these news are not complete, because there are also the news that said that the landing cost of all this is about 7 something.
Good.
So if the NNPC is dashing us petrol, then they should tell us that they are dashing us petrol. They are doing for the Christmas for us, importing at the rate of 7 something and selling to us at around 6 something. Then we commend them for that. We just say thank you NNPC. You are doing well for Nigerians by importing petrol at the rate of 7 something and giving us at the rate of 6 something. I think NNPC deserve commendation. They deserve some commendation from Nigeria for doing that for us.
Right.
It's not only criticizing them. When they do good by importing at the rate of 7 something, selling to us at 6 something, let Nigeria
is that
congratulate them. Yeah, that is what I mean. Yeah, we have to do that. Now we have to do that. It's very, very important. We need to do that so that they will continue to do the good work they are doing. So that's my point, one man. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. So that's the elegant Kenny, of course, the inimitable, the Are no Kakanfo of Ojo Alaba Market, the one and only, the majestic Ekene. So thank you, Ekene. So from Ekene, let's go on to Ajane Koko, who takes the floor. Ajane Koko, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, I think I want to welcome Morris back. I think we really miss him for how many years now? Is it not going to like 2 years, Morris? Is it not going to like almost 2 years or about a year plus? But we're glad to have you. And, one man, I think I would like to yield my time to Morris. Let Morris go.
All right, Morris, the floor is yours. So catch us up with where you are. You came in under the Nnamdi Kanu banner, and now you transmuted into an obedience.
One man, do you know why I joined today?
Yeah,
do you want me to be honest? In the last it's been more than 2 years now, because I've been living in Dublin now for a little over 2 years. Okay. So, and but I follow the discussion here. Why do I follow the discussion here? Even on the go, I take it every time I'm with my phone. I see that you have even it's like it become like a franchise now. I see sometimes live program, one man live program, more than 3 places. One guy in Australia is anchoring one. Somebody somewhere is anchoring one. There's one guy they call I don't know who is the anchor, but yes. And now, the thing, why I follow here is that I find it because I see diverse opinions. You understand? And I miss that. But first of all, I want to say something. One man, I want to apologize to you. You know how I spoke to you the last time. I have no right to talk to you the way I did, no matter what happened, irrespective. But one thing with me, like I wear my heart on my sleeves. but that does not give me right to use the word. So I withdrew everything I said, and I sincerely apologize to that I used those words for you.
All
You
right, thank
understand?
you.
I also
You are a gentleman for saying
Thank
that.
you. Thank you.
I
After
also
3 years,
apologize. I also apologize to Mike
that's
because I
wonderful.
remember. You remember? I apologize to Mike. If he's still here, I called him this day of 1,000. You know what I mean? So, and I apologize for that. And no matter what happened, there's no ground for me to use those kind of words. But I'm somebody that I'd rather die in what I believe in than be a sycophant. Do you understand what I'm saying? I will never be a sycophant. I can argue with you, quarrel with you, fight with you, but the next minute I'm drinking, eating with you. Because the general point and we're trying to make here is that we want the country to be good. Because if the country is good, it's good for all of us, not for just you or me. It's not for Yorubas or for Easterners or this and that or for Northerners. It's, you know, tears rolled in my eyes one day. I was watching a football. Iceland was playing. It's just a small country of about 33,000 people, but you see that 3,000 of them were in France, and when they played their national anthem, you see the way they were singing. They sang those national anthem with passion. They know they are not going to win, but they believe in their country. Do you understand? So that really got to me. I want to see in a situation where we can sing that national anthem and stop being Igbo or this and that or this and that and be Nigerian. We don't have Nigerians. We only have tribes. So it feels like 5 or 6, 1,000 nations that are like forced to be together, and we don't even get along. We don't talk to each other. We only talk at each other. You understand me? You understand me? So the point I'm trying to make is that I still follow you. And that's why I say I never left. I still follow you. And I enjoy the thing. And at the point I said to myself, I wish we could, all this will be this or this or that. Let's discuss something. That's the reason I joined today, because I see that you were discussing something that matters, not about personal something or making something. It makes your platform look like a tribal platform. No, it should be because look at the caliber of people on your platform. These are people who are learned. These are people who have exposure. You understand? So we should be talking about how to unite the country, irrespective of who is in charge. But anyone who is coming in charge, we can't support or defend bad thing because it's my place or your place. No, that's why the country is not going good. So we can blame the government all we want, but I think we Nigerians are also, we the citizens, are also 90% responsible for what is happening in the country. Because I will see that this man is not good, and I will go and give him vote because he's from my place. That is wrong. Every decision he makes will affect me, will affect anybody. That decision will not discriminate to say this is this one, this is this one.
We
No.
are all guilty of that, though.
Good. So,
As much as anybody would want to pretend like they don't form political opinions along tribal lines, especially, I think it's a global phenomenon, but it's especially a peculiar Nigerian phenomenon. We all saw it under Buhari now. He could do no wrong in the north, and he could do no right in the south. And then we are seeing it under Tinubu. He could do no wrong in the southwest, but he could do no right in exactly the southeast and even some parts of the north.
No, that is where you got it wrong. No, that is where you got it wrong. When I started, the first comment I made, there are certain things he did that I like. There is certain, I will not say, like I said to you, I'm not a sycophant woman. I will never come here and try to make that watered statement so I can be seen as a nice guy. No, I will never do that. Only hypocrites do that. You understand me? So whatever he does right, I will support him. I have so many obedience here. Whatever that is doing right, I will support it. But what is wrong, I will not support it. Do you understand me? I will not support it. So, but the problem is that you can't criticize somebody. But if you want to criticize, you can always criticize, but criticize objectively, not constructively, not destructively. This is what I'm trying to say. But anybody, if you criticize somebody, then it will, oh, you're criticizing because it's not from your place. We can never go forward with this kind of mentality. That is my point. So I'm happy that I noticed all the old crew like Ola and this and that, Ayo, so many guys, Baba Akure. Where is Baba Akure?
He joins us occasionally, but it's over. There's a mass migration to Canada at the moment, and he's the Canadian guy for the Nigerian migrees. So he's the one settling. He joined us just a few days ago, but
my friend, okay, my friend, even a Yoruba guy, he came to do his masters. He did his masters in Norway. In Norway you can do your masters for free. Wherever you are from all over the world, you only pay accommodation fee, you don't pay school fees, and then you get the standard, the mandatory 20 hours a week job. You understand? But they don't do that. Some of them do 40 hours. You understand? So he moved to Canada, but he's back to Norway. A lot of people are leaving Canada too, because Canada is actually not. Even one time he asked me to come and visit him. I already bought ticket to go and see him. You understand me? But something more important came up. So I didn't travel again. That ticket, that money, I lost it. You understand me? So I talked to him. He said, listen, that Canada is not what people think it is. Number one, it's too expensive. Number two, even if you are a student, that place, and especially if you end up in the French side, there's a lot of discrimination there. Job opportunities, they are very selective. There's so many things, but Canada is not the issue here. The point I'm trying to make is that, I enjoy today because I've been enjoying. I enjoy the conversation, and since I entered, I'm still enjoying it. You understand me? Because we are discussing something that holds water, something that how to move the country forward. Not Obi said this, or Tinubu said that, or this one said that. You understand what I'm saying? Or Igbo this and that, or Yoruba this, or Hausa this. No, we have to, because why are we doing this? Because we don't see ourselves as one. We don't see ourselves as one. But in Europe, there in Europe where you live, you live there, I live there, all of us live there. Some of us maybe are in Nigeria on this platform. But there, we get along fine. There, do you know who is Yoruba? My uncle, he has a company, a software company in Holland. His manager of the last 18 years is a Yoruba man, Bralade. Bralade is his manager for 18 years. Now, you understand me? So, if we can get along in Europe, then look, go to Dublin. It's full of Yoruba people. Go to one area, even in Cork, because I stayed in Cork for 6 months before I moved to Dublin. Even in Cork, there's a place they call, anywhere, anybody that is in Cork Island, just ask of a place they call Shandon. Only African shops there. And most of them are Yorubas. You understand me? So you will not know, no difference. We all get along fine. If we can get along fine, why can't we look for, instead of complaining about problem, the thing about us is, so we complain too much. We always condemn, but nobody is coming up with a concrete solution or idea how to move things forward. Every night we can't come back on the platform condemning. Let's provide solutions, ideas. US is a great an idea. This US or UK is what made it great. It's simply ideas, positive ideas. So I'm glad and I'm happy to be back, and I really miss you guys. And I wish everybody a very good evening. I think morning. It's already morning here. It's after almost 5 a.m. here now.
Yes, brilliant. I think we're on the same time zone. It's
Yes.
It's 4:30 here as well.
Yes,
So that's Maurice, of course.
So
One of the founding members, I would say, of the platform. So that's Maurice. Thomas, if you're there, acknowledge your presence.
but one man, please, 1 second. I want to use this opportunity to say is that very soon, by God's special grace, I'll be when I'm ready. I will be on booking.com and all this booking website. In case anybody who is coming this way, I have a very nice Airbnb, and there'll be a special discount. You know, once we are ready by next month or maximum December, both of them will be ready. Very comfortable.
No worry. We will collect your number so that we can enjoy this discount that you're offering.
In a very posh neighborhood. It's in Nigeria here. Very nice neighborhood.
Maurice, try and get it ready for December because, of course, you know the Christmas traffic.
That is why I spent 5 months here, because I wanted to make sure, because what I achieved within being here in 5 months, if I was in Dublin, I wouldn't even achieve it. I wouldn't even achieve 10%. You understand me? The engineers will be slow. So that's why I came here. I wanted to stay till January, but I have to take care of my business. That's why I'm going back to Oslo, you know?
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Maurice. Baba comes up next. I think you'll enjoy the submissions of Baba. He's always elegant and knowledgeable. So, Baba, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, woman. I wouldn't waste anybody's time. Salutations to all. I think right now in Nigeria, we need so many things to do, and I have sympathy actually for Aso Rock. One thing we are missing here is that for even here in America, there is a skill acquisition, retraining and retraining every time, no matter your position, technical, in farming or otherwise. Every time what you know becomes a little bit obsolete and going out of fashion, you have to go back and retool yourself. That is what we are not doing in Nigeria. And I think most people are, do I use the word miseducated, or because we are desperate? You find people still going en masse because they couldn't get their core subject they want to read. They just go straight to read literature, sociology, philosophy. They are needed in the academia, no doubt about that. But when we talk about national construct, they are irrelevant in this day, age, and time. So we need that one, because most people you see working on the street, most of the youth that are educated who hold one certificate or one university certificate or the other, you ask them, what's your core profession? They will tell you, I did sociology, I did Arabic, I did that. The modern day doesn't need all of that anymore. Modern day doesn't need. So the government to maybe have to help, but because the only education I know now is in ICT, because whether we like it or not, it's here already. Diagnosis, everything is all you have to go to your screen. Even visitation to see your primary health provider here or doctor, it's minimized now. It's really minimized, and there's going to be diagnosis being done through your phone or one device or the other. So we have to retool our youths and put them towards that direction. There are a lot of hubs in Lagos doing this already, but they are just on small scale. I think I am putting all my premium on the Tijani's Tubosun. I think he will help in this, because he's one of those young people that has been actually driving that course. And secondly, we have to do what I call redistribution of wealth. Because if we find out today, a lot of idle wealth without industry are all over the place. And most of this thing, what we have now as a capital for the country to use, I look at Nigeria now as a business. You have your source of capital. But when you harvest that capital, you have to know where to direct your profits. What we get from oil, we are not even directing it properly. And where do we get this? Are the people delivering properly? Because if we have 100 oil well in Nigeria today, who owns those wells? Who are the owners? In which state are these people from? What are they doing in the states where they are domiciled, or what they are doing for their own people? A lot of people just profit from this thing. They get it for free, and they are just keeping the money for themselves. They buy 2-3 jets. I don't know what the man needs that for. They build hotel abroad. They buy half of Dubai and things like that. So we have to take a lot of these things from these people. Let us know the wealth we have in terms of oil well. If it's 100, for instance, let's take 100 as a figure. Let's take it, each state, take it, three oil wells and give it to some principal actors in that state so that we can distribute the wealth again, because it's just in one hand. And these are idle money they are not even using for the good of the people. And we have to stop this quota system, because quota system is one of our major problems. When I was younger, I mean, I did exam for NDA, and you find out that during the interview, they spread all the, I think we have 12 states then also. Yeah, about 12 states. And they say Lagos State, this state, Northwestern, Northeastern. And if there are some states that if they require 10 from each state, they don't even have more than 5. So they go back to that state to get another 5. So I always joke with people that, look, we have quota pilots, we have quota doctors, we have quota military officers, we have quota drivers and things like that. That is what is causing one of the problems in civil service today. Because when they are going to promote permanent secretary, it has to be on quota basis. Why should we run our country on quota basis, where incompetence is elevated and competence is driven to the background, degraded one way or the other? That is not going to help us anywhere. And no clock is bad. Buhari we castigate today did some quite nice things in the months running to the end of his second term. And we are not talking about that. It's, for instance, electricity has been removed from the exclusive list, and equally also the rail transport system has been removed from the exclusive list. So there is even nothing stops the local government from having their own electricity grid on a small scale. So this is why everybody, when we talk about restructuring, I think the restructuring should not be in terms of the regional, we're going back to the regionalism. Let's talk about statism. Somebody was putting this idea for the other time, and they were saying, no, federal government, I think it was you, woman, say, no, we still have to hold the center responsible. Yes, there's a limit to what we can hold the center responsible. But why are we leaving the states? Why are we allowing them to go scot-free or easily, excusing their faults? Because that is where governance actually starts from. That's where governance starts from. So let everybody it's a form of restructuring. Let us hold our state governors accountable. Let us hold our local government chairmen accountable. This is the core thing we should be doing now, because nobody's talking about it, and the governments are doing a lot of atrocious things with our money, with our time. So we just concentrate on the center. So we have to go back to the states. That is where our core responsibility should be. That's where we should be doing all our hollering. Let them hear our voices. Let's always pinch them in their bum. Don't let them sit down.
Settle down. Well, don't go around pinching people in the bum.
No, I'm just because I just don't. When I see a lot of these state governors, I don't know what is wrong with that. I said, why are these people getting scot-free? Look at the guy in Kogi State, that young man in Kogi State.
He's a hooligan, you know. They said he's trying to orchestrate the removal of Natasha Akpati.
You don't know that young man is a tout.
He's a hooligan.
You can't believe it. And there are many like that. Even the ones in the north, we don't even know. Because if you ask me, how many governors do I know apart from the ones in the west and the east and south? I don't know the names of the governors in the north. And a lot of Nigerians are like me, who are ignorant of what is happening there. They come to Abuja every month, they collect money. Some don't even go to their state. They run their state from their state guest houses in Abuja. That's where they run their government state from. They don't go back to their state. So they take this money and just pocket it. And that is why the so-called palliative is not working. That's why it's not working. So they use it for party patronage. So we need a lot of fixing in that country. And we Nigerians, we have to fix ourselves. Thank you, one man. One man.
All right. Thank you, Baba. So thank you, Baba. So Mike, you're up next. Mike, speak to us. Mikey.
Yeah.
Did you see that link that I sent you about that woman that was speaking to that Ifa something or the other?
A link? No, I didn't see any
No, I
link.
sent it to your Instagram. You probably want to check it later.
Okay, I'll check it. No problem. I haven't seen it.
All right, speak to us.
Okay, what's the topic?
Oh, we were talking about so the article space, they've gone and filed some thing with the American government. They have this lawyer called Aaron Greenspan. So I think he has an association with David Hundeyin. So he has gone and he has gone and filed this Freedom of Information Act pressure on the American government for the FBI's to release whatever files they have on Tinubu into the process of the Supreme Court. So they are pressuring that space. And then we were also talking about this. South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt top list of African countries seeking second citizenship. So the irony of it, so those three countries then, the richest country, that's the African economy right there.
Did you say South Africa?
South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt, top list of African countries seeking second citizenship. So, but when we went into the body of it, it's actually investment citizenship sort of. So you have to have some sort of funds to come and invest in that country. So it's essentially the looters getting a second passport. That was how we concluded it. And then we went on to this space. Do you remember Atihiru Jega, who was the INEC chairman at Buhari, Goodluck Jonathan phase? He's saying that the INEC chairman should not be appointed by the sitting president because, of course, is already compromised by virtue of the fact that that sitting president will appoint somebody that will do his bidding. So we were wrapping conversations around those sort of topics. But you can come in from whichever interest point you have.
Yeah. I mean, with the last one, I think it would make sense if they stop. Maybe they use different entities to appoint an ex chairman. Because if at one point it's possible that in the future one president will start appointing someone. One crooked guy can end up being president, just appointing someone to do his bidding. Yeah? I mean, so far I won't say that's been the case. Yeah, I kind of maybe they should allow the bar association to appoint the INEC chairman or a different, entity. But yeah, I kind of want to agree on that. On the South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt, I find it difficult to believe South Africa are top of the list of because those one are not known to travel at all. They are not known. But maybe, like you said, you guys concluded that maybe investments, this thing, there are people looking for ways to take their looted money. I can agree on that, like maybe it's just people looking for places to. But with Nigeria, yeah, I agree that Nigerians, we definitely, the jackpot thing is rampant with us, man. It's just that the common thing among even those that are doing okay. The funny thing, the people that are jackpotting the most in Nigeria are not even the poorest of the poorest. That's the disaster of it. Like other Africans that are jackpotting, usually they are poorest of the poorest, just figuring a way. But the Nigerians are the poorest of the poorest, can't figure a way to jackpot. Those ones don't even know how to jackpot. But it's the ones that are actually like needed, like some of them, the doctors, the graduates, they're actually doing something. They will save all. Some of them are regretting stuff because I know some of them that left. They're already doing okay. They were making enough money in Nigeria. They were not poor. I'm not saying they were rich, but they were more like average, doing good. They've spent years building whatever they were doing there, and then they sold everything just to jackpot America, and now they have to start from scratch at the age of 40 something. America. They all want it. I'm telling you, man. I met someone crying.
You know that's a brutal age to jackpot.
That's the worst. Like you come if you want to jackpot the place like America,
because you struggle to go and retrain, and you struggle to get any job that fits with your intelligence or education. Then you end up in some dreary store.
That's what they end up doing.
With people with low IQ bossing you around,
insulting you exactly. One teenager,
and then you're just miserable and depressed.
So, a lot of them, when they come here.
Mind. Can I interject you? One man, you've just said the problem some people are facing exactly. Now, you have some people with PhD. They arrive there and they're expecting that, because I have PhD now.
You will drive Uber, you do Uber Eats. See, that's
now when you are coming here, you are coming into a different space. And you all of a sudden you want to carry what you are bringing. No, it doesn't work that way. So because when you want to survive in an environment, the first thing to do is to humble yourself. Don't have close mind. Just free yourself. Otherwise, you will end up struggling. Now, what was the big deal in driving Uber for, if I may ask? You've seen a vice president, a marketing vice president of a company that lost job that I needed to pay bill and pick up Uber for the few months before he gets another job back. You even see someone that they quickly learn how to do a lot of things like cleaning, like doing some kind of this yard dressing and all those stuff, snow clearing, just for them to still make up before they retrain and get something back. But you see some of our people, because you are a general manager or you are an executive in one Nigerian company, you now come to Canada or America, you want to continue. Like, seriously? So it's totally different environment. So it's a function of mind and how you are trying to deflate your ego. So to me, Mike, the first question I even wanted to ask, you said the people that are Japan from other countries, they are the poor, they are the poor one, or like Nigeria. Did I hear you say that?
Say it again.
You said those people that are Japan from other part of Africa, aside Nigerians, they are the poorest, or they are the poorest of the poorest in their population. Did I hear you?
I may not be entirely right, but I mean, typically, like most of their own jackpine are more like they are poorest, just trying to crow Mediterranean, whatever they call it. Well, with Nigeria,
that's not exactly.
I may be wrong. I may be wrong, Sha. I may be wrong, but in the case of Nigeria, no, yeah.
Mike, may I interject, please? You see, you are not wrong, Mike. It's not like you are not 100% wrong, because you know the way we have London is full of Niger people, and and the US full of Niger people. If you want to see South Africans, come to Dublin, Ireland. There they are. But you see that most of them, even all these most Egyptians who are there, are the ones that cross through the Mediterranean Ocean. They use boat enter. You understand me, into Spain. So a lot of them, most of them, are the low-grade ones, like farm workers and all those things.
Yeah, some of them go to Saudi, going to be slave workers.
Yeah,
those kind of things.
But in Niger, you see most people traveling out. Do you know how difficult it is to find 1 square meal here? No, if you have money to Japan, that means you go enter flight tickets now, buy flight ticket and everything. Poor man no go fit do that one. You understand what I'm trying to say? So you are right in that place. But some of us, like what I said, is right. The other gentleman said is right, because you see a lot of our people here. You see somebody. I know one guy. He said he read. I met him in Galway, one city they call Galway. He said he read music science. He has a master's degree from Uniport. He read music science. Carry one guitar, ordinary acoustic they give him. You know fit play am. So
What
the
does
only
that
thing
even mean? Music science? That is
yes,
one
now
of those.
the only thing
What
we know
is
what that means.
music
You know what that means?
science?
One man.
Yeah.
That means the only thing he read was when Mozart was born and when he died. You understand me? Theory. You can't even tune a guitar, ordinary acoustic guitar. He knows how to play. So how do you expect to find a job abroad for that? You understand? So Mike, you are right, and the other gentleman is also right. What he said? Most Niger people, the Japa, are at least middle. They can feed themselves.
Yeah, they have enough to get something started. They know
Yeah.
intelligence to get something started in Nigeria. The only thing is just not motivated, and the thing about Nigeria, we need to start kind of like directing people's mind to understand that don't wait for government to set something up for you. I saw you guys mentioning something earlier about government not setting up factories. You guys went to school. They've given you basic knowledge on how. I mean, your education is supposed to give you basic. In America, they call your degree basic knowledge, basic training. So that basic knowledge, you find a way to expand it to figure out to start building things. You're supposed to be the one building your society, not wait for government to be the one to set things up for you. We mentioned factories.
Mike, if we can have 12 hours or 14 hours of electricity, steady electricity every day. I'm not saying 24 hours, only 12 hours or 14 hours every single day. 80% of people who are traveling out will not travel. 80% of them will not go anywhere, because here, once there's electricity, forget about road. People will create jobs for themselves. Because
No, some of the, to be honest with you, I mentioned earlier, I told you some people have jobs, they are making money, they are doing something in Nigeria. But somehow they still believe that when they jackpot, they'll start doing better out there.
We
So
can't blame them when
it's
they see you
beyond.
in winter jacket. When they see you in winter jacket and is driving a Lexus car, you understand me?
Yeah.
Popping champagne. Of course, they think that's how it is now.
Yeah, there are reasons for jackpot is beyond economic reasons sometimes. Some of them, they see maybe their friends, people, a lot of Nigerians only see those of us that have made it. We come here, we start building one mansion somewhere, something somewhere. But they think automatically, some of them don't even know that before some of us came back to start building that, we already spent like 15 years or 10, 15, 20 years before we got to that level. They
Mike, do
don't
you
know that.
realize? I don't know, Mike, if it already happened to you before. Like you came home, you have iPhone. Let's say you have iPhone 18 or iPhone what number, but a very expensive phone. You have it in your hand, and somebody will tell you, "Hey, my guy, give me this phone now." You say, "Oh, this phone, you know, okay, nothing." Now, when you read that side, you go pick another one. Now.
You go pick
Like
another
you
one.
pick it on the street. You understand me? That is the reason they are going.
That's what they are. They think it's just free there. Everything is, once they get there, they will just have everything. That's
Mike,
the
you make one
thinking.
statement. You make one statement. I just want to bring you back to that statement. See, this idea of thinking that Nigerians don't think of what they can do. See, I still think we are being unfair.
I'm not saying all, though.
Yeah, I understand. Because you are saying we are not creative enough. And the every fact and figure of grant suggests that that is totally untrue. We all look at it this way. We have so many Nigerians there that when they don't have something to do, they go to YouTube, they become carpenter overnight, they become mechanic. Because for mechanic, they learn on YouTube. But now, some guys, the only product they have are the product that they will be competing with the big companies. Now, when you want to compete with big companies, you don't have cost advantage. Because see,
but you are taking it to a more some advanced level. No, we're talking on a basic level. We get that. We get that. We get all that you're saying. Like, it's a global phenomenon. Even here in America, you can't compete with big companies. Now, if you're starting small, you can't compete. It's anywhere in the world. So you can't use that argument. What we are saying is, people graduate from school and they are sitting around waiting for government to create job for them.
That's what I'm trying to
I'm giving you. Let me give you one example where I draw my own view from. So some people they sat around. they're waiting saying, and they're talking about government to release government bad. And I say, okay, you guys are sitting here. There are a bunch of cars that just driving by in front of you. You guys have been sitting here, you drink beer once in a while in the afternoon. If you can set up a car wash here, some of these cars, you put a sign there, car wash. Some of them they will stop by to wash their car. Some people they maybe they've been trying to wash their car for a long time, they don't have time. And when they started all they need a bucket of water and a little bit of sponge soap,
Mike,
that's it.
Mike,
And
that's
wait
exactly
now,
where
I'm just giving you one cool down. And when they started doing it, next thing, cars are stopping by, they started making money. So there are many Nigerians where they can just, only in Nigeria can do that. In America, I can't just start on the road and say, want to do car wash. They will arrest you now. You don't have freedom to do things like that. You understand? But in Africa, no one will disturb you. Government will not come and say, "What did you guys get like permits or did you get get license to be doing car wash?" So it's easier. But that's what I'm saying. Like many of them, many of them, they are not trying to be creative. I'm not saying everybody. I'm not trying to make creative arguments.
Hold on, Ola. Give me 1 microsecond. After this, your voice comes next. But Ola, I'm not sure if I made you aware that Dupsy will be having a session tomorrow. So let me just make people aware of that. So Dupsy, like the politics is coming to an end, but we enjoy gathering so much. So we're trying to expand the conversations beyond just politics. So we're trying to do a niche towards like a human interest storylines. So human interest storylines, and really, I might not be exactly the best person for that, but certainly no better person for that sort of a topic than Dupsy, who has kindly volunteered to straddle that space. So tomorrow she'll be having a pilot session. So Dupsy straddles the screens tomorrow, and I'll encourage all of you to come and join us. So I'm going to post the link to Dupsy's session in the comment section. So click on that link in the comment section and bookmark it so you have the notification on. So come and support Dupsy as she opens up that space so that she can continue with it. So back to you, Ola.
Yeah.
Well, I had a flow, man. I had a flow. Hold on, let me.
I think it was interjecting you. Then.
Yeah, but I got to finish my. The thing is, when I don't never complete what I'm trying to say here because even before you know that, you say moving to the next person. If I even finish my.
All right.
Okay, go ahead, interject.
But condense it, Ola. Yes, that's interjection.
That's if you can interject, like condense it because he wants to say this and go like go to other areas.
You talk more than me, and you are even talking. You talk more than me.
All right.
So
no, me, I don't interject people when they are talking. I just go ahead, sir. But condense it. Don't try to take me to different areas and things like that.
No, because it's your topic. That's why I'm interjecting you. So the thing is this: it's very easy to mention car wash, all those stuff, but you don't even have idea of whether the market is even oversupply with car wash zone or whatever. You don't know. Now, many people, they've tried a lot, and because of their cost of living, they need a source of income. So that is where the government comes in, because when you want to create small to medium scale industry, you need government. Large scale is not totally bad in Nigeria today, but the small scale industry you are talking about is this: you are importing shoes from Italy, and you are asking.
You are taking away from. I didn't say any of this. You are taking me to, like I said, you taking me to areas
where you are saying Nigerians are not creating things for themselves. I'm not telling you the challenges in the small to medium scale industry. It's only that you are not patient.
I didn't mention anything about small scale. I didn't talk about small scale industry. All I said is okay. Allow me to have my floor, please. You don't take me to where I'm not saying. Point I'm saying. In fact, if government is the problem for whatever you're trying to do, then approach government. I'm trying to do this. I need you to give me support. It's not like the problem with Nigerians. They haven't started anything, and they're already blaming government. I mean, they're not doing nothing, but they will say, "Oh, if I do it, government." You haven't started. If you start something and then approach government, that's what the Americans do it. Wait, allow me, man. Nigerians, where we get that electricity part. Rose, let me talk now. It's my floor now. Omar, can you do this thing, please? I don't like some people here. Let me have my floor, please.
Yeah, carry.
Yeah. When I look in the Western world, when you look at all these people that created these industries, like even the social media, all these companies in Silicon Valley, when they have to create the technology for it, they have to create the innovation, all those things. Before government now came and started making policies and things to make it thrive. They didn't. It's not like those guys started in Silicon Valley. They haven't created anything, and they started saying, if we create this, government didn't create something policy to help this thing drive. You haven't created it. Create it first, and then you can sit down with government and say, government, I will need this to help me, to help my area grow or something. So I need that. If it's electricity, whatever industry, whatever I want to create, if you can create it and approach government, like, okay, I will need this special electricity supply or something, and we'll be willing to pay this and pay this tax to the government, whatever, engage and partner with government. That's what people do. That's what these advanced corporations do. In even businesses, small scale of them, they form union and they partner with government to help themselves grow, because government at the end of the day will benefit from small scale businesses, all the successors, everyone, government will benefit the most because they will have to tax you. So I don't see all these excuses about, oh, government is against me. Why would government be against something that will benefit them? Because they need you to succeed and progress for them to be able to tax you. So Nigerians will stop that excuses, I beg. We have to be very creative. So these people that are jackpotting, some of them, which I mean, a lot of them, of course, I will encourage them. If you are young and you have, you are not doing anything, you have nothing going on.
What is your cutoff japa age?
Well, I won't say it's a matter of, well, for the young ones that haven't started anything with their life, or whether they start something, you can jackpot at whatever age you are. You can jackpot. But when you are like in your
hold on. Do you think a 50-year-old person can japa?
No. That one, I don't even see. Like, to start afresh, unless if you have family here, if you have something you are coming here to do already, then I can tell you that. But if you are coming here, want to start afresh, oh boy, hey, you might as well be, you might as well be preparing for your grave. Just the end of you, because America, unless you have made it, you don't have a life for one. You're gonna go through so much stress to make money. The kind of bill you pay, like to start up to build your life. In America, you have to build your life. It's not like Africa where you can skip the line, you can skip the process and become wealthy somewhere. Maybe appointment, one contract somewhere, just blow up, or you get one connection with some. No, in America, you have to build your life from scratch. There's no even parents can't rely on their children. Because when your children gone, they make it. They go and they move on. They move to different states. So in America, you have to build your life from one place to another point. Even business, you have to build it. Even you can't make it overnight here. It's just not. That's not the way it works. You have to build your life.
Mark. Can I interject? I wanted to ask.
Don't take me to another this thing.
No, not you. I just want to give one man the answer that he requested for.
Well, let me finish now. Then give him answer. Yeah.
Just 1 minute.
No, it's interjecting to the conversational space.
He said not my conversation. He was trying to talk about something different.
Yeah, I was asking what the cutoff for japa is.
Oh, exactly. Okay. I didn't know. Sorry. I thought it was something else.
Yeah. Mikey.
Thank you very much, Wama. I know Mike body is always hot. I understand.
I wonder if Mike is able to get girls. It doesn't strike me. It doesn't have conversation. Yeah, it doesn't strike me as somebody that can chat to women.
Really?
Like that.
You say,
do you agree or you don't agree? That's all.
If you don't want to date me, get lost. If you don't want to date me, get lost.
You know, ladies like men that go straight to the point. They don't like all these politics guys do.
Right? Women like to be female. Women like to be female.
You can stand on your word. I love
women are lying to you when they say they like.
I don't like people who always, it's like they are chameleon. Let me not deviate for the answer. It depends of the country you are traveling to, because if you are coming to Europe, the best age that you can live Nigeria, maybe like 70, 80, 90 to 20 years or 21 years, because maybe you can still have a football age, then you will fall at the age of.
After all that, you lost connection.
Mike.
Are you
Mike,
there?
You're right. You're right, Mike.
I can't even. Is that him?
No, I don't know. Bring it on, Mike, and then we move on.
I say you are right, because if you can survive in Norway, you will survive in US. The same, Norway is if not more expensive than US to live. Norway and Switzerland. If you survive in these two countries, you will survive in US.
Yeah,
It's not easy.
yeah. These countries, you have to start something afresh, and when you start afresh, you're starting from a tough position, like literally hard work. These countries are about hard work. I don't know how it is in Europe, but America is about hard work. There's no you get a job, you're lazy, they fire you quick. Even the most menial job, even the professional job, you have to work hard. It's productivity is their way here. There's no, and you're telling me some Nigerian that been doing lazy civil servant work for 50 years, will come there and come and do this American work. Some Nigerian, first of all, you get hospital job, you stand on your feet for how many hours? You have to, or you, even if you get fast food restaurant job, you have to be going, moving. You understand? So when you are already somebody that's been selling market somewhere or got something going on in Nigeria, you are not extremely poor. You're already fine. You are doing okay. You are saving, but you are not rich. Now you think you will jackpot at the age of 50. You can't become rich in America where you have to start afresh. Not because you are coming with one kind of experience where they post you in one high position in the company. You are starting afresh. Meaning you are starting from one low level job where one teenager will be your manager because they start working here and they've already the children start working at 16. By the age of 20, they're already some kind of manager. So if you come here as a 50-year-old, you say you want to start working in one restaurant, one 19, 20-year-old is the assistant manager or your manager will be telling you, especially you Yoruba people that don't like being disrespected by a small boy. You see that small money, Tunde,
Go and
can
mop
you
the floor. Go and
go and mop that fucking floor? Sorry, that's how they will talk to you, man.
go and mop the floor.
I was not insulting you. These American kids, they are so disrespectful. They don't respect any elder or anything like that. So you come at 50, you want to start working on that one small picking, they'll be insulting you.
You see, Mike, if you come at 50, then it's a narrative of you are surrendering the rest of your life.
Your life, exactly, because
for your children. Yeah,
exactly.
that's
For you
it,
to
yeah.
say you want to, because some of them are jackmine because they see somebody that made it here and coming back. If you want to follow that person, you want to become that person that made it, you have to start. You take that person that made it took him about 15 years to get there, or maybe 10 years. The best Nigerians, it will take at least 5-6 years to start doing something because now you go through some training, some education, some things before you start making that good money. Where you should go to Nigeria and start showing off to people like, see me, I'm a Yankee man. Now, you that are 50, you first of all, you want to go through school and all that. Almost you go suffer. So many of them don't know that. They don't know all these things. So they just jack my. I just have one person that is like 50. So wait, what's the
Can I
other
ask
topic,
something
Seth?
to that,
You
Mike?
gave me 3 of them.
One man.
Can I say something, Mike?
One man.
Oh yeah,
See,
hold on. One voice. Let Ola go first. Yeah, Ola.
See, Mike, this is life experience. You see, I have a colleague there. When he wanted to leave the bank, he started a cold room business. Because of he went to Idumota, bought generator, did everything, ran that business. It was not sustainable. Another guy went into farming, and during the December, the Fulani Fulani cattle destroy his own farm. So you will see so many reasons because when you work in some business,
I don't know how Nigeria will like picking on all these isolated one incident out of. I mean, we have about 10 million farmers in Nigeria. One farmer experienced Fulani. Now everybody's. We like doing all these things, man. I don't know why. We look for all these. In America, here they have killings that happen every day. They don't use that as an excuse why. I don't know why we do that too much, man.
The question that it still happen to people, right? We see how Simba here that still farm. Don't discount. Don't just.
So Simba is not complaining about herdsmen now. Simba, he has his farm there. He's never came here to say herdsmen is disturbing him.
Mike will never let someone talk, and you will say, "I asked you for interjection, and you yield. If you did not yield, I will not talk. Let me speak. Let me even finish what I'm saying, please.
Ola, may I interject 1 second, Ola?
I've not landed, Maurice. Maurice, I've
No,
not landed.
there's something I'm not. There's something I wanted to chip in so that you continue, please. Yeah. Okay. There's one business in this Nigeria I see, and I'm strong. It may sound funny, but I'm strongly thinking in that direction. Have you noticed that there is no public toilets like a city like Lagos?
That business has been in my mind too. Trust me.
Listen, this is business of where you trillions of money
is
I'm
involved.
telling you.
If you can just rent small places and put toilet and just make it like first class and second class toilets, some with air conditioner, if you shitting with AC, and the other one without AC, just small space. You don't need small. If you can create it, put it in so many locations. There's enough raw material. Niger people they will produce enough more raw material for you because people they shit always.
Morris,
Sorry,
can I
hold
round
on.
up now?
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, Ola. Just what you just said there, Maurice, it put me in memory of there was a time, this was about 4 years thereabout ago. I was going to Ondo and I needed to board the whatever it is in that motor park in Ojota, and then I needed to use the toilet, and of course I couldn't go to where they were going, and then they took me to this lady who had built that sort of structure you're talking about in that motor park. And when I got to her, she spoke crisp English. You could tell that she's come back from wherever. And then she took me to the facility. It was clean, tidy, well presented.
Yes.
And then I paid her fee, and then and then I went. I did what I had to do. So yes.
Woman, do you know? I mean, on the highways alone, do you know how many cars drive from state to state every day where people have to use bathroom?
But I don't know what's wrong with us.
They have to use the bush.
You see why looping interjection now we never end and we lose the point.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to have my flow and finish now because when people interject me,
Mike, I'm even sure I've been here before you. So if I'm interjecting you too now, Farabali now,
Ola, don't be angry. I interjected, please.
No, I'm not even angry. I'm even telling Mike that I even came here before you.
All right, have the interjection, Mike round up, and then we get back to the structure.
I know.
Yeah, the reason you can want to talk about the topics.
Hold on. Let's just let's get it back in some sort of order. Ola, put that submission. Then Mike take the floor back, and then we go back to the structure. Yeah, Ola.
You see, the thing is this. Businesses very easier said than done until you get into it. And everyone cannot be competent in all aspects. You just pick your area of competence. There's a global statistics that will tell you that more than 90% of businesses will fail in the first 5 years. Very easy to speculate. Move into this thing. Because the first question I was even going to ask Mike the other time is that when you blame Nigeria of lack of creativity, sorry, I'm not taking it personal, but I just want to live by an example. I'm an entrepreneur. I run my own business. And I still spoke with a colleague here today, Patrick. He runs his own business too. And the situation pushed us to that place. Mike, how many businesses have you created in Nigeria before you blame average Nigerians? So something is that when we want to theorize, we have to look at the situation of that thing. So where do our competence lie? Because someone is citing toilet doesn't mean that every Nigerian will have our capacity to cite toilet. We only do what we have capacity and you understand. And if you survive there, good. And otherwise, nothing. So, but the fact is there's scientific evidence that you see that more than 90% of businesses we not even make it up to 5 years. So what are we talking about? So it's just, why are they failing? It's just because of combination of government policies and the type of your environmental factor, the support for you. So that's what I want to say, that we need government policy to back whatever I want to do. Thank you.
All right, back to Mike.
Can I say something now? Then
hold on, Maurice.
I want to go to sleep.
But you've had the floor now. Have you not had the floor? You had the floor.
No, I wanted to chip in an answer to what Ayo said. Ayo, he said that 90% of all businesses speculate. He's correct, but then there are some businesses that has less risk. Like what I suggested now, you don't need to run electricity to run a public toilet. You only need somebody who's to keep it clean, spanking clean. Make sure that it's well kept, clean. So such a thing, and it's like food. That thing, I see it like food. Why? Because every day you have to eat, and once you eat, you must use toilet. And the kind of crowd we have in Lagos, or you have in Ibadan, or the kind of crowd you have in Kano, if you can put something in, and it doesn't require big spaces, if you can put something like 3 toilets in different locations, each of them like three people can use at the same time, different rooms, but very clean, make it very tidy. You don't need to run electricity or that or for that. You understand me? That is a very, very good business. This is what I'm saying. This is my idea. That is a very, very good business, because your cost of your running cost is much less compared to when you need so much electricity or something like that. This is only what I wanted to say.
All right, brilliant. Back to you, Mike.
Yeah. One lesson I learned from some mentors that I had, at one point in my life, I decided to adopt some successful people to be my mentor, to give me the secrets to success. And one of the things they told me is, listen, you have to pick people you associate yourself with. Now, number one thing I want to analyze is, once you're around anyone that always give excuse for anything, even the impossible thing, they give you excuse why something can be done. You don't want to be around those kind of people. You have to be around people that believe everything can be done. You understand? So that's why we always irritate me whenever I'm talking. Someone is trying to give me an excuse why something is not happening or it's not done. It can't be done. It just irritates me. I'd rather hear something like someone like Maurice and just tell you like it can be done. You don't need. I like people like that. They will say it can be done. You don't need this. You don't need government. Don't need. That's what we need to start preaching to Nigerians. Get it done. Figure it out. And that's European society, where they were before electricity was even created. They were doing better economically than we that even have a little bit of electricity, because they figured a way to get something going, and they were doing economically in the 18th centuries than the way Africans are doing today. And Africans just give you excuses all day. Oh, we can't do something. Oh, no, I don't want to hear that. Let me speak to that article this thing before I go.
Yeah, go on.
I'll be quick. That's why I wanted to talk to all the 3 topics. That's why I didn't want people to interrupt me, because I know you want to move on before I get to the last one.
No, carry on. Yeah.
The way article is digging. I will advise Tinubu'S to start digging an article. I guarantee you'll find something. Article, if you start digging articles live, start conducting forensic investigation on everything has done. Article will go into prison. Because there's none of those elites that haven't done some crooked things to get where they are. So the way the guy is digging, just digging, I will encourage Tinubu to do the same thing to him. Start digging, trying to find something about him too. I guarantee you'll find something. Because what he's doing is just foolish. He's just annoying. Dude, you lost the election, dude. Just move on. If you want to contest the election, whether you won, contest it. Don't go and be looking for other ways to destroy another man's life because you lost an election. You go in trying to tell FBI to find out something criminal the man has done some 50, 30 years ago or something. I mean, what the hell is that? You contested against someone. If you had issue with a man personally, apart from you should have done it before election. Maybe do it, but don't say because you want to be president. Now you start digging into somebody's life to find something to use to destroy him so you can become president. That's just evil. That character, such person should not be a president of Nigeria, because it tells you that he doesn't have that good character to be ruling anyone. Because what he's doing is becoming so ridiculous, man. Are you kidding me? I mean, if you say you won an election, then focus on that. Let's focus on proving that you won, and then we all say, okay, let's give it to you. That's what I have to say about that one, Sha. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. So Mike, I'm going to bail out now. Hand over to Thomas. So the conversation can carry on, and then I can get out of the way and bring Tony on. But before I go on, so let's play a bit of acknowledging of the sponsors of the session. Kulata kicked it off, so that's Kulata right there. Thank you, Kulata. Alexander Gomez, of course, always Alexander Gomez. And that's Iko Giame right there, the man in the bow tie, the James Bond. So that's AB coming in. And Ola, before he decided to come on the screen, was communicating via Super Chat. So that's Ola. So that's Dupsy right there. And by the way, everybody look out for Dupsy. I've said it often enough. The link in the comment section, I'll repost it now. Actually, I want it to go well, because if it does go well, then it opens up that space for us to have different types of conversation. So that's Dupsy right there. So thank you, Dupsy. And then that's a Joel of Nashville. Anytime that anybody says anything nice about Tinubu, he super tasked to water it down, and there is doing that yet again. The official sponsor of the platform, you already know who that is. Ayo, doing the necessary, keeping the lights on the one-man platform. Dupsy comes back in to have a word, and Kulata, wherever he is following the session via the super chat space. So keep the super chats coming. But here he comes now. Keep it 100, otherwise you get the koboko of a military man. Here comes the majestic, if I can find this music, General Thomas. Also, see you guys tomorrow, both in Dupsy's session and later on in our session in the evening. So thank you, everyone. Good to see you, Maurice. Over to you, Thomas.
Good.
Oh, thank you, everyone. Yeah, welcome back to the second section. Um, um, Please look forward for Duxie section. The link has been posted at the comment section. Before we move on, this section we have a rules. Please, if I tell you hold on, please hold on. Please, we are not talking on each other. Please, let's just keep that decorum, please. I want to hear from anybody that haven't spoken at all. If you haven't spoken, you can signify yourself so we can kick it
Yeah,
off with you.
Tony.
If you haven't spoken at all. Yeah, Tony, who else hasn't spoken at all? So we can kick it off from there.
What was the definition of not spoken? That the person that has no monologue or some that not interjected.
No, does not have his own flaw. Does not have his own monologue or say anything.
Apologies, Thomas. I think Ola actually should have the floor next. Ola.
Okay.
Oh, yes, Ola. Yeah. One man, can you please send the? Yeah, I got it here. Ola, yeah, you have the floor. How are you, my brother?
I'm trying to be okay. So.
Oh, good. Don't try to be okay. Just be okay.
Okay. So what am I even going to speak about? But I know I was speaking about Nigeria and creating job for themselves. Honestly, over time I know that I'm trying to help some people to do things for themselves. You know, it was said that I even said how I tried to give some people equipment for them to up their skill. And I said it that even the amount I got those equipment, some of them were just like almost free, that I would just package inside container. Maybe someone that learn tiling, someone that is doing like metal machine for doing aluminum framing and things like that. But like I said, when we're talking the other time is that in anything in this life, you need government for you to sustain yourself, whether you like it or not, no matter how you try to frame it, because government policy is going to affect you. Look at yourself that you want to go into farming, you want to go into rice production, and you start your farming. Nobody is supporting you for buying pesticides to take care of whatever you are. Maybe you even buy your rice processing machine and you are doing your processing. At the end of the day, government will still come and tax you. And you have license to some people that are importing rice. So your cost of production may not be able to compete with those people bringing. So things like that will discourage you. And when you want to start a business like that, you think about your environmental factors. And the next thing you look at, okay, how do I survive? I have children to send to the university, all those. So you just look at, okay, if I go to Canada, I can get loan for these guys, and once these guys start making it and they can pay their loan, and just for me to survive. That's the reason you see some people, no matter how better they are positioned, they use all their resources because they know that they are not likely to hold even their job sometimes, because you work in the bank, they can fire you at any time. You say, okay, and when they fire you in Nigeria, getting a good job is like, I don't know, firing you from job in Nigeria sometimes can be like a capital punishment if you are not prepared for it. So the next thing you want to do, you want to japa, you don't even care whether you'll be sweeping the street or whether you'll be washing the toilet. As long as you can pay your bill, you are okay. Those are the factors motivating people to japa, not because they want to suffer, but they just want to.
But Bola, quick question. Do you know people are still making fortune in that country? They don't even care of Japa. It's about detecting yourself and package yourself. I know a couple of people. I know it could be few people, but they don't wait for white collar job and they are making fortune in that country.
No, you are not wrong, because when you say, that's why we have carpenters, that's why we have drivers, that we have petty traders, you understand, and that's why we have businessmen, like we have Ekene here, we have a lot of people here that do their businesses in Nigeria. But the question is this: we can never be the same. You understand? What you've not learned from your youthful age, to learn it, because like people like Ekene now, you want to go and compete with him in his area of business. You know how many years of experience this guy has gathered? He has known the business in and out. How long do you have? How much time do you have to learn all those? Those are the factors you look at. And all these businesses we are looking at, like the one that, okay, Modis is no longer here, like the one that Maurice made the other time, it's very easy. And I will tell you something. When you are starting a business, you know that, oh, this business is fine, right? But immediately you start that business, you now have competitors. It's just for you to start. When you have competitors, the business that maybe you are making, let's say 5,000 a month now, once you start having competitors, you start seeing that, oh, your 5,000 is going to 2,000. And you may not be able to survive again with that money. That's how business runs. Let me tell you, when I lost my first job here in Canada, one of the first jobs I looked at was to drive Uber. When Uber was making money, I did that thing for less than a year before I ran, because I could not sustain it, because people just got into that place and the concentration was so high. You know, the fragmentation was so high that the income just dropped. That's the world of business for you. Business is always good when you think of it, but when you go into it, people that see you doing that, they will come and follow you into that business, and they will make that business less profitable, because you are competing for the same customer. So that's just the way it is. Now, when we are saying, oh, Nigeria should create something.
Ola, if you don't mind, let me set an example for you. I don't know, maybe you've heard me saying this before. My immediate sister, she's a graduate. She graduated. She hasn't got any job paid by anybody. Why do I say that? My dad is a fashion designer. He's 75. He's still sewing till now for professors in UI, Lead City University. So he learned that from my dad when he was in school, when she was in school rather. Then when she finished school, she upgraded herself to the modern, fashion world. As I'm speaking to you now, she doesn't have a shop, as like a shop you can go physically. They order all their clothes online, Instagram, Twitter. He sent clothes to Australia, mention anywhere in the whole world. She's making a fortune. She hasn't had one white collar job since she finished university.
Okay.
So my brother, she hasn't asked me for one kobo since I've been 10 years in Australia. Okay. She's doing very well. She packaged herself very well. So that's what I'm talking about.
All of us cannot be entrepreneur. That is exactly what I'm saying. As you are looking for the high people that can be entrepreneur, you have to look at the average people too that cannot be entrepreneur. Otherwise, nobody should be working for anybody in Nigeria. You don't need to work in a bank.
But everybody can make it in life now.
Mike, you didn't even ask me a question before you interject. The other time now when I wanted to interject to grant the floor.
In America and Europe, it's not everybody that made it in life. So
okay,
Mike.
Okay. My brother Ola, can I just interject a bit, please, sir?
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. So, Baba came tonight to just tell us exactly, he just hit the nail on its head. What they do in Germany here, if you are going to university, not the way they deteriorize everything in Nigeria. Only men like me now that went to Polytechnic that that have to go another 5 years sort of training by Bosch and Siemens. That's why I'm surviving today. I can sleep at I can wake up at any time, but it's an expensive life though because of private insurance, etc., etc. Otherwise, you're just zero. So all the students in Germany, right from secondary school to the university level, they all go to the mechanic workshops, bakeries to train. At least you remember back in the days when we usually have practicals at schools, then the same thing here. Secondary schools, you tell that they are in the polytechnics or whatever. They will send it to bakery, to the mechanic workshops. So the government they got from cabinet companies, cabinet making companies. That's what Baba just came to say today, to told us here. That is the only way forward. All this BSc, like philosophy and all this bullshit, we have to, get rid of all those stuff. So, it's just so crazy. Where everything is monetized in Nigeria and then they theorize. Everything is about, I'm having a degree. What can you do with it?
Tony, there's
Yes,
nothing
sir.
wrong with you having a degree. Let's just get that one straight.
No. As you are getting it, you are also alongside. You have to be training. That's what they do in Germany. So you are in the university. They will send you to other places to go and train. Whether you are studying law or whatever, there is a particular day that will ask you to go to a mechanic workshop to go and do something. Or a tailoring
Tony,
workshop, like someone said.
Tony, those people that still have bachelor degree, PhD, they are the ones that make research, that are engineers, some of those things.
Yes, sir. They all work hand in hand.
Wait now. Tony, wait.
Okay.
Those people that
Okay.
attended university, they are the one building, designing skyscraper, that the architects that build up, they get the tradesmen that work there. So the thing is this, you have to look at the entire ecosystem. I see this thing. Like why I was standing against Mike, or I was interjecting Mike, was that we don't just say people should be the one to go and do things, that government should not do anything. For you to survive in the small and medium scale, you need energy. Because if you don't have energy, you won't be able to compete with what people are importing. Okay, you want to have shoe company in Nigeria today now. Do you know? Okay, I'll give an example. I have a friend that is doing oil, that is refined oil at a Papalanto. We work together in the same bank. You understand? As a matter of fact, it was my team member, right? Now, this guy spent over 200 million to establish his company there. How many people can afford 200 million?
No, yeah, that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. That the government have to be involved.
Wait, Tony, wait. There was a time a person like myself at Iruri Ekiti Axis that was going to establish rice mill there. Do you know how much I will need to even establish that rice mill? Without energy, do you know how much I will spend on energy? I just gave an example. I gave an example of a friend that was running a cold room, that because of energy, he was unable to sustain it.
Yes.
So the thing is this: when we've not tried anything, we are not doing things ourselves, we think that
you are giving us the example of people that fail. You're not giving us example of people that succeed. There are examples of many people that succeed in Nigeria. You guys only give us the example of people that fail. That's the problem.
Mike, how are you bumping it to me without even asking for my permission to bump it to me?
Yes.
Now, in that same Nigeria that we think people are not doing anything, that is the same country we have Brother Shaggy, that because the content creator is lashing on what he has now because he doesn't need so much electricity. Yes. All those are also, so we have some people that maybe because their own type of aspect of industry, they still need the electricity, but they don't need so much because they are not into manufacturing. They don't consume so much energy to do their own. You see them creating their own content. So now, what I'm saying now you see some people still going to computer village because they can repair phone, and they are doing that. Some people are repairing computer. Some people, they have block molding industry. Some people, they are into tiling. So the thing is this: as long as you see Nigerians on the road still doing something, those that are not doing something at all, that we think in quotes they are not doing something, it may not be that they are not doing something. It may be because where their competence lie, they don't have some kind of support that will help them. I give an example now. It's not that someone for a woman have to look at YouTube to learn mechanic and is doing mechanical job. Another person is using tire to make furniture. So we have a different competence. Not because A is a barber now, it doesn't mean that B will be a good barber. But if we have electricity for people, some people are just natural shoe manufacturers. Some people they are natural tester makers. But they need, because where they have the competence, they need some kind of support before they can thrive. If the like of Brother Shaki that I just mentioned and all our artists, they don't have the support of policy, even though government is not giving them money, but they made the framework there, the policy that allow them to promote their job and the technology available for them to do their job, they are making it. That's
And what is that policy?
Have the right
Electricity.
environment, they will do the right thing.
Electricity,
So,
right? What is that policy? Electricity.
Some people competence is there's some people competence need electricity, and I still maintain it.
And
Some people competence need electricity.
The only thing you've given us is electricity, nothing else. Now, if you're saying electricity, you can get solar, you can get generator, and then you factor that cost into your.
How much do you need to install solar? How much do you think? How much do you think you need to?
If you want to do business, now it costs money to start business now. So you get
where
solar,
would they get that money?
generator.
Where would they get that money?
So you want to start business, don't have money. So you want to start business, don't have money. Is that what you're saying?
Because someone is saying people are graduating from university now, they cannot think of what to do. Where are they supposed to get that money? I'm asking you. A fresh graduate coming to university, we are blaming them. No, we can't think.
Okay, let me help you. Let me help you out. Let me help you out.
Can think, can do everything, but where will he get money?
Let me help you out. If you have an idea and you don't have money, you find somebody that has money that doesn't have idea, and you partner with the person. You bring your idea, he brings his money, and you start a business together. That's the solution.
Mike,
can I interject
here, Mike? How many time have you made proposal for business before? See,
I just gave you a solution. Do you disagree with my? Are you saying what I say is completely wrong?
I do not disagree with you, but you are saying it as straightforward. That's why we talk of government.
That's the problem. So everything in life has to be straightforward, right?
Yeah. Can I interject a little bit? Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. This topic is very, very it is very important. But one thing you must realize is this: all hands are not created equal. Some people, they will dip their hand in some business and they will prosper, while some, they might find misfortune. Mike, the analogy you just made is good, but you have to look at the local business terrain of Nigeria. The problem we have with black men is that people sometimes are extremely selfish. Even if you have an idea and you now table it to some people to help
Don't say black man, because I'm not like that. Okay?
Okay, let's say generality, anyhow you put it.
You can say you, maybe the negative ones.
No, he mean a transfer of knowledge. We are selfish.
Transfer of knowledge here.
We are selfish because you don't want other guy to be like you. Yes.
I don't understand what you are saying.
No, I mean transfer of knowledge. That's area.
Hold on. I am not talking about transfer of knowledge. I just want to make what Ola and Mike are talking about. Okay. I'm not talking about transfer of knowledge. Mike just talked about maybe you have an idea and you don't have money, and then you look for people who can invest in your idea. So I'm trying to say, in the Nigerian context, even if you have a great idea and then you table out for some other people, they might like your idea, but they might not invest in your idea, and they can go behind you and start that business also. So, like the model I know that you really help, the model let me finish. The model I know that I can help, especially for young graduates in Nigeria that have good idea. I think there is something like government can partner with private investors to build a small office hub in which people with business idea can rent a small office. You don't need to bring in your computer or whatever.
Thank you.
You can bring in your shared, you can bring your laptop, and there is desk, there is conference room, there's everything in this small room for you, and you co-share a conference room. So when you take your laptop to this place, there is a free Wi-Fi for you. Already paid a little money.
That is what Mike was saying. That's what Mike was saying. But involving the government, the government has to be involved.
Tony, that is not what Mike is saying. You guys, the way you talk as if, see, the way you guys talk as if Nigerians, all those they don't have anything, they cannot think. That thing make me shocked sometimes because I know where I was coming from. I know my background. I know what I went through. When you say this thing, I can easily relate.
Because you went through something. That means that's the way it is.
Let me just let me registered any business, and in my life I've registered more than 3 businesses.
You're not a good businessman, man. From the way you have spoken today, it's obvious you're not a good businessman.
Why can't we catch them young? Why can't we catch the, why can't we catch the youth young?
Everything you said today suggests to me you're not a good businessman.
Okay, one by one, please. Let's
You're too optimistic. You're too pessimistic in all your approach. That's why your business failed. It's not government, man. It's not government.
Mike, let me
don't give me story. Don't give me story of what you've not done.
Ola, let me finish because all of these things,
but not Mike. Do it first.
All of these things you are talking about, we can divide into different strata. There are some people that are not educated; they are artisans, and they need tools to work with. And I think some state government are doing a fantastic job about this, empowering some artisans by giving them machines or machinery like.
Can you give all the states? Give all the name of the states?
Like for example, when Ajimobi was Oyo State governor, he opened up a training center in Okeado, and a lot of people go there. You can learn maybe a tailor or fashion designer, and when they graduated after about a few months, they give them a machine, they give them equipment for.
And what happened? What happened after his death?
That's what you should remember. Democracy is like that one cannot continue because he also used state resources to do this project. So the next governor, if he does not like it, it's not a must. He must continue with that kind of project. So he has his own way. So you can't blame the present governor for not doing the same thing like Ajimobi. That's what Ajimobi did, and a lot of people get opportunity. And I also know that in Lagos State, they also do something like this. So what I'm trying to say is that people are segmented to different strata. If you are educated and then you have an idea, you can go to this kind of business hub where you pay little money, and then government, they can give you a soft loan to start up with. But the problem we have in Nigeria is that this might be a lofty idea, implementation, and how do people pay back this money back? Is it an interest-free loan for the next 5 years? And how much do they pay back immediately after about 6 months? So you can see the problem we have that the orientation is not good. If the government want to do this kind of thing, will the people pay back on time? Will the people do this facility and do the right thing, not just going there and thinking about, oh, this is a free office for me, I want to do illegal business.
Sorry, that thing you mentioned, government used to even give people loans there to, especially for those key people and small scale business. And most of those loans used to usually go bad too. So if government give money in Nigeria and those money goes bad, it's not going to be bad. Okay, now look at during that COVID now. If you're incorporated now, government will give you $60,000. They will not say, okay, pay back. It depends on your situation. Some they ask some to pay for 42,000, and some they ask people to pay back 45,000. So all of us that were incorporated, you understand, were able to access that fund at that time. You understand? So
I understand
the thing is, I'm just going. But many of those loans were eventually written up because people cannot.
Yes, I know. I understand. So, I'm trying to say how to empower people. But first thing, I want everybody to know.
No, Remy, sorry, we continue. I give you the grant to continue. You know, I said something here the other time that even in my village, those people that into skills, I find a way. If you want to try me, if you want to know whether I'm saying the truth or not, just give me a carpenter or something. And let's see whether I will send tools to that person and I will operate it. Just test me and let's see. Just test me and give me 3 months and see whether I will send. See, the thing is this. I want us to hold our government to the responsibility instead of just saying, no, go and do something. If you are telling me to go into business, I want you to show me that example. Don't just theorize it. Okay. That's why I specifically say Ekene and Simba, because they are into it. If Ekene is telling me that people are lazy, they are not going to farm, I know, but that's his speed. He's doing it. I can see practically. And if I'm blaming anybody around IT, then I will know that because I'm doing it, even though I know that it's not that easy. Because do you know what it means here? Just for you to be going to the office, to be telling people that this is your service, just to go to Kijiji, to launch this, to go to Facebook Place, to even build app, to even build website, to even distribute ad bill around just for people to patronize your business. You understand? Even there was a time that I was okay, I even wanted to have some kind of business that you do a lot of things to say, okay, go and do it. I was talking to one of my guys this morning, and what he has done to even set himself up in a business, that you see that a lot of effort. But a person that will see that person now is say, oh, he's not doing anything. It's not that. But for those of us that will put our hands on something, we know this is not it. You have a business proposal, oh, you propose someone will give you money. Now so easy. So let me give you an example. Sorry, let me give an example. There was a guy then when this guy was an architect. Now he needed funds just to do some of these union homes, and he was building one of those union homes. He didn't get money, he didn't get an account. I personally took it to my account officer at Oceanic Bank. They could not, because he has no account, they could not generate. Do you know what we did? We just had to find a way to guarantee 10%. Those people that will get money, I give you 10% for this guy to continue. Now, the only reason I could do that because I know this guy, I work. But how many people we have that luck? And not only because I know that guy, I know where he's having his project so that we can easily grab that money, because as the money is coming, they'll be paying into the account so that we can grab our money back from that location. We always know that this is an architect, they are building the project and the project is ongoing. That's kind of agreement. But you come with a business idea that is not already in motion, that you don't even know that the business is going to fail in the next 1 month. If you ask me to put my 1 million, why should I trust you with my 1 million and go to that business when I can take my money into the money market, when I can take it into the bank to have some percentage back on it? So that's how easy it is to say, oh, go and fund. A lot of business idea today. If you go to the stock market, you see so many people trying to raise money for their businesses and they are unable to raise the money.
Yeah, can I say something real quick?
Okay, go ahead.
Remy mentioned about the space. Yeah, so there's free space in Nigeria actually. I think Yaba, and there's also in Ibadan, I think. But it's just more like you work with others. So there's some spaces you can get for free, and there's some spaces that if you have a startup, like you can get for lower amount, lower, you pay cheap price. It's not a lot. It doesn't cost a lot, and there's also free space as well.
But I want that kind of space, free, that kind of office, shared office, to be a lot in most of the state capital, not only in Lagos or Ibadan. The reason why I mentioned this, is that this will give people that are really creative or really want to do business as an innovator, that they can find a space to sit down. They are not being bogged down that they don't have a printer or they don't have a conference room to do meeting. They are not being bogged down by that. So, and they pay little money. And then the government can give them a soft loan. The problem we are having in Nigeria is so numerous. The bank, the commercial bank,
let me say something.
The commercial bank, the interest on loan, the interest on loan from most commercial banks is too high. The risk is too high.
Exactly, Remy, you are getting the point now.
It's not easy. There was a time I was sourcing for about 10 million.
Can provide loan at maybe a single digit, maybe 4-5%.
And they asked me to pay 30% loan. And they said, even if I put my collateral, my house down, there is 30%. Actually, if you want to do any business, when you do your cost analysis, if you can make 25% profit, you are lucky. That is business.
Can I say something? I think we are lumping a lot of things together. There's difference between a startup, which is more like you bring idea to the table and you're trying to make that, you pitch that idea to become something maybe that doesn't exist. Let me land. Because I think we are lumping a lot of things together. That I have an idea, I'm trying to bring it out, and it's not something, probably something new, and it's different from maybe I want to open a car dealership, or I want to start a carpentry stuff. That's a business. So it's it's not the same thing. So that's number one. Number two, Nigeria definitely the banking system. They actually provide money for banks from from what I've heard and read. They provide money for banks to give out. But what is going on is because they don't have there's no like credit or a way to check background for a lot of stuff. The money is being given to a lot of people that are already established, that have money already. A lot of those loans are given to big rich people, and also like politicians that just got into like politics. They give them those type of money. So it's not like it doesn't exist. So like for example, I have one of my a person close to me that I know, like the agriculture. At one point, they're giving out money to them. This is like 10 years ago, I believe. Hello, can you hear
We
me?
can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh yeah, so that's like 10 years ago. They're giving out grants to them. Like they will give you land. They will list the land, but you're not paying. So the government just give you like a number of years you can be on the land, and also they'll provide them grants as well, like money. So they do those things. It's just that maybe it's not big enough, and a lot of people don't have that information. They've been doing this, but just like I said, the credit. I agree with you guys. Like there's a lot of what is it, interest on loans, but there's loans, but those people that the banks actually give that loans to, they're just like a staff. I'm definitely sure you guys remember about one of those I forget the company name that sold this company, and instead of him, after he sold it, instead of him paying back the loan that he took from bank, he didn't do that. He tried to reinvest the money back. So they give like the rich people these loans that they should give the small businesses. So we have to understand that the startup is not the same as the like me starting my small
As a
business.
regular business.
Yeah, so we should just like differentiate that. Like we should. But now Nigeria actually have like hedge funds, like people that they're getting fund for people that want to do startups. They started. I mean, couple people they come on TV, Arise and channels to talk about their hedge fund that they're getting money, or even though a lot of those money are coming from outside, but there are people that
Uriola, good
yeah,
evening, sir. Please, let me just
yes,
look.
sir.
So that is why I said we should catch them young. The government should set up workshops. That's what they do in Germany. They have all this house of handworks. So the students, right from SS1 to SS, sorry, is it junior secondary school to SS? They will be filtering them. So the best brain, those that will study medicine will be detected. You know what I'm saying? Then those, I mean, we are just it's monetized society. We have to catch them young, start this training, this orientation right from the secondary school level. We start to catch them, not just get. Then after after the training, Singapore the same thing. So then now, if you want to go for
So,
fashion
Tony,
design,
sorry,
yes,
Tony, sorry to cut you short. We
yes,
live in a free world.
yes.
What the school can do is just to give you a guidance. A Nigerian system, that system for education is good. The
But they
problem
did it for us before. Do you know that this guy that comes here, this guy,
the problem is that they have abandoned the tech because the education is that when you finish your junior secondary school, you have option of going to senior secondary school or going to technical or vocational college. But most
okay,
Nigerians, just like every other Nigerian, they want their children to study up to university level. So
yes, for nothing.
going to technical school in Nigeria is like you are a dropout. It's like you are a
Yeah,
dollar. It's like you
I
don't know
get you.
nothing. So
Or
that way,
family
that is
shame.
why most parents sometimes they don't allow their ward to
Uh,
pick the option of going to technical college.
that's the orientation. That's where the government comes in. The government comes in. The government comes in
The only
to build
way, the
workshops,
only way,
encourage the
listen,
children.
listen,
Yes.
the only way, and it's going to that way already. The only
Mm.
way is that when you graduate from technical college, then the money you get as your hourly wage that you do service as a carpenter is commensurable to like almost what we are seeing in developed countries. For
The
example,
problem, the problem I'm having is that we don't want to follow we don't want to follow the normal process. Hold on, sir. We are living abroad, most of us at least. You know, right from secondary school.
What I'm trying to say is that you can't force people to
no.
You can't force them. You
2 days practical in a week. Hold on, sir. Please, you have been speaking since. You have been speaking all through.
Yes,
yes,
Mr. Remy,
please,
let me just throw this one in.
Let
People should also
Midwest, Shebi want to interject, so maybe after Midwest. Shebi.
Good morning, gentlemen. I think our problem is always like so much concentration on paper certification rather than competence. So whether we use history 3-4, whether we revert to the old British style, the problem is when we focus so much on paper qualifications, we actually lose the essence of creativity. I think if you go to like do more technical stuff, something that are much more relevant to developing an economy. For example, we need to revamp our educational systems. For example, even BSc, there are some degrees that are not really relevant in the context of the 21st century. For example, you are doing sociology. I remember when I was in the uni in Nigeria at that time, a number of people that study sociology dealt with some theories like Marxism theory, Max Weber theory, that are not really fit for the context of the 21st century. So if you go to Europe, they don't really do courses like sociology now. What they do is social science. They do a bit of data science. Even when you graduate from sociology, from your social science, you can still find something to adapt to in the industry. But what we have in Nigeria, they just do a course like political science, sociology, history, without actually tallying with the realities present in the context of this century. I think in terms of we need to ask our questions like where are qualifications like city and guild. I know a number of my dad's mates actually did not actually go to uni, but they are well paid. Their contribution to the economy was immense. They did automobile like an example is my dad. He did automobile in technical college, and then when I was growing up, he never took his car to the mechanic. He did everything by himself in the garage. After he did automobile, he went to do aircraft maintenance. It was all done by Nigerian Airways. He never went to the university. He did all courses on DC-10, A310, Fokkers, all every fleet that Nigerian Airways had. He had all the knowledge. His books were it's like a professor, but he never went to the uni. As long as we still focus on paper qualification, we are still not going to make headway. What we should be keen about is competence ahead of certification. I have been in the UK for a number of time. I did my MSc here, but I never actually used my MSc to get any job. It's all certifications on DevOps, on and I never even did the certifications. I only went for online training or boot camp, something like that. So we need to like de-emphasize on what's it called on paper qualifications. When I was in Port Harcourt, I met a South African. Then I was much younger then. I met a South African. He calls himself an expatriate. Oh, I was very young that time. I said, oh, you must be well learned. You must have PhD. The guy just told me that he did not have PhD. What he has is competence. Is college. When I'm in the UK here, there are two embassies, two Nigerian offices in London, one in Farringdon and one in Charing Cross. That was the first time I wanted to like make extend my Nigerian passport, renew my Nigerian passport. I went to the wrong office where they actually issue visas to non-Nigerians. I met this Englishman. Oh, and he told me, oh, he's going to Nigeria. I said, what the hell are you going to do in Nigeria? I said, he made his money in Nigeria. So what do you do for a living? The guy said, is what's it called? These people that are scaffolding engineer, scaffolding. But his own scaffolding is much more specialized. Is oil rig, ocean people that construct scaffolding in the sea. I said, what do you do? How do you acquire these skills? He did it. He did BTech in the UK.
Shebi, let me push you back. I want your response to this. Look at it this way. What you are saying is correct. We know that at technical schools, they are supposed to address that. But let's even look at the industry that is existing that people are keen into. Now, there are some private fashion school these days that people attend fashion school. But you ask a question, how come that our fashion industry only cater for the local needs? How come we are not competing at the international level like Bangladesh? Have you asked a question like that? That is where we say we need government to come in. Look at now, look at our Nollywood industry. It didn't get to this place today. It's just a policy. And if I tell you that policy is funny to you. Or policy on broadcasting. You know, people used to go and queue at NTA before. Yeah. But when they deregulated broadcasting, that all these private TV started coming, they started looking for how to build the entertainment industry. And that's where we are today. Now,
the entertainment industry is not, sorry to cut you. I think the entertainment industry is not driven by the success we're having in the entertainment industry. It's not actually driven by government. If you look at the music sector,
it's driven by the government. That's why I'm telling you how it was driven.
No, government has no end in it. Government has no end in it.
Wait, already I will tell you how it is. I'm just giving you the story. Before, you know, we used to listen to Sonny Ade and Co, Alexito, all those people, and this
Mandators, yeah.
Exactly. In 1992, Babangida deregulated the broadcasting sector. You know, as an artist, whenever you produce your content, you need to get to all those government studios for them to play your music. But immediately they deregulated the broadcasting sector. The like of Kenny started using Ray Power. You know, the like of Clapperboard. So many media houses started coming.
Moon International.
And then, you know, all of a sudden we started having chance to all this channel or whatever. They use those media to promote our local entertainment industry. Without that, NTA and government houses will not have been able to promote those guys the way they were supposed to promote them. And bam, we already prepare ourselves. And immediately YouTube, social media arrived. And those people that already, they just went on and
Spotify.
So what am I talking about?
Still, that has nothing to do with the success that the Nollywood has.
You don't get me. It's the government policy. It doesn't mean that government is giving them money. If government is giving them money, they will have moved beyond this.
I mean,
the enabling environment.
If you look at
the enabling environment is a problem. Now look at it this way now, because these people, they have platform to promote their products. Look at that. They have channel. Because when you have a product, you must have channel to promote your this thing. You are a manufacturer now. You don't have a channel like maybe.
Wait, even before 92 that you mentioned, musicians and some other movies that was produced in Nigeria, they do bring them abroad. So it has nothing to do with the success they're having. But I'm saying, what you just said, what he actually did is just the fact that people are able to do, rather than just depend on what the public or the government TV and radio stations, people are able to do private, put in private stuff, and they're able to like expand and have a way to transmit. But what I'm saying in specific is that he has, I mean, he does some stuff, but when it comes to the type of success they're having, I mean, government has no ends in it.
Okay. If you are not getting it already, I will put a question to you. I will make you understand now. When we were running ITEL, how many people can afford phone? Assuming United is what we have today, how many people do you think we have access to YouTube? How many people do you think we have access to internet? Because everything will depend on, probably United will be running like NEPA in Nigeria today. But just because you deregulated telecommunication, You gave license to second national operator, you license some telecommunication. So we have access to different service provider, ISP provider today. That is policy.
And how successful is that, though? How successful?
Forget about how successful they are
compared to other countries.
Let's go back to technical. Let us go back to technical aspect. Technical aspect, please, because
let me also come in. I've been listening since, and
okay, Midwest. I
also have, I want to agree with your house. I thank you so much, Ola, because I've been listening to so many voices saying, and I learned a lot of things from you. You show that you have a deep experience, practical experience from when it comes to business, not just based on assumption. I will do it like this, so easy. In Benin, they say to play mouth, to use mouth to take place on there, they band it easy, make it complete and they hard. So now so it did. You know, the thing is this: how can you run business without government? How? It's totally impossible. It is because of the government is not providing the basic necessities and conducive environment for business to strive good. That is why Nigeria is just the way it is today. All these practical jobs you mentioned, or whatever people are trying to say, oh, they are not busy, they are too lazy, Nigerians are lazy, or people don't want to do things. My brother, leave this abroad. Haven't enjoyed yourself being a successful person. Just disguise. Go to Nigeria, spend 1 month, pick any job, and look at the environment. Then you will know that people are really hardworking people. 4 o'clock, you will see people, conductors are already working, drivers are already driving their vehicle. If there were no people for them to carry, or even 3 o'clock in the midnight, do you think these people will be working? They will not be working. It's because people want to move from their house to one particular place to go and hustle, either in their small-scale business or try to work for the government occasionally. And that is why they are moving so early. You see somebody, Ogiri, you see this one, Akara, you see this one. These are business. The problem we have is that based on the kind of education they design for us, the education was for language. It wasn't for knowledge. And to be educated and have knowledge is a different thing. You can have that thing in your brain, write exam and pass, but you may not really have that understanding of the knowledge. And that is what we lack in our country. We have to go back to a drawing board about our educational system. Like they said, first of all, somebody who went to practical schools those days, they did not attach value to them. And these are the people that have to do the job. When you don't value those who work, how will you be able to develop those people? You only develop things that you have value about. For example, if you talk of building today, illiterate are the one to build our houses. Your car spoil, illiterate are the one to repair it. You want to all those
that's not true. That everything you just said now is not true.
My brother, it is because now we have this school is now so common. So many guys with maybe secondary school level, and you see them working in the site. Even our people don't even work in that site any longer. We are bringing people from Cotonou. Go to your village. You tell your people to come and clear bush. Nobody want to go there. It is foreigner. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We should not be pretending is well, and things are getting worse every day. It's okay. Now, wait, my brother. Those who wire our houses, those days, some of them, if you tell them to go and bring certificate, they don't have. I saw furnitures. Most of them, they don't even have certificate. So they are the one to build our shoes for us. Now, if you go to industries or big factories where they even have government equipment and machine, those engineers they employ, they cannot even fix those machines. They still have to go and carry roadside person. So let me just put roadside instead of using that word illiterate. So most of the people who do the job, they are not the one with the certificate. And our certificate, practically, when it comes to engineering, is not valid. It's not working for us because the practical knowledge is completely missing. We need to go back. It's just a drawing board. Like Remy was talking about, he lives in Finland. You find out there, if somebody went to technical college like Sweden here, that does not stop you not to go to university. If you pass your exam from that technical college, you can choose any university of your choice. They attach value to it. And if you read mechanical engineering here in secondary school, there is no car you cannot repair. Volvo can employ you. Scania can employ you, and you are already an engineer. They will describe you like that on competence. If you read nursing in their secondary school here, and you round up, you pass the exam, they will describe you on competence as a nurse, junior nurse, because they combine it with full-scale practical and theory that will prepare you to work and further your education. We limited the practical aspect of our life from the genesis. They don't have respect for them. They don't have value for them. Yeah, mechanic, yeah, farmer, yeah,
Midwest.
Look at where we are today. Want to argue. You see?
Midwest. Oh yeah. Go.
I think I want to make some clarification.
No, hold on. Let me hold on. Midwest, it's like you didn't hear me say that before. I said that we should catch them young, right from secondary school level. You know what I'm saying, sir? We should be filtering them. Look for the brains that will go to be doctor later. That's what they do in Germany here. So they will filter them.
My brother, you know what somebody said here.
Hold on, Remy, hold on. Let me too loud. Hold on. So Midwest, please. In Germany here, let me tell you. You just said your experience in Finland. In Germany here, right from secondary school, class 1, they will be filtering them. It is the teacher, the class teacher that will detect people that will go to university to go and study medicine.
Tony.
No.
No. Hold on. Let me finish. Tony. They will be detecting them. They don't have a common entrance here. So and then some will be. Yeah.
See the way it is. The German system have a problem because I understand that system very deep, and the problem is this: the teachers who are racist can block the black children schools.
Yeah, I know. Yes.
Education. So
yeah, unless your dad is a doctor.
Okay, look at the way you work in Scandinavia. The difference is this. When you finish, they combine that primary school and junior school together.
Yes.
There's no difference. So once you finish that, you want to go to upper secondary school. They divide that upper secondary school into 2 parts.
Yes.
People who want to read social studies, that means they fall into accounting or whatever. That means they will tell you, you are going to study to university level.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you choose engineering,
they
will just advise you, don't follow the path of social reading.
Yes.
Go to the technical school.
Yes.
Here, you have the chance to study both the theory and the practical and have
Thank you very much.
competency. That
exactly the same here. They don't finish in one school. They don't finish in one. They usually transfer them.
Can I make my clarification?
And this system, my brother, wait a minute. It's also there in Finland. Now, when you want to, for example, a child that said, "I want to be a mechanical engineer, a computer scientist," they will put you in that technical college. You will do the mathematics, you do the physics in theory, and you will do the practical.
And you may still come back to that your former school to the attending lectures.
And when you pass that exam, you are already on competence an engineer already with your secondary school level.
Yes.
Now, please.
They will describe you. Look at it. They will describe you as. Let me just round up. They will describe you as a junior.
Yes.
If you choose like nursing, they will describe you on competent junior.
Yes.
Okay.
Let us relate our experiences in Europe.
We have a fundamental problem.
So where am I? Am I in
education? Wait now. I know you are in Finland. Let me just quickly round up this.
But you have to wait. Yeah.
Let us not be
right on.
So now, these things are what we need from the genesis.
Midwest. Now, so you're not alluding to my. No, hold on. Midwest.
So fashion design is
Midwest.
Professions.
Midwest. Can you hear me?
Everybody hold on.
Midwest.
I think
you cannot finish.
Tony, hold on, please. Tony, hold on. Let Midwest round up. Then you now talk. Then we go back to Remy. Then
okay. See, the way they design their home here in the whole of Scandinavia is epidemic. If you talk of innovation today in the world, those Sweden don't make noise, and most of these Scandinavian people, they are into it. If you talk of brain, they have it. But our own system of theory, the worst part of it, from the genesis, those that are to do the job, they never attach value to it. Immediately we got independent. Mechanic, I said, is yeah. Farmer is yeah. Where our graduates, where are they going to work? People believe when you graduate, you wear suits. And that's all.
And can I corroborate what you just said now? That is the vestige of colonialism. That is what we learned from our colonial masters, because when immediately they left, they actually replaced themselves. We want to be like them. We want to dress like them. So we call it white collar job. People that wants to. We give respect.
My guy, good, great point, my guy. You know it exactly what you're saying. That's exactly what happened.
Okay, can I come in now, please?
It was me. I was waiting. Okay. Thank you, General Thomas. So, like this guy said, like in Germany here, we don't have like a fixed secondary school for the child to go from one to the end of the studies. So they usually move them from school to school. Try to tap their brain. See what they are good at, what they are going to become in future. That's where the government comes in. Like our brother Ola said, the government have to come in to catch these brains young, or at least to filter them and know exactly where they are headed to. Like Midwest said, you don't just people to class, 100 people, then one man is coming and say, hey, good afternoon, sir, good afternoon, sir. Even the teachers here, the German school, in German schools, make I tell you now the teacher, now they greet the children. The children, they don't greet the teachers. Now they hear me now. So once the teacher comes to the class, the teacher have to greet them. It will tell them it's a good tag or good morning. Not be say for Africa. So that's it's quite different. So that's why we need to go back home. Men like Ola will be in charge of all those cyberspace, training, and the men like us that went to the Polytechnic, we have to see what we can do about technical drawing and all those kind of stuff for the kids, etc., etc. But the way we are just pursuing degrees, you see somebody like 21 years old in Nigeria, but before you can get a degree in Germany here in university, you're already 32 years. I'm telling you guys, but once that guy comes out,
even when you have it, the way they will train you, you don't even see
yes,
that
sir.
degree.
Yes, sir. They will training you.
You don't even see that degree. That degree will not
I said like my neighbor now, my neighbor is now in Attic.
They will not
he's
be
training there.
There will never be pride. The way it is,
Yes.
you have the knowledge and you will deliver wherever
Yes.
you go. So
Yes.
our home, my brother, is a foundational problem. As Ola said, we need electricity. Electricity,
Yes.
they describe it as an energy.
The government enable environment, and then they catch the young building workshops in every schools, workshops, or at least one center, BB center, like he say in Okado, then Eleyele, then Aremo, then Agodi. You have to put all those, or like Sango, where a little bit densely populated area. Put people there, challenge, or people from challenge, they can go to Okado. Then there must have to be a center for the schools to be bringing their, just like we did in the industrial training, 6 months training we had in the Polytechnic back then, where I will be traveling from.
Mike, let me also add this one to it. Someone went to technical college. When you want to go to universities, like there's no way. It shouldn't be so. Like here,
can I come in now? Because you two
once
guys
you
have
round
been
up that
talking for a
junior
long
one,
time.
let me quickly
come
put
in
this
now,
one.
please.
If you just round up that junior one, and you said, "No, I don't want to work. I have read civil engineering. I want to further my education." You choose any higher institution of your choice because you wrote the exam, both in theory and practical. You further your education.
Let me come in now because you guys have been talking.
Let me come in.
Please.
You can come in, Remy.
Too much time. First, I will talk about the system in Nigeria, and then later I will talk about the system here in Finland too. The system in Nigeria is 634 education. We cannot equate whatever is happening in Nigeria with the rest of the world. Everybody have their own different way of doing things. In Nigerian content, from time immemorial, especially in the southern part of Nigeria, most parents will rather adjust their words to go to university level. And that's why I do not see a lot of people going to technical school. The model is like, if you cannot pass the qualifying exam to senior secondary school, then you have an option of going to technical college in Nigeria, in which most people, they don't go to. Even if they did not pass the qualifying exam to the senior secondary school, they prefer to go and learn apprenticeship outside the formal system. Now, what you guys have been saying is good for Nigeria, but at the same time, we need to do a total reorientation of most of the things. Because if we do not do that, then this one will not come to reality. Now, in Finland here, everybody go to high school. And once you finish from your high school, you now have an option. Which option do you have? You can go to polytechnic, they call them applied sciences, or you can go to university, or you can go to vocational college. All of these schools are free of charge here for the citizen. I'm not talking about international students. One thing they do here that I think is very good, the income parity, whether you go to university or you go to vocational college, the income parity is so minimal that you won't even feel it. Even people that go to vocational college, most times can even earn more money than people who work in a bank or work in some offices.
Exactly, sir.
So that is the major problem in Nigeria. If we can fashion our home towards that way, then you see more people going to technical school because they know that after qualifying, they can get as much as people works in a bank. So the income disparity is very low. But so far, the income disparity is so high that people will still, why should I go to technical college when I will be at the lower cadre of the society? So that one does not give them a kind of, how to say, a kind of motivation to make them okay. I want to.
Yeah, that is why I use the word lack of value. We did
So, but
value.
you must understand one thing. Here in Europe, emphasis is on skills, and I totally agree with everybody that we are shifting away from probably just go and you must acquire that skill. And I don't totally agree with you that sociology is not a course not to be taught or people should not go for. I don't agree.
It's a course here in Sweden. I didn't agree with that one.
So, no, some people said some social work is not something sociology or psychology is still relevant. If you do sociology, you can also be a social worker. And a social worker,
the engineer have to go to them for counseling. Yeah, you are right.
Not even engineers. Everybody can go to them. The social worker here, they handle cases about child abuse,
family
violence, all sort of wahala. They are the ones that are very important.
But you know that black man, my brother Remy, you know the black people, they know they plan ahead. They don't plan ahead. They only plan for where to get money. You know, they don't think.
So now, in the Nigerian context,
Remy, please let me quickly put this
now,
one.
listen carefully. How do we do it? Should we in Nigeria enforce that if you want to learn any skill about tailoring, or plumbing or something like that, you must go to technical college. No more apprenticeship outside. You have to sacrifice one for another. Because if you don't do that, then the former setting will not set in.
No. All have to go pari passu. They have to go alongside the same.
Mr. Remy, look at a very profound challenge is there. Okay, now who is going to teach us in that school? Then we have to import people, isn't it? Because even the teachers themselves don't have the practical knowledge. It's only the roadside that have it.
No, Midwest. The thing is this. Remy said they should cancel apprenticeship system. I want to differ.
Let us not use that word cancel. Let us modernize it so that we can get more Remy. I understand Remy.
Because
if you modernize it, then that means they must come under the technical college.
They can work as instructors. They can work as instructors, teaching people how to handle the tools. Yes.
I mean, this is how it was in Canada. You'll be learning your apprenticeship. You'll be going to school. So the certificate is a combination of your practical experience and your academic. So you don't start apprenticeship without you start with someone who attend school. Otherwise, you are not going to be licensed. So licensing issue, we can use licensing issue to enforce those. But however, these people are still learning, but where are they going to work? Some can create business themselves, but some still need some kind of funding to establish. Okay, I will give an example. Recently, I make some research on a hide and skin processing machine. You won't know why I even do that, because I try to look at so many things. the cheapest I've seen so far is $20,000. Just to you say, okay, you go to Abati, or you say, okay, all those people that are killing, okay, give me the skin. I want to process it into leather, whether leather to produce share or leather to produce shoes. Now, it will cost me $20,000 just to do. And when you look at $20,000 in time of the recent, it's supposed to be small scale business, right? But now, if I buy high processing machine alone for $20,000, I need energy to run it. That is where I say the importance of electricity. You can. Now, someone said we should use solar. How much solar will I install to take care of this machine I'm talking about? Because it looks small. It's $20,000, the least, but we are talking of every machine. Every machine. I'm not Dangote. I'm not Bua that are running on large scale. So those are the things. So it's a combination of government coming to support with funding and support with infrastructure. So even if you send people to technical school, those people you send to technical school those days, they are the one working in our textile industries. They're the one working in the aluminum industry. They're the one you find in university. They are the one working at Ajakuta. So if you send these people to, because in technical school, you see foundry there, where you can do foundry, everything you are going to do at Ajakuta, you see the small list, you learn some small thing there. So you need electricity to run all those stuff because they are small to medium scale. That is why we say we need government. Okay, now if I want to go and do hide and skin in Nigeria today, now maybe I will go and buy Meccano machine 500 kVA, and I will buy a $10 diesel. When I now produce my hide and skin, I want to turn into shoes. How do I compete with someone that is importing shoes from Italy? That's the point. Some guys make garments in Nigeria. Don't get it wrong, because the garment makers in Nigeria now, it's like they are producing for people in Canada, London, and United States.
What is that?
Just some tailors. I know that some tailors they sew cloth for people
they
here.
sew for and take it out abroad. Yeah, so
exactly. But the question is we still need to be doing all those in a mass so that we won't be buying Ace and Curtis. We'll be buying from Abba made sewing. We should be buying Abba made trousers and shirts.
So that's my point. What was happening in the East those days? All this Abba, all this. That is how a country, metamorphosed to great countries that we are hearing today. All those things they neglected or they died. Everybody went into importation, because there's no electricity. It's not stable. And most of us here in diaspora, there's no way we're going to go back and just start something overnight when the electricity is not there. First of all, if you are going to business, there's no business without risk. Risk is involved, and profit is what motivates you. And you must calculate it very well that I'm going to succeed, I'm going to make that profit, I'm going to, grow and everything. But at the same time, if the risk come in as well, you just have to bear it. So it's not a joke. There's no way business. Most of our business there in Nigeria, you see people like what they are pointing to. This man is successful. This man is successful. Remember, we are in a country where what I call the government. I don't know which way will I read the performance of your business is unknown to the government. How do you arrive?
There is no government. There's no government. Talk less of a good or bad government. That is why.
Yes. So even say this is how this man.
No, Tony. Hold on, please. Tony, please don't come with all this. No. There's no government. So what is in Nigeria? Come on now, you can't be saying all these things all the time. There's no government.
No, my Tony. Tony, go and do shua for airport. We don't say airport government deal.
Yeah, there's no government. So who is ruling in Nigeria?
No,
come on, it's talking metaphorically,
my brother.
Anyway.
As far as Nigeria is concerned, we just have president and governor. So everybody is under them. That's why we have this problem. If we want to talk of electricity today, we will be seeing Mr. President. Everybody, just picture it. It's president you will see. So this is what we are pointing to.
Midwest. If you want to set up a textile,
we must take power from all this. Let there be autonomy to so many institutions, like what they say.
You make your borehole.
INEC should have. They should be separated from them. There are many institutions that is under them, and no government succeed or no government that is in existence that doesn't give that kind of autonomy to so many institutions around them, because they cannot be in charge of everything.
Midwest.
Yeah.
Do you know how much we need to set up a textile industry into just your 2-bedroom flats in Nigeria today?
Yes, if there is electricity.
You know how much it costs? Let's assume that you buy used machinery, everything, you buy machine, you will still need at least $50,000.
And they will, my brother, it's not. They will be telling Nigerians don't go back home and try. A lot of our guys are living here. They are trying their best. Some of them come back home here crying.
Midwest, that $50,000 that I told you, I'm not even talking of your generator. You are going to have borehole. You are going to have boiler, because I don't know, because it depends on the textile you are doing. You understand? You are still going to have boiler. You know, you want to bleach, you want to dye, you want to do a lot of things there. So by the time you are setting up a small textile industry, you'll be talking of like $100,000. That
security, Ola, and the area board protection.
So the question now is this: how do you compete? How do you compete with the fabric you are importing? You got my point now. So that is why I'm saying that it's not as if people are not thinking. The question now you ask me is that how do I know all this thing I'm talking about? Is it that maybe I just conjure it? I didn't conjure it because so many people want to do this thing.
From you, I see a lot of ideas, my brother. The real
Midwest, not even me. Midwest, not even me. Many people want to do this thing.
No, I just give you an example. Many of our guys have ideas, and some have tried. Some have ventured into it, although some are still there strongly. Some have already given up. It's not what they expected.
Midwest,
that is why
Midwest. Do you know that? Do you know you can set up small scale
life for just 6 months to gather experience? Because we lived there for a very long time. We don't really know the reality on ground.
Do you know you can set up small scale or medium scale cement manufacturing? To be making cement. Do you know that there are machines that you can put there, assuming they even give you access to limestone? But the question is this: how much of those can you produce to compete with Dangote? Because do you understand what I'm saying? That's the state of a small business in Nigeria today.
They don't know.
That's the story of a small business. Because gas, diesel, we consume. Because they are small businesses. They are small businesses. Okay, these businesses, it's not as if it's going to give you like what bankers are earning. It's not as if it's going to give you like what all those people working in oil and gas are earning. When you invest there, you just want to give something moderate that will make you survive. But how are you going to power all those? You can buy machine to be doing tomato paste, but you know how much for you to even set up a factory that will be doing even tomato paste for your local this thing? At least you need something to can. Except you want to be putting, because it's not every time you'll be putting that in a bottle. You want to can so that you'll be able to preserve whatever you are producing.
Yes.
Now, I'm saying this thing. Do you think Nigerians are not taking? Do you think it's my brain that is bringing all this thing? It simply means that
people are venturing into it.
Some people want to do this.
It's so challenging, you know.
See, my brother, it's not as if people. That is why you see the Indians, the Chinese, they come to Nigeria to set up factory. Why? What advantage do they have? Like people coming from China now, there's a sovereign weight that they use to target foreign country, and the national they tap into that and get money for a very cheap rate, a very ridiculous rate. You understand? Like I told you during the COVID period now, when they give the incorporation here, anybody that register business, you don't have to have big business. Maybe you are just incorporated, 60K. You understand? You still have a grace period of time that you are not going to pay interest at all. Even because they say, okay, they give you percentage of
sole proprietor, you don't need to be incorporated. Or if you are a sole proprietor during that COVID, as far as you have been reporting that business, you guys don't employ you. They supported everybody. They did even,
those are the things we are talking about. Yeah. You understand? How am I supposed to set up my like I said that I want to be doing hide and skin now? I'll be manufacturing shoe. How am I supposed to do that when I don't have generator? Okay, maybe I need about 30 staff. I want to be doing my shoes. I want to pay that staff. I want to run diesel. I want to. Maybe why do you think interest rate or banking interest rate is high in Nigeria? Number one, the cost of even getting that money from the customer, the cost of even running diesel. For example, when I was working by, do you know how many drum of diesel we even use for 500 kV generator a day? And when I say 500 kV generator, not only one, because we have one MVA. That 500 kV you are talking about, it's not going to be only one, probably two that we are going to couple together just to withstand the type of load you have in your data center. So when you look at that cost, the only way you want to set up business, when Nigerians have this business, number one, is either you have their policy to stop importation of some of those goods from overseas. But when you stop the importations, are you able to meet the local need?
But brother Allah, where do we start now? Where do we start from now? Don't you think that it should take us more than 3 months or 6 months to have a running refinery so that we can be able to make use of the byproducts that will be falling up, as a result of refining at home?
Mr. Tony, that's not big project you just mentioned, or refinery like that. All those one are mega projects. They are not small.
No, because hold on, sir. In Germany here, last year, during the Russia-Ukraine, so they said, okay, they want to set up a refinery just about 30 kilometers from where I'm living right now. It's completed, because they said they want to, but what's wrong with us? What's going?
We are talking. You are now talking of. We are talking of advanced country.
What are they? Were they born with double heads? Why can't we?
Tony, wait. If you were born in the family that carpentry is their job, you understand? Maybe probably you have like a century of experience combined together from your
knowledge.
Right. So because it's part of what you do in your house, just like when they say, in Yoruba, we have different family. When they say when we anyoni, all those things, you say anyon, that means that in their family, there is just a drum. So they have that experience. We are talking of generational experience. So those German people we are talking about, they have experience in that technology. The other
what about the Singapore? What about the Singapore people?
Wait, Tony. The other time when we're talking of a refinery in Nigeria, that Nigeria should employ Nigeria to build refinery, we can't deceive ourselves. Indians that were using Dangote cement, they've had century of experience in building refinery, or let me say multi-decade experience in building refinery. So if you want to carry Nigeria now to just go and train and come and build refinery, we are just experimenting. I remember people like us, when we started installing it here in Nigeria, I happen to be one of those first generation there. Did you know how much they spend on us to even train? Because we know Winconic stuff. It's at the Padabon. You know Padabon.
I tell you. Why can't we bring the white men to our place then to do it for us? We employ them.
Wait now. They train us how to do that. Do you know how many years before we gain the full expertise? You understand? You will install machine, machine will overpay money, machine will underpay money. Now, you look at you just look at that risk as it is now. So do you know how many years is going to even take for people to even learn how to build refinery? So there are some businesses that you still need foreign, and you will learn over years. For us to get to those levels, we have to learn over years.
But why are we making it abroad? Why are we making it abroad? Because a lot of my uncles and some relatives that went to University of Benin's petrochemical engineering, they are all working in the USA and Saudi Arabia. It was all my cousins.
Tony, look at me, for example. In my life, I didn't learn anything like mechanical engineering before. But there was a time when my under ODC engine Pafuka, they were billing me 10K, 9K, 10K. I was now looking at, okay, how will I change this for 10K? You know what I did? I entered online. I bought manual. I said, okay, I have to run a background of electrical I have. I bought a manual. I go to the nearby city, bought engine myself, bought hand crane, bought jack, bought transmission jack and everything. So everything I needed. I installed the machine myself. Although maybe a normal mechanic would have taken like 4 or 5 hours. Maybe I took like 3 or 4 days. It's okay. At least I didn't spend 10,000.
Yes.
You understand? So what am I saying is we are going to learn If the environment, because the environment made it possible for me. I could buy hand crate easily.
Okay.
I could get my jack easily.
Please, let me also
whether I want to rent or whatever.
Ola.
So everything I needed, I find it, and I see small boys, high school boys. They were changing their car engines. What's the big deal?
Ola,
you understand?
Please,
and I
let
follow
me
the
also put
instruction.
this one. Ola, if you go to Nigeria now, all our millionaires, when you ask them, they will tell you, I'm a businessman. And if you are looking for the addresses of their business, some don't even have. Or if occasionally, even if some point to some, you will know that this is not what made this man to have this money. You understand me? And that is why, even before they die, you see the business crumbling. Because actually, they are not doing business. If they die, their children cannot continue. Because the system is very, very crooked and correct. It's not transparent. So you guys that want to do something, you go there with the sincerity, you will see that this thing is not working. They all have other business that they are doing, majority of them. The government, if they want sincerity, they want to help. There are basic things that make business to grow. One, we need energy. We need a functioning insurance. Because business itself is a risk. Insurance must be involved. And we don't have a functionary insurance. Take, for example, now, you say you want to buy a machine, 20,000 euros. You bring it and install it, and there is a fire outbreak. There is nobody to support you.
No, insurance day, midway. It's only that you are going to pay through your nose. Insurance day.
Okay, so, you mean that Femi Johnson is still there? Femi Johnson and Royal Exchange in Ring Road?
I can't remember Femi Johnson though. You know, saying that you be Ibadan person. I be Lagos person, even though
okay. Now I mean, I be okay. I don't get that. Just okay. Sorry, because that time
my saying they give me away, but now I be Lagos person. So
yeah, all those Royal, all those Royal Exchange, and they were all headquarters in Ibadan, and they were the insurance brokers. So I mean, today now
I was using Wapik. Wapik was used to be my insurance then. So because I did business, and one thing is this: even whenever we're even shipping some things that you have to insure, because you don't want story, right? So we used to insure. So insurance, I know insurance work.
Do you know that? Do you know? Sorry. Do you know that we're the one manufacturing windscreen for cars in Ibadan, in Molete? It's still there. Triplex.
A lot of industry used to be in Ibadan. Those in our exile battery, there plenty. Like Onward. This guy that used to manufacture
windscreen. We manufacture windscreen in Ibadan when I was growing up, and then even where the company was very close to where I did my IT. Because you have to get a certificate from you take it back to the project before you can. I mean, but teachers just. I just don't. I just can't understand. And a lot of.
I did my IT with Odua Textile. Odua Textile industry. That time three-phase.
And today now they know they do them again. I said this guy and this guy with the control, this guy easy. He was telling me he hasn't seen the wedding machine before. And he says that he studied the BSc in I've been at OND, I've been HND in metal fabrication.
Tony, you see one thing about our education is this: you have to put effort too. Our university education and polytechnic education, they are not really useless, to be honest. They may not be up to the standard we're expecting, but they are not totally useless.
Or that we went through in the 80s.
We are not saying they are useless. They should reform it.
Yes, but what happened? What happened to us that we have no workshops? Like when you see some equipment in the workshop, schools workshop, you have instructors that are coming to guide you how to handle the tools.
They don't set them. There's nothing like that again. Even the schools don't have roof. The secondary school, those schools.
No. I mean the project. What about my project now? The project that that I manufacture. So I hope that it.
Tony,
I would not tell them.
Are you talking about it?
In my undergraduate days,
80% of all those secondary school lab and
not before. No, but I'm talking about Ibadan. So I didn't go to school in industry. I mean, Ibadan project. I have a project. I have a project where you can
defend your thesis. In Nigeria, many schools don't have roof.
So let me say they don't still on the whole project. All those projects what we do now, like people that went to University of Benin engineering and whatever machine they manufactured at the end of their course.
Those ones are still trying. They have a place to keep your things. I don't mean the secondary school level.
Anyway, but I'm still very okay. It's only when we separated from Western, that our state started to go backward.
Tony, when we know that Nigeria's system function is this, Nigeria is where we still produce our doctors, and they still work, right? We still produce computer science graduates from Nigeria, and they can still write program.
What about research? Research programs. Are we researching?
On our way to, I don't know if this guy is correct. One of my friends who studied medicine there, if school is on strike, those people, they don't go back home. They are still in school.
Yes.
He told me. So it's a quite different thing because they put priority on them. And again, they also expose them to practical knowledge as well.
After graduation, they will not give the visa to run abroad, Abi.
As I was saying, our architects, they went to university, Nigeria University, and they are still designing building, right? You will see that it's not useless. Our structural engineers, they still went to Nigeria University, they still build structure.
Yes,
my
brother
is civil engineers. They went through Nigeria University and they still build. They still build. So see, it's not as if those schools are useless.
Wait, see where I'm going. Not that they are useless. We shouldn't use that word. But all these people you just mentioned, architect, the rest. All these buildings that are collapsing in Nigeria, who is responsible? There comes the same government. No matter the knowledge you have, the government must come in and regulate them.
No, so that's why we are still talking of government. You understand? That's why we Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story.
I don't know whether we have project designer in Nigeria because I keep
Midwest. Let me tell you a story. Yeah. There is this architect. You understand? Nationally, when you design a building, you are supposed to allow structural engineer to do your structure. But this guy, whenever he's working for maybe ordinary people on the streets, he will just be the architect, the structural engineer himself. He did the building one day, and that building when he trained. And the problem is this: he overloaded the suspended slab. Because assuming you did something for maybe let's say 1,000 metric tons, and all of a sudden you change the design, you change it to like something that will now carry like 3,000 metric tons. What happened? Because the foundation could not support, it's just a small rate, the thing was about to collapse. And what did this guy did? He just go and build beam to support it. That guy knew that what he was doing was wrong. Now that's the guy. Now the same guy that was building individual house, now when he was now building for a company, it was another story entirely. All of a sudden, he knows how to use the correct aggregate because he knows that inspectors will come and inspect that building. He knows that there must be approval before they can pay him the net, because they will come and test, they will come and do the structural stress, everything to make sure that this building is withstanding. You understand? Maybe they need to do some kind of vibration to say, okay, this building is able to withstand this level of load. He was doing the right thing when he knows that someone will be supervising. Now, let's switch down to those buildings that are collapsing. It's not as if those builders sometimes, it's not as if they don't have competence because of greed. Some people will be building for you and they'll be building their own house at the same time. They'll be building for you, they'll be stealing their materials. Their hope is that, okay, let us do this thing, and once you do it, and they go. If anything happens after 3 years, they don't care. But you know what? If you get a license as an electrical technician in this country, before you energize, because you will have your mega tester to test all the cable that everything is okay. If at the point of energizing the building, there is a spark, you suspend your license immediately. That's the function of the government. When we say government. So anybody that knows that his own license will be suspended and may even lose his license forever, he will do the right thing. So you ask yourself a question now. Who are those people responsible for that in Nigeria? It is the government.
See, when somebody says we don't have government, sometimes they will be thinking we want to insult our government. The truth of the matter is this.
But we have government now.
What we actually
Ola, you shoot yourself for leg now. You know say.
No, we have
let
government.
us
But for me, I like direction that the country is going. That we are dethroning that other session now. We are dethroning them, so that they should be testing. They should be testing that soup when they cook for us for a long time ago. They don't begin to taste it now.
Tony, not only that.
Shebi want to talk, Abi. It's like Shebi is trying to say something.
Thank you. Just want to like emphasize on that government impact on regulation. I think when we talk about government, the problem we are having is the unit of governance should not be at the state level. It should be at the local government.
Correct.
Most of the local governments we have in Nigeria are redundant. They are not actually adding any value. And it actually make people to lose confidence in government because governance is so remote from the people. No matter how many effort the federal government or the state government are actually putting, it's not going to come to fruition without an effective local government. And that's why we are not actually seeing the impact of government. I'm really disappointed with the new with the Tinubu government because they have not actually made any point of actually on how to make the local government to be effective. Look at the palliative they distributed. It only stopped at the state level. No mention is made about the local government. Look at all the various policies that they rolled out. It's not actually getting to the people, and people are getting more disconnected from the government. So no matter how much effort we put in everything, in a policy, if the local government is not effective, it's not going to see the light of the day. That's just my contribution.
Okay.
Thank you, my brother. For me, as I was saying, why most people normally say that we don't have government? It's not that we don't have people in charge. We have Mr. President, we have Mr. Governor. But because the government is not in existence, they don't account to anything. If the government is there, functioning as government, the president will be liable for so many actions. Likewise, the state government. Likewise, the local government chairman. And all those head of ministries and permanent secretaries. The truth of the matter is that everybody now just watch the way they talk. Once Tinubu give people a position, they will tell you, I want to serve Mr. President. I want to serve Mr. President. I want to make sure I work with Mr. President. Because the president is just the government. That's just the truth.
That's what that guy was just saying just now. My brother, Midwest. If I see official, local government official vehicle that time when I grew up, Ajeromi local government, Ikeja local government, what's inside their vehicle official vehicle, you'll be scared to even drop a dirty something for road as a child. You know what I'm saying?
See,
so
you go to state level,
Our refuse that thing collection that time was efficient too.
Yes. Even road construction, if you see local government officials, you'll be afraid as a child. Even if you don't go to
drainage. Yes, it's true. They used to have tractor. They used to grade road then.
Yes, you go to Djibouti, the same thing. Djibouti, everywhere. You see them officials of the local government alone. Only the official car. You'll be scared as a child.
Now Babangida, now from Buhari to Babangida, they destroy those things, Jerry.
Chelsea.
I think Babangida is the one that
destroyed. During the Babangida period, I was still in primary school then.
It is Babangida that destroyed our country, not even Buhari and the Diablo.
I think even up to 1992, local government was still functioning because I remember when I was writing, I went to a school in Ogun State, and then our third term exam is always conducted by Ijebu, local government.
Thank you.
And then I schooled in Lagos. My primary school was in Lagos. Then there was no Kochofe local government. It was Shomolu local government. We call it SMC. That time you see Shomolu local government van moving around the area. Any student they catch outside, they're going to put them in that van, and the parents will have to
welfare, like welfare. Yeah, like welfare.
He was working in the 90s
School.
and up to in the 80s up to the early 90s. I don't know what has happened to federal, to local government.
My brother, it's very painful. Even my seniors, my uncle's wife.
Constitution destroy our local government too now. 1999
Yes.
Constitution.
Because of their quest to take all our money down the other way. Now we are getting back the power from them.
If you don't mind,
Buhari tried to readjust it at one point, but I think
no, forget that man. We are not getting back all the custom office so that we can have our passport, at easy with ease. Let us
Shebi, I understand what you are talking about.
Look, Yorubanization, I like him. Yorubanization, I like him. I mean, they did one for Yorubanization. Yes.
With Tony, for me, I don't like him.
It's the best. It's the best that can happen to me since I was born. Nobody said now they start my passport. Okay. As a student, when I got my diplomatic passport, it's Ausama would one for me, watching at the craze. Look, the Yoruba did one for me.
Tony, and see on this way. As they appoint people, so we must go back and go and change some certain things. There's too much power when it comes to the Mr. President and Mr. Governor. That country need to be restructured.
When they were doing it, where was Babachela? Where was this Malam today? That's a bad job. Is that not the same guy that said that? Hold on. Is it not that same guy that said that the oil in Bayelsa belongs to them?
Wait,
that
now,
the oil in.
I'm going somewhere, Tony. Wait.
Look, I hear where you were condemning Ambrose Ali, you and the other guy. I have the recording at Kazora platform. You said that Ambrose Ali is still alive. He's 90 years old now. I have the recordings.
Who is that?
One guy, you was alluding to whatever that guy was saying, was the rainy abuses at Ambrose Ali, that Ambrose Ali was corrupt. Now, what is that? I mean,
who is that? I am not talking about
you, Midwest people. I have the recordings.
Not me. Not me.
If you have my hold on. You know Pamonde is your friend, eh? Get my number from Pamonde. I will send you your true message, your voice, where you alluded that to the fact that Ambrose Ali was that Ambrose Ali was corrupt. You know that Ambrose Ali was one of their worst disciples.
Wait, don't deviate, Tony. Don't deviate me. I didn't say so. That one is a different something. I cannot even say that. There's no
but you know already. This guy was in the house that day. Ogiame was there. Many people were there. I was just listening to you guys. Make it be at the comment section.
I wasn't there. That is not me.
You was there. I'm going to look. Anybody, Miss Ola, you have number from one man, or you can get my number from Thomas or from World Peace. If you have any connection. So because I don't want to put my number any longer because they will kill my phone. So I will send it to message of that discussion. I have it. You know what I say? But it's too late for me now to split. Hold on. It's too late for me. It's too late for me now to split the screen. That's why we're here to speak. You can't tell me that you have something against Yorubanization. Are we not Yorubas? Is Yoruba a tribe? Yoruba is part of our Benin or Edo Delta people. Ondo.
Tony, you have one problem. You speak for somebody, and you don't.
I don't speak for you. But if you condemn Ambrose Ali in open, you said yes to the guy, not you. The other guy was speaking, and then you were saying yes, exactly. The guy was asking you.
I beg, please wait, Tony.
I cannot split. Should I split my screen right now to play it?
Tony, yes. Hold on. Learn how to listen. Let people talk. Then you listen. Then let them talk too.
Yeah.
Okay, my brother.
Let's try to dialogue together. First of all, to save time, there is no way anybody, I have never seen it from Edo or Delta that I've ever speak against Ogbemode and Ali. Never. I've never seen it. So I don't know that kind of topic you are talking about. So let me forget about that one.
At Kauzuri, that Kenya guy's platform 2 weeks ago.
I don't go to Kenya guy platform, please. Let me.
One man went to move.
I'm going somewhere. You want to distract me?
Okay, right on.
Yoruba, because that's why you say you love to finish somebody's statement for that person.
Okay.
It's not good. When I said that Yoruba something is not good, who will let me land? it is good for you to let me learn. Not just for you to speak for me because you hear that, oh, I did not clap the way you want to clap for it. The problem of Nigeria is this. When Jonathan was there, we were also clapping. He invited a lot of people. They were saying they want to rebrand the country. He appointed people. But when he left, you see his people now start crying. We have Tinubu there today. Tinubu, if he like, he appoint everybody. That is not enough for we to clap for, whether it's just from his village. Because we have been through a lot. And we should know the reason why we are in this problem. Tinubu is not going to be there forever. The people you are pointing to, you may point to them. After 8 years, now Tinubu is gone. Or maybe 4 years, 8 years. Another person will come in. Whatever he has achieved that you are be clapping for, less than 6 months, somebody will be changing law and they will be voting. Yes, this law must be like this.
I'm not clapping for Tinubu. I'm not. Hold on. Let me interject now. So I don't forget.
How long? Wait, no. How long are we going to be?
I get you.
Clapping? You get what I'm saying? I get my point because the point is this: if those people that is appointing, whether tribe or not, look at passport we are talking about. People are already clapping for the passport. After 8 years, another mark coming, and they tell you the same problem: no paper, no this, no that.
Okay, make a finish. Make a give you answer. May I give you answer quick? So I'm not for Tinubu. You know that I'll be condemning Tinubu here because of the petrol price.
That is our
no, hold on. No, hold on. But for to dethrone any session that have been holding us hostage for 100 years, my brother, that's what I want to. You know, I'm not for Tinubu now. Everybody knows me here. Thomas can tell you, Ola can tell you that whenever I come here, one have to be calming me down. Because I said, look at petrol, look at people are dying. One man will say, Tony, why you say everybody die? You know, so I'm not for Tinubu. You know, I told you that I want separation of the country, and then I said that if Tinubu can come and do that for us, which is a style of, I mean, that's the where we are headed to now. Now when they say now one Nigeria, when Southern Nigeria is looking like nonsense.
It's not. Wait, no, Tony, don't see it that way. Tinubu is not a man that doesn't believe in Nigeria. What we want.
I didn't say so. I mean that is, you know, that is my agenda. I don't believe in one Nigeria. You know now.
Okay. Like
and then because you know why? Because I'm a reincarnation, the reincarnated Chief Enahoro and Awolowo. You know, say I can die for those two people. You see, Tony, so what they stood for is what I will stand for in my life.
Yeah, Tony, please look at it. Tinubu, I know you did not campaign for, likewise me, I did not vote for him. But he's already our president. Now, in the western part, he selected a lot of people into position. We can no longer adapt it anymore. But what have to follow? He have to look at the concentration of power into that so-called presidency. And that is really our problem. Will he be so generous?
Where were you guys? Where were you guys when all this were happening in the past 8 years? Where we don't even know the whereabouts of Mr. President, where he never speak to nobody, the wife, and Mama Daura, and all those people. So now all of a sudden you guys are sympathizing with this, all those people that say that the oil in Bayelsa belong to them, that the gold in Zamfara belong to them also.
Tony, you don't even listen to somebody at all.
I listen to you.
No, I beg, I'm tired. Let another person talk.
That's it, because I'm the strongest.
Mr. Tony, I think I disagree with you. I will agree with you to all, but saying that urbanization, the alleged urbanization tendencies of Tinubu is what you want.
No. There's nothing like urbanization there because Isumahi, you know, a Yoruba man. It's most of the guys in Yoruba. We have Hausas there. Hold on, sir. We have everybody there, but some vital positions that we need to take the power back. That is what I'm talking about. I want to see those power move down. Whether you want to give it to B later, I don't care. Whether you want to give it to Tony.
In next 8 years, you're still going back to the north. So if they decide to
before then, the country is already, the country don't become two. The country don't already go. The country is already gone now.
This is what I'm trying to talk to Tony. If he did everything the way he want, and the power just remain like this and went back to the north, what will happen?
No, we separate the country, but at least right now, let us make our infrastructure like as it is in the north, because the northern space is looking like Europe. So, for example, I want this anything we can do for the South now. But we're going to break the country up. You know now. Forget about all this. You just lock Nnamdi Kanu up for nothing, and then you deny the Igboho from coming to chop amala. With Ewedu.
Is it who is denying Igboho now? Is it not who's denying Kanu now? Is it not a Southern person?
Not be Southern person. The Hausas are still there. The Hausas are still there. The Hausas only they are being caught unaware right now. They thought that the Tinubu was going to dance to their tune. Look at them coming out now. They are crying. You know, I'm the most joyful guy on earth. See how some people cry now.
Tinubu is not Southern president. It's Nigerian president.
No, I said, but I'm happy that the Hausa people, they are coming out for the first time ever since I was born, that they are crying that of marginalization. This is the soup they have been cooking for us. Now, we never ever start to they put water for fire. They cry, say that, wow. Then they hear what they call win.
But it's not actually affecting the masses. It's the fight of the elites, not for the people.
Yes. You know, so, but easily, my brother, it's too complicated.
Let
so
me
throw
this question for you guys. Let me throw this question. Sorry to cut you guys. Hello, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Determine where you're from. What is the way forward now for the country? Please, I would like all of you to give your ideas because I have a pen and a barrel. I have to write down. Please, thank you.
My idea is to restructure the country. Instead of concentrating the whole Nigeria into the hand of one man, which is called Mr. President, let us restructure it so we can have government that everybody can account to. As we speak today, the government is not in existence. That is why Mr. President cannot account. He has nothing to account to. Likewise, Mr. Governor, because the government is not there, you cannot account to what is not in existence.
Let it be brief.
Yeah, so this is just my own suggestion. And no matter what Tinubu achieve, may God bless him, may God give him guidance, may God strengthen him to, succeed. If he allowed that power to remain just the same way he met it, when another people pick it, there is no guarantee that he will sustain.
Thank you very much. So let me just give you an answer now. The other people say they don't know what's called restructure, they don't know what's called police, they don't know what's called regionalism. What the hell? So how do you want to settle? How do you want to have a deal with them? I hope that guy is jotting everything down. Jot them down.
I think on that restructuring, we need to actually emphasize it very, very well.
But they say they don't know that. They say they don't want. They say they don't know. They say they don't. They say that they want Nigeria is sacrosanct.
When you say restructuring, is it fiscal restructuring? Is it geopolitical restructuring? How do we go about it? When we talk
What about the national conference that was so cool by Ogogoro man Jonathan? When he be like say he just sleep.
Let us not put too much grammar because this physical and the other one you mentioned, when they start bringing big words, they bring confusion. Restructuring is very simple and is the most simple thing.
Thank you, Midwest.
That is what all government in the world is running.
Yes, but they said no. They said they don't want.
Let Midwest continue.
Let me just tell you how it functions. One central bank, whether you remain state, you remain a region, every region account connected to that central bank. Then you have your local government account connected to the state via to the central. Now, the local government have its own autonomy, the state have its own autonomy or region, and the federal is there. You now agree on how to manage the resources, create a platform and guideline to follow. For example, you want to take an oil or gold, this is the procedures, and make it simple and plain. Now, whatever they take in any local government, it means it belongs to those people. But the federal is in charge. They are the one that will attract the people. They are the one that will, however, if it threatens the cultural heritage of those local, they can tell you, sorry, we drink this water in that river. You cannot be taking this oil here. That is the water we have been drinking. You cannot come here and use those chemicals they use for good. We don't need you to touch it. You have to respect it. That is the right of the minority.
How do you do that? How do you approach the other party? You know, we have two parties.
Wait, I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere.
Uh-huh.
When you said the resources now, okay, sorry, there is an agreement on agreement based on the federal level. Maybe the local government will be expected 20% of their wealth, the state or the region 30%, and the federal 50%, because they have all expenditure. But when this money is moving, it will not be moving with what they call accountability and transparency based on the platform.
We already know that. But how do you strike such a deal with these people that say that they don't know anything about state police, about structuring, about journalism?
The way it is
don't,
in Nigeria.
If they don't really say not all the Norths are actually in alliance with this opposition to what's it called to restructuring. They want restructuring as well.
Is it or not? We are talking about the powers that be, my friend. You know, and also are you from Southeast? Because you know most Southeasterners, you know, you have sympathy to the Northerners somehow, because Azikiwe also the father is for Zugeru.
I'm a Southwesterner, but if you look at the Nigerian history very well, properly,
yes.
They wanted the regionalism. The Northerners wanted regionalism. They are comfortable in their own region.
The beginning, but Azikiwe told them no, that they cannot go because you know you don't want to.
But you need to know the difference between the northern elites and the common Northerners.
No, it's not the common Northerners that are carrying those Timothy the five people. Look, my brother, may I just tell you now? They get race system. You know, I mean, intercity rail system there, they have the best highways. What the hell are you guys talking about here? I'm asking you guys a question. How do you want to negotiate with them? They told you already that they don't want to discuss with you.
Tony.
Yes, sir.
If we want to do it, the power to do it is with us now in the South. It was one there when Jonathan was there. It was there when Obasanjo was there, and that power is back again.
Okay.
You hear me now? It's not if we don't have it, don't blame them. Blame the leaders that have ruled from the South.
Thank you.
So they can make noise. We make noise in the South. It didn't stop them not to do what they feel they want to do.
I know now. You know me and you now with the align with our opinion. Right from some years now.
If we know what is good for us, this is the time. Not for Mr. Tinubu to be telling you want to build. Which country you want to build? This country will not get institution.
But the direction when they go now, you know, wait. The direction when they go now, you know, be like say he want to build the country now. Be like say he want to help us to decentralize now. That's what I'm just saying, though, because all those custom office, chief of army staff, all those
things. With the greed in all the politicians, I don't see that. I think let's see their step first. I don't see it.
Okay,
like
I'm not really happy. Can I say something? Please, can I say something? Sorry to cut you guys. I'm listening. So the only solution is just restructuring. That's what you guys agreed on.
By the time we restructure, power will over concentration of power will stop. So you will have to consider that common man you call nothing based on the right given to him, like the way it is in the United States, the way it is in Europe.
Yes. It's either we are in it or we are out of it, because we say Federal Republic. Federal Republic has to be Federal Republic. Hello, Midwest. A Federal Republic has to be a Federal Republic. You cannot run Federal Republic with two separate laws.
The common man, there's no right to represent the common. That is why the hatred is growing.
Yes,
if they are right for them. We love ourselves.
I hope that guy is jotting down some of the answers that I'm giving.
Use your federal mind to come and be insulting people in your place.
Hello,
they are small.
I'm writing
my brother.
I'm writing.
So on the final note, Midwest. Hold on. Midwest, you are just rapping. Hold on. Let me just jot something down for this, my brother. There, my brother. We cannot run a federal system. We cannot take a federal system from a USA and then we are running it another way, different from how it is being run, where we took it from. And then we cannot be using two laws, Sharia law for one part of the country and the other common law for the other side. Jot them down, please, so that you can see why I'm going crazy. You know. So and then we don't need any quota system. If you go to secondary school, you pass. So if you pass your jump, you pass your jump. If you don't pass, go plant your onions. or they plant carrot for Badagry Road. You know what I mean? You see, so then you cannot have federal catchment area, educational disadvantage area. Nobody asks you to be waiting not to catch up. So many things. So you know the points now. So and then this in the USA, in Germany here, you can't even the president of the country has to approach a state governor before they can come and even ask for a piece of land to plant their wind energies radars. I told you. So you cannot say that you want to bring a water bee to come and take over my LA water works or LA water where they go catch a small fish. Okay. Midwest, continue.
Okay, thank you.
I think the other of our brother is there. Let you also contribute his own.
No, one thing does that I just want to have. I'm writing because today I'm yet to listen. You understand? I'm yet to listen. So I like learning. I like writing things. What I don't know, I ask questions. That's it. Because of I heard you people talking about business investment with Mr. Ola. I see that he has changed his name to Asna Wugau. I don't understand it. It was very interesting also talking about the investment in machine and how to make the country great. So now, Mr. Tony.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
can I call you Tony? Okay. Like now, if someone now you say that if someone now wants to come on wants to invest now in Nigeria, because you were talking about Ibadan or that is which part of Nigeria because I learned something a few days ago concerning the region south, southeast, northeast, southwest. Which area is better to invest a factory industry in Nigeria?
Yeah, but the problem is that what we have right now is that everything remains stagnant in Nigeria. Nothing is functioning. We have no power. Electricity. We have no water supply.
I know. Leave the power
No,
alone.
Hold on. That's why we say that if we can go to restructure and then partition the country, the smaller portions now will now be able to reboot, to restart after, so that we can start training our children. The younger ones, before they are 18 years old, they already know their direction, in life. You know what I'm saying? So if you go to Nigeria right now, you don't have any manpower. You see, the Midwest was just telling you just now that if you go to the village, that you don't see any person for his state or for his city. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, advise anybody to go to Nigeria to invest at all. That is plain fact. A country that has so much natural resources in abundance, a country that is an major exporting, major exporting oil company, a country, at the same time an importer of that same product. What the hell are you going to invest for there? You know what?
Because you people were talking about.
Let me also say my.
Okay,
just ask
Mr.
a question,
Midwest.
which region can you like to invest? It depends.
That's
on
what I want to know. That is secure.
It depends on what you want to invest upon, because investment are of different types. Some people will like to invest into security if the license is being given. And if that is the case, you look for area where there is much crisis and take your business there. It depends on you. So if you want to invest into agriculture, you have to go to, it depends on the agricultural food you want to produce, because the country is really blessed. There are so many crops you can go into in the north. There are some in the west.
So you want me to kidnap this guy? You want me to kidnap him, man?
I'm giving an example now. Like in the south as well. So it depends on the kind of investment that is you have a dream about.
Mr. Midwest, I'm talking about if it is you now, you want to invest, where will you go and invest?
It's my country. It's my country. It depends on the dream I have. If I have an idea that can take me to any part of Nigeria, I will go. It's just based on my own idea that will drive me to say, okay, this area will be suited for this business. You understand me? Considering the challenges that are involved in taking it to any place, I will not select area that is conducive for it. It's Nigeria. It's possible for me to move to anywhere. There are possibilities, So the possibility is still there. Let's say if this like agriculture If he's setting up a building, land is available in everywhere in Nigeria. So if you want to, if it's something that you have to put up a structures and office.
Because I had from a guy in another platform, he said that he has a friend that was doing a very good farming, that some people came at night and destroy everything in the north,
Yes,
north area
that one happened
because
to
of
my
jealousy.
Benin brother. No, this one, it happened to my Benin brother. He was in Belgium. He came back and he surveyed very large portions of land. He went into agriculture. And when these cattle area came in, they destroyed the whole land. It's a very big farm, mechanization. Everything gone. Total bankruptcy.
My brother, the cattle area is the terrorist. You hear now? That's terrorist.
Yeah.
The terrorists
So
came in.
when he came back to Belgium, because he was living in Belgium, and he took a lot of loan. So when he got there, he have to tell the bank, sorry, there is no way I can pay back. So the bank looking at the huge amount of money, because for him to be able to have access to that money, he has been a very, very successful person in that country. He has built a confident, what I would like, the requirement. Sometimes I don't know the English word I put there, I forgot it. Trust. Yeah. So he has been able to build it and all those things. That's why they gave him access to such huge amount of money. And that's why everything he has. So the Belgian government, the thing end up in court. So they want to persecute him. Maybe, he's intentionally something. They just said, it's okay, contact the embassy in Belgium. Let's go and look at the farm. Exactly the acres of land he described. They sent people there from Nigeria, the Belgium, their embassy, they know what to do. And when they checked, this guy was saying the truth. The court said they should cancel everything. And now he's in Belgium. So no other person that want to venture into it from my place again. Everybody is afraid. We are talking of, are we not getting older? If your business failed there, you will fall back here and become a poor person here in Europe at old age. It's not going to be good something. So these are the concern. You understand me? So I think the other guy, there was also another guy that went from, I think from Denmark here. They killed that one as well. He was in the north of Ogun. He died. Yeah, they killed him.
Which means I was right by advising this guy not to venture it, eh?
So if somebody wants to do agriculture and livestock, is not advisable then in Nigeria.
No. As at now, like I told you, everything should be. I mean, it's stagnant right now because we have to wait and to see how the government, if the government is able to. Because right now, I mean, have you heard that a dollar is $1,300? A dollar, sorry, naira, a dollar. Dollar is 1,300 today.
I saw it on euro. A dollar, a euro is 1,002. I gave somebody money today. You understand?
Yes.
So I just said little amount. So
the situation is so bad. It's so bad.
But because of we don't use our currency, that's what I had somebody said in a business, an economist said it online, that if we use our if we use our money to trade, that would be great. Because we don't use it, we use dollar. That's why it loses value.
Wait.
A country where you don't use coins, national coins, forget that country.
You don't need too much degree to know how currency function. For example, I'm into farming, and I have to buy pesticide, all those something they use to control pests and some agricultural diseases and all those things from France. Is it not euro I'm going to use? And the cost we have to follow on that agricultural product, isn't it?
What about the market? What about the buyers back home? What are the condition of the people? People are dying.
I'm giving an example now. By the time I use euro to bring this equipment, this stuff or whatever imported, then I have to convert those things because I'm doing business. And that's why I'm still going to sell in the local. That expenses will still fall upon my product. There's no two way. I can't take it to any place. So in the process of selling, my price will become so higher as well. Even when I'm dealing with the local currency, I will be monitoring the foreign currency because definitely I am still going to import something for my business to triumph. Israelis are importing from America. They are importing from Germany. They are even importing from China. The Germans are importing from Japan. They are importing from Israel. They are importing from America. You see the way the global system works. France is taking something from Sweden here. He wanted to come and see the king, I think yesterday in Sweden. I think today they canceled the meeting already because of this high level or something that is going on.
So my brother, the other guy. Hello, what's your name, sir? What's your name?
Mr. Triumph.
Mr. France. Okay, you know what I'm saying. Like, France, my brother. Look, everything done dabaru. Everything has collapsed in our country because. Hold on, sir. Can you just imagine that we can't even refine our oil so that we can even just to set? It is balance of trade that make a country, not a floating naira or floating dollar. You know what I'm talking about, sir? If you're not manufacturing, how can you? Because I know that most of our guys, they just come here to be speaking grammar, concession, this, that, blah, blah, blah. The British people and the American people, they don't speak grammar. Go and look at their Congress, see deliberations there. They just say, no, I want this to be done for my community. You know what I'm saying? They don't look at people using 160 million each to buy an SUV. You know what I'm talking about? No opposition. All the opposition, but they shut all their mouth with money. It's a monetized society, which is not good. It is, an immoral society. It's equal to Nigeria. You get me, sir? So do not go and waste your money there.
The Western world, they lobby too now. Mr.
I know they lobby, but what I'm saying is like, why can't we make use of what we have to get what we need?
What did you say in Western world?
They lobby too now. They lobby. You understand? They lobby with.
They are vested interest. They are criminals.
Wait, look at the way lobby work. Lobby is not everything we both do. We may have that in words. There are limitations. There are regulations.
Yes.
There is a way the government regulates it, or else it become a crime.
Yes.
You see it now. But our own, anything, once we had it, we do it excess, we abuse it.
We are so unsophisticated, Midwest region. That's what you're trying to say, Midwest, Mr. Midwest. We are so unsophisticated because we think that catch me if you can, I can dip my hand in your face. You know what I'm saying? These people are just so wicked in Nigeria and the Black Africa.
You see, the thing is, my brother,
Come on, light. You cannot produce light if you have a local government. Then you have.
I think my network is gone. Hello.
Okay, but can you people tell me what are the things positive today in the country? I know that you were saying earlier that the Northerners are crying that now they are urbanizing the country.
I don't listen to their cry. The thing is this: we are in a global world that is having serious economic challenges globally. Even wherever you live in Europe today, you can see the changes. Compare things now with like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, particularly since this COVID and Russia war. So let's, now our country is not exempted. But the problem is that the country has been mismanaged for a very long period of time. And now, those who are failed to do the rightful thing in the past are having much problem, huge problem to solve. I don't know. You get what I'm saying now? So that is the situation we have. The president came in, and what he saw, he could not believe. The central bank has been totally mismanaged, and that is a serious problem for him. And there are no data for him to really check to formulate some policies. Most of his policies is based on assumption. I will do it like this, it will be good. And when they produce counter result or negative result, combined with this situation, it becomes another huge problem for him. He wanted to save money for the country by removing subsidies. Here comes a catastrophe as well. So if you look at the central bank, we don't have reserve. That is why the money is falling. This former central bank governor just killed the entire economy. He did a lot of things illegally. He didn't even respect the law. So for him now, he is from the same party. Maybe he's trying to protect the party. But for me, I think you have to cry out and let Nigeria understand where they are. because he cannot be the scapegoat for the economy. People are just blaming him. I don't see him as the problem of the economy. He only inherited the mess, a complete mess. So I pray for him to manage the situation, but the way I'm looking at it is not easy. So okay, now they are not going to buy. Which exchange rates are just increased today. Just today, weekend. What will happen on Monday? So how will business be able to survive in this kind of environment if you are to repatriate hard currency? So we just wait.
Okay. Okay, let's see where the country is going. At least we believe that everything will be great.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, no problem at least. So your stand is to restructure the country. That's it.
Yeah, they should remove power. My brother, the problem is that they just concentrate everything to the Mr. President. We are now so confused about government and the president himself. Everybody want to please the president, talk good. Why trying to build what I call face trust? You know, I trust this man. Yeah, president will do it the way you want. Whereas on the bottom of everything, they still remain the same Nigerians. You see the problem that they remain that kind of Nigeria we are talking about, that they can do anything for their only interest. Why they will be deceiving the president? You can't be a president and be good in accounting and be good in engineering. Because you are good in accounting, can you be good in medicine? There are so many professions in the world. You need people to handle it for you. But there is no platform to check on those people. That's the problem we have. So you just have to look for someone you trust. And that person can betray you. At the end, the administration will be one of the worst administration again. Like what this man faced Buhari when he was there.
So you think Bori is okay? He did a very good job, or he did?
My brother, I keep saying it. When it comes to security, Buhari finished our country. But when it comes to the economy, the man tried, but there were no information. And that same part is what Tinubu want to take again. Whereby he was building some infrastructures in the state governor was taking the glory. We don't know. He was pumping money to state and oil producing countries. We don't even know. State, I mean to say, oil producing state in the country. There were a lot of federal projects taking place, and people believe it's their state governor that built it. So he did his best economically. But at the same time, the central bank governor finished him. That's why I said it cannot be in everywhere. And the same problem is what we are having now. This one is still following the same pattern. I think there will not be information. And at the same time, he is going to appoint people based on trust, because people that is close to him.
I understand. So you are okay with the, because of I know that Buhari did the same thing. He put his people that he trusts, that we deliver.
Yeah.
So now what's it called? Our dear president is doing the same thing, but people complain that
Tinubu, there are key positions he has already shifted to the west already, but he still give chances to few people like Buhari. The problem is this: the Northerners, sorry, we are on here. They are far smarter and advanced in the politics of the country more than we people in the South. They know when to be patient. And during this period of patience, they will learn carefully, analyze whatever other people are doing. They will also draw their plan. Once the power comes to them, they will go back, revise everything to the way they want it. No matter what you achieve, everything will be falling apart. This is the real fundamental problem of the country. Why people are saying, let people have power. Let me know that my governor is getting so percentage so that we can hold him accountable. And if you as a federal government, take for example, you know the problem we have, why France is succeeding Germany and all these people, the money is from the local government. It starts from there.
That's true. The publicity is also on the internet. You can see them.
And know that the local government will hold the money. He owns the money, but the account belongs to the federal. So the local government will now know, based on their account that is linked to the federal, the percentage of money coming to them. So from there, they run their things as local government. Now, because the money is coming from the grassroots, for the federal not to be shit, you understand, for the local government not to be, manipulating things, they have an accounting system, a procedure everybody must follow. So everybody now, I don't know whether you understand, when this federal government itself is now, they have a project also to run in all the state and the local government.
That's true.
The local government will also be able to see clearly how the federal is supporting that local, because now there is a check and balance. Nigeria, the way we do it is the federal government that will sell the crude oil, appoint the people that will sell it, the local government don't even have documents to say this is what barrel of oil is taking in my land. No, nothing like that. We don't even know how much barrel we are producing. Then after the money gets to the federal will not divide the money into sack, not even in account, put it in a bag. And when the governor come, he give it to the governor. That's genesis of what? Corruption. They don't even run big money with bank. They run it on cash and sack and everything. Even some go with bank, but a lot go with cash.
That means the former CBN governor he tries to centralize all the whole money and do it digital.
The digital was for politics. It wasn't for the interest of all.
Is it Inera? Yes, Inera. Just like in Bitcoin, Nigeria have done theirs, but I don't know if it's still functioning. But I was watching the news yesterday. I see that now they do this e-wallet. You understand? In Nigeria, but he said that Nigeria are not yet ready. That there are many caches everywhere, and people will suffer. There's no. That's what he said. Though, that there's no so much communication with them and internet everywhere, and electricity to run it. So that they're trying to give people awareness. Are you aware of it?
My brother, I have been hearing many things. All this what you are saying. You don't even need to munch something. You have to evaluate just on your own. All these things are digital. We need electricity. We don't have. So occasionally, there are, if it like, I don't really know how to put it. If like cashless society they want to run. And
that is it. That's what they are working on. So,
yeah. Now,
so what
cashless society, do you know how many local government that don't even have a bank? Not to talk of cash machine.
I spoke with somebody.
The local government I'm from don't even have a bank.
It is
in Nigeria.
No.
My local government don't have a bank, not to talk of even having cash machine. The people there don't even have good. The city network, sometimes it fail, not talk of the one in the interior. So the structures are not there. The infrastructure for these things to work are not there. It's just like they love to pass law. The common man will continue to suffer. They don't pass law to check what is going on in the federal level. Under normal circumstance, a lot of people by now supposed to be locked up. They're supposed to be questioned. My brother, who's going to question them? Apart from the central bank governor that is there, whether they are politically motivated, maybe if it was one of their own, they would not have even arrested him. I don't know. If it is for the interest of the country, they arrested the central bank governor. I keep on telling people, it's not the only man that's supposed to be there. Let them pick the rest guys. So people are saying it's gradual. I say, what is gradual? If 10 armed robbers went to go and rob, you catch one. You say, until I finish with this one, I will not go for the second one. Are you serious?
I heard it took over $1 billion. That's what I heard.
Nobody even know the amount it took. He's super rich. He may even be richer than the country.
That he gave Dangote $1 billion in his refinery also.
Okay.
So that means that Dangote is corrupt then. That means it's corrupt.
Okay, my brother. Nobody that is not corrupt. Can you be building refinery in France? The France government, they have a platform to know where the money is come from.
Yes. So even
in Sweden here, you cannot be investing and they don't know where the money is coming from. Is it totally impossible?
That's the problem I have with them. Yeah. The moment they see any amount, too much, they will just block the account.
The question now is, how was he able to source the money to build this? There's no document.
Because I know here in France, when they see a huge amount in my account, they'll block it. I have to give an account that I'm the one that transferred it in it, that is my personal money. So I have to show them the papers and everything, and the work I did to get this money. You understand? So that's the problem I have here in France. But in Nigeria, that's why I say Nigeria is the sweetest place to live. I tell people that they don't disturb and they do everything easily. You can spend your money.
It was really sweet, like a few years ago.
You can spend your money, and it's just because of the security. That's what I had. People tell me that the security is the problem today. That everybody wants to go there in case there's problem anywhere in Europe, in the Western world. We just go back home.
Our people want to go back home. Everybody is tired. That is why everybody have pay. Those old travelers want to go home. Now we can see opportunity easily. But when you start evaluating some challenges around that opportunity, you become discouraged. And if you overlook those challenges you put in there, remember, these are your hard-earned money. If it is gone, it's gone. You are not connected to politicians.
That is just it. If now they can
see the risk that is involved. So once it is gone, it's gone. So you have to evaluate some few things, like what I told you about that guy. This is real. Up to today, my state governor did not do anything to support this guy.
They did it in Edo State or in the north? In Edo State.
In Edo State.
It's impossible.
The one they destroy his corn from Belgium is from Edo.
It's impossible now. Edo security now. There's no herdsman that move around like in the north now.
Which kind of even the north self, they know how to manage those herdsmen and still produce agriculture. I am telling you, this one, they destroy. When Buhari was ruling, security failed. These guys were in everywhere. They would destroy everybody. They chase people away from the farm. If they catch a woman, they remove her head, rape and cut off her head. If the husband is there, they will tell the man to help them to hold her. Why they will be doing itself.
Really?
I'm just telling you, it was so horrific.
Guys, thank you so much. We have to go.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you so much. Brian. Yes, everybody. I think we've come to the end of the section again. We can't do without you guys. You guys have been amazing. From the comment section to the panelists, you guys have been amazing. Thank you so much. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you.
You are
is your daddy and what does he do?
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
I do not understand though. I don't get it. I do not get it. I mean, is it that Nigerian you don't understand English, or there's a problem with the English and I don't get it. Because first and foremost, they say go home. I'm seeing the video, I'm like, because yesterday when we were all seeing him, like, what's going on? From candle night down to protest. Why does Nigeria use like wahala? One fish in they do on now. They do on now, one fish in. She one fish. They didn't do on any. They say go home. You start down there. You now pick another location, like a club. Is it a club? Are we celebrating party? It is not a party. It's not a club. You guys will now carry mouth, now start looking for who does not talk, who do not talk, who do not come outside. You just start talking rubbish. You guys are disappointing me.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. You know, I did the release, Nigeria.